Dahol obelutuwe magisine vetehena mohatake ei wifi එක කනෙක්ට් වෙන්නේ නැත්තේ මචං
Elina.
Har vi inte kvar eller? Kan ta en liten satt den.
Ah, we Choco.
Francis Choco
After a long time no see.
oh hi hi
मैं यार को लोग
මොකද
यार को लोग गया है
අරගොල්ලෝ මට හිතුණා එයාලා කොහොමද හිටපු තත්ත්වයේ යයි කියලා
iiTzChoco.
ඔව් ඔෆිස්
මොනවද ගෙනාවේ?
මොකක්
කන්න මොනවද ගෙනාවේ?
කන්න මේ බර්ගර්ස් වගේක් තියෙනවා
මම අද රිමෝට් එකක් කියලා දාවනේ මොකුත් ගෙනාවේ නැද්ද?
නෑ මේ ගේන්න බැරුව ගියා
අද ලප්පන්
මට ලප්පන්නේ පොඩි වර
පොඩි නැද්ද පොඩි?
චොකලට් පොඩින් තියෙනවා ෆ්‍රිජ් එකට දැම්මා ගන්න
අද ගාන හැලපුවක් තිබ්බ නැද්ද? අපි සාජන් ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් හැලප තියෙනවා. සාජන් පැක්කක් ගා.
ඕ ෂෙවයි
කළු හැලප. ඉතින් රාම් කරන්න.
Navada hovelutu magisine vetena mohatake Navada hovelutu ඇයිව මට ඒ සින්දුව මතක් වුනේ
ගිය ඔෆිස් එකෙන් එන්නේ කොහෙද ගියේ ඔෆිස්?
මම දැක්ක විදිහට ඔෆිස් කෙනෙක් වගේ ඔෆිස් මට ඉනාඩි දෙන මම රැක එක හදාගන්න
අර
අවුලට ගියා නෙමෙයි මචං විද්දා එහෙනම් කාලෙකින් මචං මහණක් කෙනවන්නෙත් මචං. Yo Dragon, what's up? MK Dragon. What's up macam welcome to the stream. Mau ngapain nih? Ayo.
රයිට් බෑන් එන්න දෙරම යුනිට් එක නේ එකක් මෙහෙමයි යුනිට් එක හරිද ඔබද දැන් මෙතන බූසර් යුනිට් ගන්න ඕනේ තුනක් ස්පීඩ් යුනිට් එකයි බයික් යුනිට් එකයි චොපර් එකයි හරිද
බයික් එක යනවා
T25 with con officer cruise unit එකට නේද?
මායි ඔබද එළියන යනවා බූසර් යුනිට් එක
ST41 යනවා පොලිස් පීඩියකට යවන්න එකක් කරන්න.
යවන්න එක යවන්න එක දෙන්නේ තුන නිපුණ ඔබද
Hai මතකද මාව තාම ඔයාලට මතකයි අඩෝ උඹව මතක ඉන්නේ බා මචං මරුණක් තමයි මතක ඉන්නේ Yo B what's up welcome to the stream මොකද
මීඩියා එකේ ඉන්නකොට බලන්න තුලක් දැම්ම කෙනෙක් ඔළුවට ගිහලා වෙන්නේ
කවුද
බලන්න ලේඩි ඔෆ් දෙනෙක්
අර ලිලි දකෝ ඔළුවට ගියාද
ලිලි
එමයි දැන් මොකද තියෙන්නේ බූසර් යුනිට් තුනයි බයික් යුනිට් එකයි ස්පීඩ් යුනිට් එකයි චොපර් එකයි උත්තරයි
යුනිට් එක යනවා ඉතුරු යුනිට් ටික ගත්තා බයික් යුනිට් එක කොහෙද දෙකක්
බූසර්
වගේ
යුනිට් යන එකයි
066 ගානට 19 පොසිෂන්
ස්පීඩ් යුනිට් එක තව කෙනෙක් දාගෙන ඉන්න ඔබද හරිද සල්දන එකයි බූසර් යුනිට් තුනයි හතරයි බයික් යුනිට් එකයි පහයි චොපර් එකයි හයයි
මම ගා බඩු දිනනවද දන්නේ
කාබයින් එකක් ගෙනාද පීඩියා එකෙන් එකනේ
මම officer
මොකද වනේ?
හරි කපල් එකට දාමු කපල් එකට දාමු
එදෙන්න අරගෙන එන්න මේ අපේ කැප්ටන් සර්ට කාබයින් එක කරන්නේ. හරි. තමන්ගාව ඇත්තේ මේ ස්පෙෂල් කාබයින් එකක් එහෙම තේ කරගෙන යන්නද?
මොකක් මේ අර බලන්න
මොකක්ද ඒ අරණ එක.
මේ කොටෙන්ද
ඔන්නයිලා ඔන්නයි
අපි ඔක්කොම කිතෙන්ද නේද ටක් ගාලා බලන්න කිව්වේ ගන්නේ.
එතන බලන්න
එක ගාිනවා බැක් වෙන සිටියේ
ඉක්මනින් එන්න යුනිට් එකක් අපි ආරයි යන්නේ
නෑ ඒගොල්ලන් අරන් යන්නේ යුනිට් එකක් එන්න කියලා කියන්නේ.
අරයි යනවලෝ අපේ උන්ට මැරේජ් එකක් ඒව ගන්න
ඒගොල්ලන් අරන් යන්නේ යුනිට් එකක් එන්න කියලා කියන්නේ. ගිහින් ඒගොල්ලන් හරි
ආදර දෙනවනේ ඉතින් බෑග් එක ගාගෙන මම එක්ක ප්‍රොග්‍රස් ඔෆ් ඩවුන් මම යුක්ස් වරා
ඔයිස් මේ ඔයාලට මතකද දන්න එදා අර කුණාරුවෙන් බැනගත්ත සෙට් එක මචං අර ඉස්සර බැනගත්තා මං ආයේ නෑ නේද ඊපස්සේ කොටත් දැම්මස් ඒ සෙට් එක සිටි එකකින් ගිහිල්ලා හරි යවලා හරි මන් දන්නේ නෑ උට මේක වෙලා
තියෙන්නේ මුල් බැත් බලාතම ගිනි ගන්න යනවනේ
තමයි ගැම්මක් නේද එදා ගැම්මක් කියන්නේ මං සුපිරි ගැම්මක්
ඔෆ් කළා
අම්මට ගිනි ගන්නවා කියන්නේ ගිනි ගන්න what happened මචං ගිනි ගන්නේ මොකද ගංගා ගන්න එක තියෙනවා හරි හැමෝම තියෙනවා ආමර්ස් අම්මට සිටි PD එකකින් නම් එන ඔෆිස් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවනේ මට ආමර්ස් දෙකක් වගේ අරන් ඉන්න පුළුවන්
හරි මිස මං කියන්නේ
අරුබ ඇතුලේ ගිනි ගන්න කොහොමද කියන්නේ මුන් ගිනි තියන්නේ यो भाई सेटेलाइट कट्टी थी लाइक क्या दाला शेयर कर देने स्ट्रीम में मैं ओ अभी YouTube भी तरह लाइव है क्या ने मेरा कोई हाथ लाइव है ने रियल डा पे प्लेटफॉर्म वाले सेट करने बोला यार यहाँ पे शॉर्ट वीडियो सभी दाना वेनो में चैनल रहेगा ये भी अलग शॉर्ट वीडियो करते हैं अम्मा अद उदे नहीं एक 1K रीच चला दिए ना क्या मत तमाई ठीक है पहले नेता की खबर है वो शॉर्ट वीडियो थी ना वहाँ हर देना टा දාන්න සෙට් උන්නේ නැහැ ටයිම් එකක් හරියට. තාරා ඒ ගින්න නිවෙන්නේ නැද්ද? මච්චිරෙද්ද?
ඒවා ගිනා වෙලා නේද?
හරි හරි.
ඒක තමයි.
नहीं मैं यार नहीं मैं बाइक क्यों नहीं टेई बैठे नहीं मैं यानवा पुता ये विल्ला काइटिंग शुक्रिया තමයි ඒ 250 පන්නල යන චෙක් කරන්න අද GTA බයි කරා බං ඉතින් එපා වෙන්නේ සර්වර්ස් වල වයිට් ලිස්ට් වෙන එක. ඔව්නේ. ඉන්ටර්විව් යන්න ඕනේ ඉතින් පොඩි සීන් එකක් තියෙන. මාත් සිලෝන් යන්න බැලුවා try කරා මචං. යන්න පුළුවන් වේද බැරිද කියලා හිතුවේ නෑ. ඒක ඇප්ලිකේෂන් එක ලොකු ඉන්නේ පස්සේ වැඩි අතහැරලා දානවා. මේ සයිස් එක ඇප්ලිකේෂන් එක අම්මෝ. Dua kayak dua airnya nih
අන්න යුනිට් කීයක් කරලා දිනනවා නේද මේ මොනවා ඕනේ බඩුවෙම දිනනවා කියන්න කරගෙන පුළුවන්
mesti karangnya
අපිට සයිනවද
දැනට cruiser unit එකයි speed unit එකයි bike unit දෙකක් තියෙනවා
දෙකක් ඒ
නෑ
යුනිට් දානවා
ගිරියක් කාටි එයා කියන්නේ ඒ පෙරේට පොරෝ ස්පෝර්ට් වෙහිකල් එක තමයි
RP crazy boy superi Yakuza is back කියලා තියෙනවා GG Yakuza member GG brother thank you welcome to the stream Yakuza member ගැම්මක් තමයි හැමදේම සිටුේෂන් නැති තමයි ඒවා රොබරි වෙන්නේ ඔක්කොම
වෙපන් එකක් ඕනද කැප්ටන් සර්
ඔව් කැප්ටන් සර් එයා
එයාලගේ ඩිමාන්ඩ් එක ස්පයිකන් බැරිය
සීලන් කියලා පෙරේත අලුත් සර්වර් එකක් බැලුවා මම දැක්ක Facebook එකේ දාලා තියෙන අලුත් සර්වර් දෙක තුනක්
කැප්ටන් සර් ඉන්නවද
මම බැලුවේ නෑ මොනවද කියලා
මම නෑ ස්පයික් එක
හොඳ දන්නේ නෑ ඉතින් ගිහිල්ලා බලන්න
සෝරි
යන්න පුළුවන් හැම එකටම යන්න ගිහිල්ලා පොඩ්ඩක් වටේ රවුමක් දාලා
අවුල් ලොබිස දැන් මේ
සර්වර්ස් වල තියෙන මොනවද වෙනස්කම් කියලා බලලා ඊට පස්සේ යන්න හොඳ එක කමෙන් එන්න ඕනේ නෑ
උඩ කට අවුලක් කියලා එනවා
අතනක් මොනාරි කරගමු
ඊට උඩට ගිහලා කියන වැඩ නැති නිසා
අර කෙවින් එදා කරා වගේ
ප්‍රයොරිටි එක ගන්න
කෙවින් එදා උඩට යව කතා කරන්නේ නෑ ඇහුවා මට චොපර් එක අප් කරා කියලා වෙන්නේ නෑද? මට චොපර් එක ඩවුන් කියලා ඉතරලු වෙන්නේ.
ටෙම්පෝ.
මේ බුලට් ඕනේ ඔබ දෙනෙක් කියලානේ.
බල ගන්න එකක් ඕනේ.
ගන්න එක බුලට් ටික ගත්තා සසකේ.
අරයා මට ආම සරන් නෑදිනේ මම එහෙම හිතන්නේ. ආම සරන් ආවත් හොඳයි.
ඇමෝන් නම් කියන්නේ කාට හරි. ඒරියා චෙක් කරන්න.
මට තරහ නැතුව මේකක්කුත් කියනද? බඩගෙන.
කැප්ටන්ට ගේම් කියලා කිව්වා.
ගන්න කරගෙන එන ගම.
ඔය එන ගම දෙන්නේ.
කවුරු නෝද?
ඉතින් මොනවද ඕනේ?
කවුරු නිගෝෂিয়েට් කරන්න ඕනේ.
එන ගම ඉඳ ඕනේ.
මම මෙතන ඉතියේ ඩිමාන්ඩ් කරගෙන මම ආවේ ඉස්සරහට. මම කවුරුත් නැතුව ඇති.
ඒ කවුන්ට් එකේ ඉන්නවද ගන්නම නැත්නම්?
මාත්‍යර තමයි කතා කරන්න ඕනේ. ඔව් එයා
දැන් සින්න 3යි 6යි 9යි 11ක්
කෙනෙක් දිනවා කියලා. ගබන් ලොගු එන්නත් කියන්නේ. ලොගු මේ
කෙනෙක් එන්න.
මොනවද කියන්නේ?
චොපර් වෙන්ට් යනවා විදිහට මේ පොඩ්ඩක් කැප්ටන් සර් එන්න වේද පොඩ්ඩක් මේ ටයිල්ඩ බැංක් එක නෙමෙයි. ඉතින් පාර ඉස්සරහට මේ වෙපන් ටික බුලට් ටික මසයට දෙන්න.
ඔව් කියන්න.
ඔව් කියන්නේ.
නෑ මං එහෙම නෑ මට ඉන්නවා කෙනෙක්. මොකද්ද ওই මහත්තයා මොකද අයියෝ මහත්තයා වගේ නෝන කියලා දිල්ල නැද්ද කලර් මැච් එක නැදුම් ඇඳ ගන්න කියලා. මාළුයි බෙලෙක්ක නෑ වගේ නුඹ ඇඳුම වෙනස් කලිසම වෙනස්. අයියෝ
වට විශ්වල් නම් උත්තරම්.
වාන් මොනවද කිව්වේ?
මෙහෙමනේ මහත්තයෝ සයිඩ් එක ගියා මෙහෙමයි මහත්තයෝ ඕක මහත්තයෝ ඕකේ වෙන්නේ මහත්තයා රැයට එම එක්ස්පෝස් වෙනවා. ඔය කහ පාට අර බල්බ් පත් වෙනයි. not set
එක්ස්පෝස් වෙනගේ පුපුරනවා.
අර අපේ කොමත් එක්ක අර කෝබ්‍රා කෙනෙක් හිටියා නේද ඩැනී කිය. හරිලාද?
එලි පිට කණ්ඩලු කැමතියෝ.
ඔල හරිද මහත්තයා වැඩේ?
අපි හරිද වැඩේ?
මේ සෙතුම් පැතුම් එහෙම කිව්වද?
ඔව් කිව්වා.
මොනවද දන්නේ නේ මටත් පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න උතර නැහැ.
ස්පයික් බැරිය අර දම්පාඩ කොණ්ඩි කෙල්ලෙක් කිලි බැරිච්චෙක් ඇවිල්ලා හංගේ. මස්තරේ ගැම්මක් ආ. ගැම්මක්. අම්මච්චා මේ කැප්ටන් මාත්‍යා
ආමස් ගෙනවත් දන්නේ. හායි. මේ ආමස් සරන් ආවේ.
අච්චාන කියක් වගේ.
මං ගන්නද? වදානවද? දානවනේ.
ඔල මෙතන ජොයින් වෙනවද කොහොමද මේක? උඹලා යන්න ඕනේ
හරි thank you.
පාපාද?
පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්න එයා මට ලොක් කරලා කිව්වා
සාගේ මේ බුලට් ටික එහෙම අරන්
මොකන්ද?
කවුද ඔතන එන්නේ කියන්නකෝ.
පොඩ්ඩක් ඔෆිස් එක මතක් කරගන්න කියලා.
මේ පුළුවන් නම්
යාවන්න
අනකට එළිය නයි මම යන්නේ නැතුව කවුරුත් යන්නේ නැති.
ආයි මං එන්න මට.
එහෙමද?
ඔයා පොඩ්ඩක් ලෝ ෆැකල්ටි වැඩකට ගියා මේ මට කිව්වා ඔෆිස් එකට පොඩ්ඩක් හොයලා බලන්න කියලා.
අප්පා මන් දන්නෙත් නෑනේ යා ගියා කියලා.
බැංකුවේ ඉස්සරහින්.
යාර ගිහිල්ලා තියෙන. හයිචෝ
අරුවා
යාර.
මේකට ගියේ. කියන්නේ මේකට කියන්නේ
අස්කෝ ඉන්නව මොකද වෙන්නේ?
වෙන්නේ. දැන් කොතනද ඉන්නේ?
මං එනවා මේකට එන්නකෝ. කඩේ.
එලිබෑ පීඩියකට එන්න
කඩේ.
පීඩියකට.
පිටියකට.
එයාලා ඉවරයි මම දෙන්නවා දෙනවා මොකද කියන්නේ.
නාරියක් දෙන්න. මම මේ බඩු ටිකක් ඉල්ලුවා
දෙකක් තියෙනවා කාගෙද?
දෙකක් එපා. බයික් ඉන්න කෙනෙක් කොහොමද උන්ට නගින්. නැත්නම් ස්පීඩ් වෙන්ට් යන වෝල්ටත් එක.
එකයි තියෙන්නේ.
දැන් වෝල්ටත් එක ස්පීඩ් වෙන්ට් යන මේ ඉන්න කවුරු ඉන්නවද මෙතන ස්පීඩ් වෙන්ට් එක නගින්.
ආක්කොඩත් යන්නේ. මොකද දෙන්නේ අන්න සාක්කොඩට යන්නේ කියපන් මාරු
අර කවදාවත් මට මොකද ඉන්නේ
අද වැලරන් ගැහුවා බං අද නම් මහ පිස්සු දවසක් ආ වැලරන්ට නම්
යවන්න එක පරිගණකයක් කරනවා.
එනම ෆකින් ගොන් ටීම් ටිකක් සෙට් උනේ කොම්පල්න මට එපා වුණා
වෙහිකල් එක ලොක් කරගන්නවා
පාඩේ මොකද නේද?
ලින්ක් එක ඇතුලේ මට 5ක් පෙන්නනවානේ කද
ඔය දෙන්නෙක් ඉස්සරහ ඉන්නවා.
තනියෙන් එන ඔෆිසර් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවනම් මේ ක්‍රූස් එකට ඇටෙන්න ඕනේ හැකි මං හිතන්නේ මං තනිය
කියන පහයි නේද දැන් උතන
මට පේන්න තියෙනවා
තියෙනවා හතරක්.
ක්‍රූස් හතරක් තියෙනවා
බයික් එකේ මේ ස්පීඩ් එක ආවා මම නේද? තව බයික් එකක් එන්න තියෙනවද? ඔය බයික් එකත් එක්ක.
එච්චර ගන්න මන්ද 1 2
ස්පීඩ් එක බයික් එකයි කූසර් SUV 4.
හරිනේ එතකොට ඔය මේ ස්පීඩ් එකක් නැහැ මේ බයික් එකකින් එක නෑ ස්පීඩ් එක යනවා මොකද්ද ඔක ගහය ගන්න
නෑ බයික් එකේ SUV 3යි තියෙන්නේ. SUV 3ක් තියෙන. SUV 4ක් තියෙනවනේ.
එතන මගේ ස්පීඩ් එක
මම කොහෙද ඉන්නේ?
මේ මෙතන යමු
ඉඳ දෙනවා.
ස්පේන් නැද්ද මයිදී
ඒක SUV කෙනෙක් තව එකකට ජොයින් වුණා නම් හරි SUV එක පටු
තනිය ස්පීඩ් එකකින් ඔබද තනිය ස්පීඩ් එකකින් ඔබද ස්පීඩ් මීටර් ජොයින් වෙලා මේ අරක රිපෝට් කරන්න හරි
දැන්පො
සංකාල සැක්කන්
මේ ඔෆිස් එකේ ලොයි චෙක් කරන්න බල ගියාද?
තන ගොජෙක් කවුරුද ඔබද
අම්මට සිරියන
හැබැයි සිටුේෂන් එකට මේ ඒ ඇත්තට විශ්වාස තියෙනවද ඒගොල්ලෝගේ?
දැන් මට 4 දෙනෙක් පෙන්නන එකනේ හොස්ටේජ් තුන් දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා මේ සස්පෙන්ඩ්
පළවෙනි පාරට තමයි මැක්ලරන් එක යන්නේ
සස්පෙට්ලා දෙන්නයි හොස්ටල්.
මැරීද දන්නේ නැහැ
හොස්ටේජ් ගන්න වෙහිකල් එක ළඟට
මේ ඔබේ ජොකෝ අනගින්නකෝ ස්පීඩ් මීටර් එක
මම නැගලා ඉන්නවා
මේ
ඔලුව කොට ඉප්පන් කරන්නේ මගේ මේ
මට තේරෙන විදිහට හැබැයි මෙතනම සිටුේෂන් එකක් යන්න වගේ හදන්න.
දැන් බලන්න එපා මම අපිටම ගන්න අතර ඉන්නේ හරි මේ යන තැනකට ගිහිල්ලා කරගන්න ඕක දැන් එපා වාහනේ නැගලා ඉන්න
මෙතනම
බලන්න
කනසින්
ගන්න එක තියෙද්දි පොඩ්ඩක් සාක්කුවට අද දාන්න බැරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙන එක බලන්න මේකමද කියන්නේ
නෑ මේ දැන් හරි ගියා මොකක් හරි වෙනවා
කවුද බං අර රැක්කේ
මේ ගමේ කෙනෙක් පාට මේකට දාවන්නේ.
ඔව් කියන්නේ
ඒ දීලා එන ප්‍රශ්න තියෙන ඔෆිසර් මේ ගානේ එක්කනේ
ඔබද රෙඩිද
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 මා උඩින් යන එක නැහැ කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරමු
එනේ නේද මොකක්ද ඉෂුව පණ්ඩ වෙන්න මට මෙතන ඉන්නවා
ජෝස් නෑ වයින්ද ගන්න බලන් ඉන්න
නේද
අපිට ප්‍රයොරිටි ගන්න හේතුව එක මොකද්ද?
බයික් එක ගන්න අප්ප ගන්න තු වෙන්න
අස බ්ලැක් ජැක් ඔය ෂෙඩ් එකකම හප්ප ගන්න එපා ක්‍රූස් එක
ආයේ යන්න නම් බෑ ඔෆිස් එක.
නෑ නෑ සර් ක්‍රූසරේ මේ සෙට් පේන පැත්තට නවත්තලා නෑ අනිත් පැත්තට රොලු
එක් පැත්තට හරවන්න එපා
එදා සිටුේෂන් එකේ මේ අරගොල්ලෝ කෑ ගහලා තිබ්බේ මේ එයාලා කොහොමද අපි කොහොමද දැනගත්තේ කියලා අහලා තිබ්බනේ මෙතන ඇම්බුෂ් එකක් යන්නේ කියලා මෙතනම ගහන්න යන්නේ කියලා එයාලගේ වෙහිකල් ඔය තැන් තැන් වල දාලා තිබ්බ. එයාලා ප්‍රයිවට් වෙහිකල් එයාලා. එතකොට දැන් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඇටෙන්ඩ් වෙන්නේ එක වෙහිකල් එකේ. සිටුේෂන් කෝස් එතකොට අර තැන් තැන් වල වෙහිකල් දීද්දි අපිට කොහොමද තේරුණා මේ සීන් එක වැඩේ යන්නේ කියලා මෙතන.
අතර පාරකයි
ඒ වගේ ඉතින් අර නෝමල් දේවල් අනේ වන්න. ඒක එයාලට තේරුන්නේ නැද්ද ඒක? ඉන්න බයිස් තෑ පාරත් දාලෙමු ලයිව් එක. ඔයාලත් ගෲප්ස් වල ඉන්නවා නම් බොයිස් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ෂෙයා බාරක් දාන්න මතක කරන්න එපා ලයිව් එක. ඔයාලගේ ෂෙයාර්ස් වලින් තමයි අපේ ලයිව් එක රීච් වෙන්නේ. ඔයාලා යම්මඩ ෂෙයා බාරක් දුන්නොත් අපේ ලයිව් එක කැමරට රීච් වෙයි. What's going on? මොකද අර ව්‍යායාම කරනවා කියන්කෝ අම්මෝ. අපේ ඔෆිස් එකේ කෙනෙක් ව්‍යායාම කරනවා. තමයි. මාරු. මොකද්ද බං අර උදේට කරන්නේම මොන නමස්කාරයද? අතකනේ කියන්නේ.
සාජන් මොකද සූර්ය නමස්කාරය?
අන්න සූර්ය නමස්කාර. ආඩා.
සාජන් කේස ගන්න කලින් බුදුන් වැඳලා යන්න. බඳලා ගන්න මම දන්නේ ඇටෙන්න එපා කියලා වෙන්නේ. ඒක තමයි.
එඩේ මේ
ආවේ බාරත් ඇවිල්ලා ඔබද මේ
මට තේරුණානේ.
මේ දෙයට වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
දන්නේ නැති ඔෆිසර්ස්ලාත් ඉන්නවනේ. බාඩු දෙක ඇවිල්ලානේ ඔෆිසර්ස්ලා. නිපුණ කියලා කැඩට් ඔෆිසර් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. නින්ජාර කියලා කැඩට් ඔෆිසර් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. මේ අපේ අරය නැද්ද? මේ කෙවින්ලා දෙන්නෙන් කවුරුත් නැහැ නේ. නෑ බං. ලිලි මට ලිලිවත් මීටර නෑ. හරි ලිලි කියන්නේ කවුද කියලාත් මීටර නෑ මට. ලිලි මේක මේ ලස්සනට තිබ්බට වැඩක් නැහැ. මේක එච්චර ස්පීඩ් යන්නේ. ස්පීඩ් ලිමිට් කරලා තියෙන රජේ. බයික් වලත් එහෙමයි. බයික් වලත් ස්පීඩ් ලිමිට් කරලා අර යාර මොකද්ද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? බයික් වල ස්පීඩ් ලිමිට් කරලා තියෙන්නේ. හැබැයි මේ PD එකේ අර බයික් එකේ විතරක් ලිමිට් නෑ. ඒක යනවා.
උදේට කාලා වෙල නැතුවද වැටෙනවා.
බෙදන්නේ.
වා අදෘශ්‍යමාන බලවේගයක් බාර දෙනවා වගේ මම හිතනවා. අමමෝ කේටීට හරි අමාරුව. අනිත් ඔෆිසර්ස්ලා ඉන්න බලපන්. පටන් ගන්නත් අයියෝ සිටුේෂන් පෝස් කරලානේ අයියෝ. කෙනෙක්ලා දෙන්නම ඉන්නවා.
අපි තාම යාලා අර ඔළුවේ එක්කන ඇවිල්ලාද?
හලෝ මේ මාත්‍යයා මේ මගේ වාහනේ කැඩිලා තියෙනවා. මේ හදාගන්න ඕනි. මේක මෙතන පොළවන්නවත් බෑනේ. මම මේ දියල්ලක් ගාවින් යෝ.
මාත්තු අනික මාත්තු මේ ඇනනස් ස්කෝල් දැන් ඇනනස් ස්කෝල් දැන් අංකයක් කියන්නවත්
ඇනොනිමස් මම දන්නේ මේ සර්විස් වල නම්බරේ තිබ්බ මාත්‍යගේ මං ගත්තයි. ඕ
හරි මාත්තු ඔව් ඇනනස් ස්ටයිල්
කරයි මං and අඩ අපිට ඇවටා එකක් දාන්න පුළුවන් නේ. තාරා 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 මම කලින් සිටියේ දාපු ඇවටා එකක් ඇති. අන්න හිතෙන්න පොට්ටක් හිතෙන්න දුවනේ ඔය අනින්න ඉස්සර බලන්න කොහෙද මේ ෆොටෝ එක? අඩ මම මේ අදත් දැක්කනේ මම ෆොටෝ. Nope, nope, no, 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 no. maybe. Okay. And change link.
ලෝගින් එන කිව්වේ නැත්නම් කියලා.
මට කොඩක් කෝල් එකක් දෙන්න.
ඒක තමයි මම ඒක තමයි.
කොහොනේ මම. නවටයි ගట్లනේ.
ඒ සර් ඔයා anonymous දාගෙන ඉන්න.
sorry අමතක වුණා. ඒකට ගත්තේ නැත්තේ?
මට මතක නෑ බං ඒක කොහොමද දාන්නේ කියලා. අවටා නෙමේ බෑග්ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් නේ දාන්න ඕනේ මෝඩේ බං. අත්ත මේ කිම් ගන්නේ? ඒක ඩිස්කෝඩ් දාලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ නේ. ඔව් ඩිස්කෝඩ් එකට ලින්ක් අප්ලෝඩ් කරලා බැලුවේ. මම හිතා ඩිස්කෝඩ් දාලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. යා. ඒක අපි මේකට අප්ලෝඩ් කරමු. මීඩියා ෆයිල් එකට දාන්න බෑ. මතක නෑ මම කීයට දාලා යන්න ඕනේ. Okay. හරි දැන් කස්ටමයිස් ගිහිල්ලා මේ කපලා වැටෙන්නේ නැහැ වා
රාජන් සර් ඉන්නවා නම් කැප්ටන් සර් පොඩ්ඩක් එන්නකො මේ මං
Yeah.
අයියෝ ෆොටෝ එක දාගන්න ඕනේ මම හිතන්නේ මොකක් හරි අවුලක් කෑ වැටෙන්න ඕනේ බා මදයි කොලා අයියෝ මොකක්ද අතන වෙන්නේ හිතව අපි කිල්ලවලු නික මේ තොප්පිය ගැලවෙනවද ආහා ගැලවුණා අතන මොකද වෙන්නේ
ඔබේ තාම පොඩි වෙලාවක් ඇති බේරන්න එක පෝස්ට් කරලා දින්න එක අන්ද ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඇවිල්ලා මේ කතා කරනවා නම් කරන්න ඒක.
ඒ ඔයාලා කොහම ළඟ ඉති මෙතන බෝම්බ එකක් පුදුරුවොත් ඔයාලා මොකද කරන්නේ?
බෝම්බ පුදුරුව නම් පුදුරන්න වන්න මොනද ඔක්කොම එක නම් මැනේ
ඇත්ත.
අයියේ
ෆොටෝ එකක් ගහමද මේ
මේක තෙරුවන්
අපි
සරණ කියලා
මේ අපි
සංකල්ප
තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ.
හයින් කර එක
හේල් කෝල එක
තෙරුවන් සරණ කියලා
මෙහෙමයි මහත්තයා මේ වගේ කයියක් ඉන්නලා අර හොස්ටේජ් නෝනව අරෝම ඉන්න දෙන්න
ලාරා.
බෝමෙන්නේ
ඔව් ඒක තමයි යන්න ඇතුල්
ක්ලාරා ඉන්නවද ලෝ?
මේක
එන්නෝ
ආමරයක් තියෙනවා ඔයාලා හැම දෙයක් කරගන්න සර්ච් කරගන්න යාව යන්න. ඔයාලා හොත් සර්ච් අන්තිමට සර්ච් කරනවානේ අපි ගියාට පස්සේ. ඔයාලා ඒක දැන් ඕනනම් කරගන්න. මගේ ඔළුව ගියාද? කට්ටිය කරා. මං තනියම කියවනේ කමන්නේ. මාර්ගයේ
එලිනා
ආවේ පොළු ගිහිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ
ඔව් කියන්නේ
එලීනා?
අයියෝ
කැප්ටන්
මේ අපි සැලීන පොඩ්ඩක් යනවද?
පට සිරි එන්න ආවා.
පොඩ්ඩක් යන්න.
මේ එයා කතා කරන අය නම මේ කටහඬ ලස්සනයි වගේ.
මට නිකන් ඒ කතාවේ තියෙන අහන පුරුදි වගේ නිකන්
අම්මගේ වගේ නේ ඔයාලගේ.
ඒක තමයි අර වාඩ මොකද්ද වාහනයක් හදලා දුන්න අයියයි කඩහන්න වගේ මට රන් එන්නේ.
ඒක දැන් රෝස වල දීපු එක්කෙනා
අර කොණ්ඩේ අර මොප්පයක් වගේ මොප්පයකින් අර වෙච්ච කෑල්ල පොළවේ හයි කරගෙන කොණ්ඩේ වෙන්න ඉන්න මැප්.
ඒක ගැන නේ මම මේ කතා කරේ. ඒක තමයි මාත්ද.
මමත් මේ මම අරේ නම් අවදි වෙලා ආව එකපාරට.
ඔයාගේ අවදි වුණා?
අවදි වුණා.
ඔයාගේ නෙමෙයි ඔයා අවදි වුණානේ.
මම අවදි වුණා බෝල.
ඒක
නේ ලස්සන කතා කරන්න බෝල.
ආයේ ලස්සන කතා කරනවා.
නේ ලස්සන වොයිස් එකෙන්. අපි සින්දුව කන්න බැන්න පොඩ්ඩ. එන්ජොයි කරන්න.
සින්දුවක්
ඉන්නවා.
අපි මෙතන ගැන් මොකද්ද මේ මොකද්ද මේ මොකද්ද මොකද්ද මම කියන්න ගියා අපි කවුද දැන් මෙතන
ඒක නාන්න දන්නේ. ඒක
සස්පෙක්ට්ලනේ සස්පෙක්ට් ඩාන්ස් එකක් පෙන්නන ඔයාලට
මොඩ විලෝ ස්පෙක්ට් ඩාන්ස්
සස්පෙක්ට් ඩාන්ස් මේ ඔයාලා බලන්න කැමති නම් හරියට සින්දුවක් කියන්නේ
යන්න කියලා පොඩ්ඩක් මේ අතනට
ඇතුළට යන්න එන්න එකෙන්ම එන්න කවුද ඔයා එන්න ඔයා එන්න
පොඩ්ඩක් යන්න කියලා නම් මේ අරේ තියෙනවා
එන්න ඔයා එන්න
නෑ නෑ මම කිව්වේ මේ අපිට බ්ලැක් චෙක් කතා කරලා යන්න කියලා කිව්වේ.
ඒ මම තෙරුවන් සරණ කියලා ලස්සන කතා
මම තමා
ඊට පස්සේ ඇඩ මාත් එක මේ දැන් ටීකට කලින් දැක්ක යට ලයිව් එක දාන්න
දැක්කනේ.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි
ජැක් ගහලා බ්ලැක්
මේ ආන්දෝ මාත්‍යෝ ඔය මේ ටීජේ කියලා මාත්‍යක් ඉන්නව නේද? ඒ මාත්‍යා දැන් හැමදැනම කොට ගිහලා දැන් නියම කෙහෙල් ගහට කොටලා දින්නවා විද? සුපිරි ගහයක. ඔව්. ඔය ටීජේ කියන මාත්‍යා අතුල කර රින්ගලා තාම වැටෙනවා. අන්න ටීජේ මාත්‍යා අර සමන් මාත්‍යාට කියන්නේ දෙපාරක් කඩන්න බෑ කියනවා.
නෑ එයා මේ කොමනේ දාන්නේ කීයද?
ඔය අර මොන්දා ටීජේ මාස්ටර්නේ අර මේක
මට නිකන් කතාවට හැරකට මේ මහත්තයාගේ නිකන් අර රෝස වල දීලා පැනලා ගිය මහත්තයාගේ නිකන් කතාවට නිකන්
වෙන මොකක්ද වෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ ෂුවර්.
බලන්න මේ ඊජේ මහත්තයව දැක්කොත් කවුරු හරි කියන්නේ මේ කෑල්ලමෙන්ට මල දීලා නැත කරන්න එපා කියලා බලන්න. කලින් ළමයි කියන දැන් බලත්
දැන් බලත් දුන්න.
මේ අහන්නකෝ මේ ඒ මහත්තයා හරිම ගරු කර මහත්තයෙක් අහිංසක මිනිසුන්ට උදව් කරනවලු මේ නමයි ඒක රෝසමලක් ඒ මහත්තයා හැමෝටම රෝසමල් දෙනවා
උපාදියා.
ඒව කියන්න එපා ඒ අහිංසක මහත්තයාට.
ඇයි යන්නේ? ඉන්න ගෑණියෙක් නැතු ගෑනු 10කට පාරට මල් දෙන්නේ.
ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ අර උඩ ප්‍රශ්නේ ඉතින් පොඩ්ඩක් ඔතී ලයින් 12 විතර එනවා පොඩ්ඩක් බලන්න. ඉන්න පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරමු.
උල්හා විතර එනවා මේ අම්මට ශිරියන්නේ අව 12 විතර එනවලු. යසයි මට මාර සතුටක් දැනෙනවා 12 විතර වෙනවා කිව්වහම. ඉන්න බාන් අද Sentinels වගේ මැච් එකක් තියෙනවා මං හිතන්නේ. මේ මැච් එක මං හිතන්නේ පාන්දර 1යි ගන්න තියෙන්නේ. ඔව් තාම නෑ. ෂෙඩියුල් එක පොඩ්ඩක් බලමුද? Sentinels like match schedule. Nope. Should do. නෑ සැප්තැම්බර් 17 කියන what සැප්තැම්බර්ද මට වැරදුනා හිතෙන්න පොඩ්ඩක් හිතෙන්න පොඩ්ඩක් හිතෙන්න තුවන්නේ ඔයා Sentinels TGRE watch party match will start around 1:30. ආහා තියෙනවා මැච් එකක් තියෙනවා මචං මැච් එකක් තියෙනවා බලන්න LC කිව්වේ මට දාගන්න බෑ Yep. Nope. අද කවද්ද අද 8නේ August 8 August 8 what the hell August 4 5 6 7 අද 8 කියන්නේ දැන් පාන්දර තියෙනවා ඒක 9නේ නේද නෑ එහෙනම් දාන්න I don't know. All the matches will be streamed live on the official Valorant channel. You can either watch it on Valorant's YouTube channel or the Valorant Twitch channel. If you don't want to watch the official stream, You also have the option to watch party with some big names. Trick. Theric. Okay. Okay. Abi wala. මට මගේ
අපේ තින්න බෝම්බ දාන ඔෆිසර්ස් ලානේද තෙලිම දෙන්නේ ගන්ධ පොලිස් ගන්ධ බෝම්බ දෙන්නේ ගන්ධ බෝම්බ
ගන්ධ
විතර දාන්නගේ බෝම්බ දාන්නේ
ඔව් පටෝල් සටෝල් ගන්නවා මට වින්ටේ
අවව මේ ඔස්ටේ ජනන් තියෙන්නේ බලාස්කාරේ
Loaded completely.
There's one middle of tree.
They just got there.
Bad angle, but it might be good because they might not have guns. Their money's kind of tight.
They're dogging up C-Long.
Seems unlikely. I think we should be
top
pushing.
C. They might flash out of it.
I'm gonna go try to get a pick. I think they're gonna come back to A because I heard the bomb.
Ha. He.
Fuck, I forgot to like add the freaking sub counter to this overlay. Let me just where is the damn sub counter? Let me try this shit.
Where's the goddamn sub counter, brother? Y'all's be.
Where is the goddamn sub counter, brother? I'm coming to burn.
I'm just gonna ult right away. Okay, so
play කරන්නේ මොනවද?
Damn, our Reyna died. How will we get our entries? Kick, dude.
නේද මේ තියෙන්නම
We're so good.
Sentinel was the guard. The guard match එක 1 PM. Let's go.
I'm charging up the bomb. Oh.
ඒ මට schedule එක හදන්න.
Got recon in 20. Don't peek, please.
අපි match එක බලමු ගැම්මනම්
I'm gonna wait. I have recon in 14 seconds. Gonna drone until then to stall the time. Stalling time. Recon in 5. Shock darting left side. Shock darting again.
I'm gonna pretend I'm B main with the flash.
Reconning now. Wall bang coming now. Get ready to wall bang. And
What the heck?
112.
Oh my god, I would go on top of the box if I was him.
Oh my god.
I thought he was gonna go on top. I was like, that would
Oh shit, I'm dead as fuck.
It's okay.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition.
Baby lock them door and turn
අද Sentinels ගේ match එක special. මොකද මේ shout එක play කරන first match එක. Legendary shout එක play කරන first match එක යාලා. ඉතින් අද ස්පෙෂල් ඉතින් ඔයාලත් බලනවනම් Valorant live එක අනිවාර්යෙන් බලන්න අද match එක. ඔයාලා shout දන්නේ නැත්නම් මට කියන්න දෙයක් නැහැ එතන ගියාට.
Just to be. Oh, Chamber is such a good agent. Oh my. Okay, run it.
They still shot my phone.
No one's out.
Shout mean shout.
Oh, nice
Legendary
shot.
shout.
Did you hear what Reyna said? No one's out.
I
muted her.
Oh, sorry. Hello, Glitter. How you doing? Natsuki, thank you for the tier 1 subscription.
මොකද තත්ත්වයක්ද? ඔබ කරනවා මම හිතනවා.
open.
Nෑ පොඩි වයසේ ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා අමාරුයි වයස. ඒ අර ගියා. ඔකේ දෙයට මෙයන්.
මේ මුන්ටික පිටිපස්ස දෙලින් පැන්නද කොහෙද? ඒකත් නෑද.
ඔක්කොම ගණ්ඩි කරන පොයින්ට් කරගෙන
විතර මාව විතර වට කරගෙන
අපි චොකෝ ඉන්නවා
ඉන්නවා
මාත්‍යෝ මේ කෝ කට්ටිය එක යනවනේ මෙතනින්
මාත්‍ය ඔහොම ඉන්න මේ තියනවා මං කියන විදිහට වැඩේ කරන්න මේ මේක දන්නවන්නේ මේ පේනවා ලස්සට කෙලි පොඩ්ඩ මේක නිල් වෙයි එන්න එපා
ඉතින් හරි මේ ලයිට් ගන්න එළින ඉන්නවා
එන්න එපා පැත්ත බලාතේ
එළින මාරුව හැබැයි මෙතනම තිබ්බනන්නේ
හිතනම තිබ්බන අඩ MK බම්මුන් කෝ බං කට්ටේ හරි බීම පත බෑවනේ
අපි ඔබියස්ලි ඔලුවට යන්න තෝ ඉන්න පොඩ්ඩක්
මේවා එන්නද හදන්නේ
මහත්තයෝ මගේ ආරක්ෂාවට මං තුවක්කුවක් තියාගෙන ඉන්නේ මේකේ ඔලුවට අර තියාගෙන ඉන්නේ ඔලුවට මම පේනවනේ
මොකෝ කමෙන්ට්
හරි ඔය වුණොත් පට්ටුවේ
එලින් කමෙන්ට් ලයිව් ඉන්නේ කියන්නේ
මද
මම වෙන්නේ
අනේ හොන්න බඩ
නෑ නෑ මම නිකන් කිව්වා
අදෝන
නෑ නෑ කමෙන්ට්
යාර බෑග් එකක් කඩලා
Oh, galdik bag ya kaulan.
Galdik.
මාත් බෑග් එකක්
මේ DJ මාත්‍ය. sorry මේ සමන් මාත්‍ය.
ඒකද?
මේ සමන් මාත්‍ය.
තමන් අයියා අපිට මෙච්චරයි කියන්න තියෙන්නේ බොසා අයියෝ ආහාවනේ
කෙනෙක්කෝ
අර මේක වැඩි වුණා
මේක නෙවෙයි ටෝට් මුන්ට අවඩින්ගේ මව රෝස් පාන් කරනවා මෙතන මම මේ කිව්ව ගන් පොයින්ට් කරලා තියාගන්න හරි හරි අර මූසලේ ආවා
පොඩි ඉන්න
මේ නෝනා ඔයා නැතුව මිෂින් එකේ හිටියේ ඔව් බම් මෙතන වට කරගෙන බෝලා අපි
මේ අපේ අනිත් එක්ක ආවද
අප්පෝ ආවා
අම්මෝ
හරි
ගියා වගේ පාටියක් දාන්න
බොසා
හරි යාන්න එකක්
හරිද
පොඩ්ඩක් තියාගන්න
අර පොඩකින් මම
ඔෆිසර් ඉන්නව නේද?
ඒක තිබුණා නම් අවශ්‍ය කරලා ආරත් මේක යවන්න කියන.
ඔෆිසර් මේ ස්පීඩ් යුනිට් එකේ ඉන්න අනිත් ඔෆිසර් ආයි. හරි.
ඕ පරිමල.
කොටයි. එක්තර යන්න දෙන්නවා.
ඔමිනෝ. ඒ කවුද ලීඩ් එක ගන්නද?
බෑ බයික් යුනිට් එක.
කොහෙද වෝල්ට් ඉන්නවද?
බයික් එක රෙඩි ගන්න හොප් ගන්න දෙන්න කට්ටිය.
මේ ස්පීඩ් එකට දාගන්න. අර බයික් එක ගන්නකො.
දන්නේ මම හිතනවා කරේ.
ඔබිය රෙඩි ද ඔයගොල්ලෝ?
රෙඩි.
රෙඩි.
වෙහිකල් එක යනවා බැංකුවෙන් දකුණු පැත්තට හලවලා කෙලින්ම යනවා වාහනේ
දකුණු පැත්තට හලවලා කෙලින්ම යනවා.
මේක පැත්තට. තරෙන් දකුණු පැත්තට හැරෙව්වා. ආයෙත් බැංක් එක පැත්තට ආයෙත් ස්ට්‍රේට් යන ගමන් තියෙනවා. ඩිමාන්ඩ් කරනවද? බයික් එක යනවා පොඩ්ඩ බලන්න මේ උලන්. ඊක පැත්තෙන් වම් පැත්ත දාලා සිටි එක පැත්තට කෙලින්ම යනවා. කජන පැත්තේ කියන ඔරෙන්ජ් ෆාම්ස් පැත්ත පාස් කරගෙන.
අම්මර සෙරි.
ඩොපරෙන්ට් ගෝල් අවුට් වෙන්නේ
නැහැ. හරි ඒක මම කියන්න. ඒක කෙලින් ගන්නේ ඔය. අදිටියෙන් නේ බා වල ඒක මොකද වල දැනගන්න ඕනේ කට්ටිය ඉන්නා නම් විතරයිනේ ඒක මම කියන්නේ.
ඒක මම මම ගත්තද
මොකලොට හඳන්න අදිටියෙන් නේ බා ඉතින්.
ලිබානක
ලගේ නෑ තාලගේ හරුත් නෑ බේ. ඒක තමයි.
ඒ බයික් එක ගන්න එක නා පොඩක් බයෝඩි ගන්නද යන්න ස්පීඩ් වෙන්ටර් බයෝඩි දෙන්න නැත්නම් බයික් එක ඉක්මනට
ආයෙත් යූටර්න් එකක් දාලා ආයෙත් වමටම හැරෙමු.
නැව තියෙන්නේ මෙහෙට වෙන්නේ. ඒ නැව නෙමෙයි තව නැවක් තියෙනවා මම හිතන්නේ.
මේකේ හොදන තැන වල විෂුවල් දෙකක් තියෙනවා. හරි අරන් ඉන්නේ කන්ද හරිය ඉන්නේ දෙන්නෙක් එක්කෙනෙක් බුත් එකක හැංගිලා ඉන්න කෙනෙක් කන්ද උදේ දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්න බලාගෙන අපිට දෙන්නෙක් විෂුවල් තියෙනවා.
ඩිමාන්ඩ් කරාද බයික් එක?
ඉන්නේ බුස් දෙකක හැංගිලා ඉන්නේ. බුස් වල හැංගිලා ඉන්න බලාගෙන උදේ.
ඒ කන්ද උඩද බලන්නේ අද?
කන්ද උඩින් දෙන්නම කන්ද උඩ ඉන්නේ.
ඕල් සබ්සෙක්ට් කියක්
අnder කියන්නේ
දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්න.
අපිට කරහැන් දින්නේ තව ගොඩක්.
මම හිතන්නේ ඉස්සරහ
මෙතන සීලක් එකක වෙන්න පුළුවන්. හරියට අරගෙන
එක්කෙනේ පඳුරක් ගලක් ගාවම පඳුරක් අස්ස ඇඟිලා ඉන්න අනිත් කෙනත් ඉන්නේ නෝමල් පොඩ ඈතට වෙන්න ආන්තිලා ඉන්න. ඔක යූස් කරනවා.
මම යාලා ඉතින් අපි සීට් එකක් කියලා ගහනකොට මේගොල්ලෝ පැත්තෙන් ගහනවා වගේ. දැන් මෙතන ඉන්න සීට් එක ගාව දෙන්නයි අර එතන යා පැත්ත තියෙන්නේ සාමාන්‍ය එන්නේ මේ සබ්මරීන් ගන්න දෙන. අර ප්‍රොසෙස් එක වගේ තමයි ගියා. අන්නේ ගෙදර ගාව එක්කෙනා.
ගෙදර ගාව එක්කෙනාගේ නැවක් වගේ ඇතුළට දාන්න පුළුවන් එකේ දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නා. ඒක බහයි ඉන්නේ. පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා පුළුවන් ඒවලන්ද දෙන්න.
හරි හරි. බෑක් සයිඩ් ඕකේ කරන්න යන්න.
ගෙදර එක්කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවනේ. එයාට ගහලා යන්න.
ඒක බුද්ධිම වස්සා. වෙල්කම් ටු දිස් ස්ට්‍රීම්. මොකද වෙන්නේ බුද්ධි?
අපි දැන් මේ ඉන්න පැත්තේ පඳුර වස්සේ කවුරු හරි ඉන්නවද? ඒ කියන්නේ වම් පැත්තේ පඳුර වල කවුරු හරි ඉන්නවද?
නෑ අර ගල ගාව විතරයි පඳුර වස්සින් ඉන්න ඔක්කොමලා ඉන්නේ. එක්කෙනෙක් ඇතුළේ ඉන්න නෝමල්. උස්සාගේ දෙකක් තියෙන.
හරි. තව ගෙවල් දෙකක් තියෙනවනේ වම් පැත්තට වෙන්නේ ගෙවල් දෙක ඉන්නවද?
ගෙවල් දෙක ඇතුළේ තමයි. ගෙවල් දෙකේ බෝට්ටුවක් එක තියෙන තැන නේ කියන්නේ. ගෙවල් දෙක කියන්නේ.
වම් පැත්තේ ගෙවල් දෙකක් තියෙනවා.
ඒ ඉස්සරහ එක්කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා.
Just don't shot fire උන්නේ නේද කොල්ලන්ගේ?
ඔන්නේ.
සමල.
ගෙවල් කියන්නේ බීච් එක ගාව ගෙවල්ද කියන්නේ? බීච් එක ගාව නැති ගෙවල් ටිකට කියන්නේ.
ඔව් පාරට
එවෙනේ.
එතකොට අපි
ඒගොල්ලෝ කන්ෆයින් කරගෙන
කන්දෙන් එතේ කන්දෙන් එනකොට කන්ද පල්ලම ගන්න ඒ සීරප් දෙකට දකුණු පැත්තේ. ඔව්. ඒ කන්ද පල්ලම ගන්නකොට මූදට වෙන්න දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉන්නේ සීරප් දෙකට වම් පැත්තේ. සීරප් දෙකේ දකුණ. මෙයා හරියටම යවන්න ගියට. ඔයගොල්ලෝ සීරප් දෙකට පුෂ් කරද්දී එයාලා ඉන්න හයි ග්‍රවුන්ඩ්. එයාලට ගහන්න පුළුවන් සීට් එක තියන හරියට. ඒ දෙන්නට. අපි කන්ද පිටිපස්සෙන් ආවොත් ඒක දෙන්න ගහන්න පුළුවන්. පුළුවන්. කන්දෙන් ඉන්න කන්දෙන් ආවේ.
මොනවා එන්නද බං ඉතින්?
මං ඉන්න තැන බයික් එකක් තියෙනවා. බලන්න එතන පොරව ඉන්නවද කියලා.
මුකුත් වෙන්න දෙයක් නැත්තම් බුද්ධිම තේරුවන් සරණයි කියලා අස්සම් කරපන්.
තාම දැන් බයික් තියෙනවා වැඩිච්ච. එතන පතුරේ කවුරු හරි ඉන්නවද?
හරි. කන්ද ගෙනා. යනවා කන්ද පිටිපස්සට.
සම්දාල ඉන්නේ මම.
මම බහින්නේ නැත්තේ ඉබා.
සාදන් කේඩි.
ෂිට්.
එතන බයික් එකක් තියෙනවා වට්ටල බලන්න.
ඔය කන්දරේ කුසරේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ කුසරේ වම් පල්ලමට ගියොත් එයාලට පේනවා. ඒ පල්ලම එහා කොනේ ඉන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ. හරි අපි බහලා කිව්වොත් නෑ ඔයාලට ඉන්නේ මෙතන මේ කන්දින්නේ ඔය දෙන්නද? නෑ අපි මමයි ඉතන මේ කැරට් ඔෆිසර් දෙන්නද මේ ආවන්න ගියාට මෙන්න මෙතන ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉන්නේ හරිද? ඔයාලා දැන් ඒගොල්ලන්ට පෙනිලා ඉන්නේ.
පාලා ගෙදර ඉන්න අපේ එක්කෙනෙක් ඉන්නේ.
ඔයාලා ගිය කන්ද දන්නේ නෑ. දැන් මේ කැරට් ඔෆිසර් ඉන්න කන්දේ ඉතින් ඔයාලට පේනවා ඒගොල්ලන්ට.
එතන ඔබට දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නව නේද? මට දෙන්නෙක් විශ්වාස.
දෙන්නෙක්
ඉන්නවා හරි. ෂූට් කරන්නේ නැහැ.
හොයන්නත් බෑ කියපන් ඉතින්. පළවෙනි පාර බඳිනකොට එහෙම තමයි. මම පළවෙනි පාර කියනවා. දැන් දෙවෙනි පාරත් බඳින්න හදලා තියෙනවා. අරුවා. ඔව් බීච් එක පැත්තේ මම ඉන්නේ. විෂුවල් දිනනවා මම ෆයර් කරන්නද?
ෆයර් කරන්න මලක් කියනවා. අර දුක පාට එක්කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද?
අදින් නෑ බං මං හිතන්නේ.
කොතනද
අන්ද උඩින්
ඔබද තේරම විශ්වාසයක් තියෙනවද සිටි මේක එතනන්නේ
මං ඉන්නේ වතුරේ ඉන්නේ ඕගොල්ලෝ ඔතන මීට පුෂ් කරද්දි මං වතුරෙන් එන්න.
කැප්ටන් සර් ඔයන් පුෂ් කරනකොට මට ඕන යාවන්න එක බයලා මෙතනින් සබ්ස්ක්‍රයිබ් දෙන්න පුළුවන්.
මේ ඉවෙන්ට් එකේ ඉන්න
අපේ කෝර කන්දර මේ ඕගොල්ලෝ එළියන ඕගොල්ලෝ එන්නක මම යාවන්න කරන් යන කන්දර. ඔය ඔච්චර මේ ළඟට එන්න ඕනේ කව. මෙතන යාවන්න කව ඉන්න මේ හරියට එන්න ඕනේ කව. මේ දෙන්න
තකලා ලැප්ටොප් එක
මං ඔයාලට මේකක් දාලා දෙන්න. එන්න මේ හරියට.
අර ඇත කන්ද උඩ ඉන්නේ කවුද? අපේ ඔෆිසර්ස්ලා නෙමෙයි.
රජේෂ් වාස්කේවත් දාන්න.
මම බොක් කියනවනේ ඉතින්.
අන්න එතෙන්ට එන්නකෝ. එතෙන්ට ආවනම් අපිට කවර් එකක් දෙන්න.
හරි එතන නම් මට පොඩ්ඩක් හෙලියෙන් විෂුවල් කියන්න උදරා නැතු
එතන ඉඳන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ ගෙලින් කන්ද පල්ලම් බලලා දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නවා කන්ද පල්ලමේ.
හතක් ඉන්නවා
එතෙන්ට එන්න.
පුෂ් කරලා තියෙන බාර.
එතෙන්ට එන්න මම විශ්වාස කරගෙන කියනවා. ඔය ඉක්මන් කරන්න. එතන නේද? තා පල්ලේ පල්ලමේ. එතන ඉඳන් රේන්ජ් නෑ මේ මෙතන ඉන්නේ මේ කන්ද පල්ලේ මෙන්න මෙතන දෙන්න ඉන්නේ. රේන්ජ් නෑ බලන්න.
ආත කළු පාට එකේ කියන රේන්ජ් නෑ.
හරියටම ගියාවන්න යට දෙන්න ඉන්නේ. ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඉසා ගන්නද?
නේ අපි ඔෆිසර් කෙනෙක් ළඟ ඉන්නේ බලන්න.
ඉතලා ඉන්නේ බලන්න මට කියන්නකෝ.
ඔයා ඔතනින් පුෂ් කරන්නේ මේ කොහෙටද? මම හිතුවා මේ ගලට පුෂ් කරයි කියලා. මේ අපේ කැප්ටන් සර් ඔතනින් උඩාවත් මේගොල්ලෝ ගහයි.
ඒක පල්ලයට කෙනෙක් එන්න පුළුවන්ද?
මම ඇවිල්ලි මම මේ ගලවි. මොනවද මේ අපි පොඩි අතන අරද ලකුණෙන් එක්කෙනයි වමෙන් එක්කෙනෙක්
මන් දිහා බලන් ඉන්නද කියලා කියන්නේ.
මේ ඔයා ඔතනින් කොහෙට දෙන්න හදන්නේ? අපේ පැත්තටද නැත්නම් මේ
එන්න බැලු අර
උඩේ ඉන්න සස්පෙක්ට් නේද?
හවුස් එකේ කුඩාරම් දෙකක් තියෙන මේ පැත්තෙන් එන්න හරි.
එතෙන්ට ඔයා උඩට යද්දි මේ දෙන්න ගහයි නේද?
එක්කෙනෙක් නෑ එක්කෙනෙක් කරේ ගන්න පුළුවන් වුණොත් හරි නේ ඉතින්.
හරි එන්න. මේ ඔයලින පැත්තට වෙනකොට මේ විෂුවල් තියනවද?
හරි ඕලා එනං ගල උදෙරෙන්නව හරි පුෂ් කරලා ගන්න වෙල පුළුවන් එන්න පුෂ් කරලා ගහමු.
ළඟට එන්න ඔය දෙන්න ළඟට එන්න මෙතෙන්ට ගහන්න ඔය දෙන්න ගහන්න මේ හවුස් එකේ මේ මගේ සතරක පල්ලෙහාට.
දෙන්නේ කියන්නේ අපි පල්ලෙහාට
මට කියන්න කොහෙද ඉන්නේ කියලා දැන් ඒගොල්ලෝ අර
උත්තගේ එළිය වැටෙනා ඉඳලා ගැව්වොත් හොඳ නැද්ද මේ කලෝරේ ගහනකොට
තුන්දෙනාම ඉන්නේ මේ මේකේ මේ මොකේද දන්නවද මෙයා හවුස් එක ඇතුලේ
ඩෝලවද
මෙයා හවුස් එක ඇතුලේ තුන්දෙනයි මං ගාව එයා වන්න යට දෙන්නයි
හරි යාවන්න යට කියන්නේ දැන්
මේකට ඉන්න දෙන්නට මට ගන්න අමාරුයි නේ
අර කන්ද උඩ ඉන්න දෙන්නනේ දැන් කන්ද උඩ ඉන්නේ අපේ උන් කියලා කිව්වනේ ඉස්සෙල්ල
ඔහොම ඉන්නවා අපි ලං කරා නම් නෑ අපි ලං කරොත්
මට මෙහෙම කරන්න පුළුවන් ඕගලන් ගල උඩ ඉන්න දෙන්නව ඩිස්ට්‍රැක්ට් කරලා දුන්නා මට හිමින්තරේ ගල ගාවට ඇවිල්ලා නැගගෙන ඉන්න
බලා එහෙම කරන්න බෑ එන්න ගල ගාවට රායන් ගල ගාවට ඔපරේටින් තියනගෙන ආගේ රායන් කිට්ට කියරන්න ගන්න ගලගාවට එන්න ඒකම යාවන්න එක දාන්න ට්‍රයි එකක් දෙමු කොහොමද
බොසා කරවල වැටෙනවා
ගල් හොදතර ගෙදර කීදෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා
ගල් හොදන කවුරුත් නෑ ගල් හොදන ගෙදර කියන්නේ අර පිටිපස්සේ වතුරත් එක්ක තියෙන ගල් හොදන ගෙදර මේ ව්‍යාහවුස් එක වගේ එක අන්න ඒකේ තමයි තුන් දෙනාම ඉන්නේ
දැන් ඉස්සරහේ කවුරුත් නැද්ද
නෑ දැන් ඔය අපේ ඔෆිස් එකේ ඩී ඉන්නේ. ඔයගොල්ලෝ කවරලා ඉන්නේ ගේකට.
ඔව්.
ඒ ගෙදර කවුරුත් නෑ. ඒ ගෙදර ක්ලියර්. හරි. ඒ ඉස්සරහ ගෙදර තමයි තුන් දෙනාම ඉන්නේ. එයා හවුස් එකේ. ඔව් කරන්දා ගියා. කොහොමද ඉන්නේ? හරිද?
ඔබිද ඔව් මි දැන් ඔයා මෙතෙන්ට යුනිට් එක ගෙනින්
හරි රාජන් ඔය අතන ඉන්න මේ ඔයාලා දෙන්න පහලට එන්නේ නැහැ නේද? ආයෙ දෙන්න මුලින් ඉන්න.
දැන් පොඩ මට ඔබියමි කියන්න කොහෙන්ද පුෂ් කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා අපි එතන පුෂ් කරලා ගන්න.
දැන් මෙතන පේනවද මේ පයිලයින් පළේට තියෙනවා. අන්න ඒ දෙන්නටයි පුෂ් කරන්නේ.
මේ කොච්චර දුර එන්න පුළුවන් වදින්නද?
කොටයි ඉන්න. මම ඔතෙන්ට ඉල්ලවල් විෂුවල් කියනවා. කොට්ටගේ නොවිද සන්තුට මට විෂුවල් තියෙනවා. එළිය බම්බල්පි වල පිටිපස්සෙන් විෂුවල් තමයි දැක්කා.
පිටිපස්සෙන් ඇවිල්ලා.
ඔයාලා දැන් යන්න වාහනේ ගන්න වාහනේ අදින් පාට යන්න වාහනේ. ඔයාලා යන්න බඩේ. සන්තුටින් දෙන්නෙක් ඇවිල්ලා. ඔයාලා යන්න.
කොවිද දෙන්කෝ දැන් දැක් කොහෙන්ද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ? කන්ද උඩ අනිත් පැත්තෙන් ඇවිල්ලා.
අපි අපාරේ ඒ හරියද?
ඔයා පල්ලට බැස්සුයි.
හරියට මර දෙන්නයි පිටිපස්සේ.
කීතියනම් ගන්න ඉවින්නේ මේ.
වාහනේට වැටෙන කියන්නකෝ.
ඕගොල්ලන් පුෂ් කරන්න ඕගොල්ලන් එළිය පුෂ් කරනකොට අර දෙන්නව සුපිරියර් විෂුවල් තියෙන ඩිස්ට්‍රැක්ට් කරලා දෙන්න මට ගන්න පුළුවන්.
ඒටි බලාගෙන.
පිටිපස්සට එළිය බාන්නද? නැත්නම් මෙතෙන්ට බාන්නද?
මට හෙදියෙන් නැතු වෙන කට්ටිය ඔය ඩිස්ට්‍රැක්ට් කරලා දෙන්න.
එන කට්ටියට එන්න දැන් අර දෙන්නට තමයි එන්න තිබ්බේ. ප්‍රශ්න තිබ්බේ.
හරි ඔය නිල්කනාව ගන්න පුළුවන් මම එයාව ගන්න. මට හෙදියෙන් ඩිස්ට්‍රැක්ට් කරලා දෙන්න.
නිල්කනාව කියන්නේ මම
වටෙන් ආව දෙන්නකෝ.
පොසිෂන් එකක් ගන්නකෝ. සප්‍රෙස් වෙනවා.
ඩවුන් එකෙන්
ඕ
අනිත් එක ගන්න.
හරි යද්දම
නයි. දැන් මේ
අන්තර පයින්ටනේ. අපි ළඟට පුෂ් කරනවා කන්.
පොඩපොඩෙන් මට
ඩවුන් තව එකක් ඩවුන්.
ඩවුන් හතරක් නයි. ඉන්නගෙන අපේ ඔෆිස් එකේ නේද දැක්කේ?
ඩවුන්.
අපි වාහනයක් කරා කන්දර දෙන්න දෙනවා.
ඔය කන්ට්‍රෝල් දෙන්න අපි ගන්න අපි ඉන්නවා මෙතන විතර.
ඔකෝද විදිහට මේ තව කොහෙන්ද එන්නේ?
ඩවුන්
ඩවුන් නතර ප්ලේ.
කොහොමද? මන්ද ගන්නේ?
ඔතේ මේ ඩවුන් නේ මම බලන්න.
ඔෆිසර් මේ ඩවුන් නැතන මම
ඩිරෙක්ට් ඔෆිසර් කෙනෙකුට ඩවුන්.
ගන්න බෑ.
කන්දගාවින් එනකම් මං ඉන්න දෙන්නේ. මෙතන මං ඉන්න තැනම මම මැජික් ප්ලෑන් එකක් දාන්න. එතකොට විෂුවල් දෙන්න දෙන්නේ කි. කන්ද උඩ.
අපි දෙන්නේ ඩවුන්.
හරි.
හරි. අපි කන්දෝනේ පුෂ් කරනකොට ඔයගොල්ලන් කියන්න හරිද? ඉන්ජිනේරෙක් ඉන්නවා මල්ලගේ. මට කන්ද පල්ලෙන් එන එක විෂුවල් කියන්න වෙයිද?
මම පේන්නේ නැහැ තාම.
දැන් ඔයගොල්ලෝ කියනවා හතරක් ඩවුන් කරේ. තව තුනයි ඉන්නේ.
ඔතන කොහෙන්ද?
කොහෙන්ද උඩින් ගහන්න ඕනද?
දෙන්න කන්දරේ.
කන්ද මන්ද ඔෆිසර් මංගාව ඉන්න මට වොක් කතා කරන්න බෑ.
කොහොමද?
හරි.
බීච් එකේදී?
හරි.
Can I down again?
Down.
Can I? Back up on it.
Jangan push kalau kamu. Konin. Mata visual di nomor ini.
හරි එයා මචං
Cepat tak?
අන්න යන්න ආයි තිනස
අකුරට එපිනවා.
Ani down.
Aku just ability orang ini istilah. Aku just ability orang ini kelima.
මම ගැහුවා මචං ඉතින් උනක් ගැහුවා දෙකක් ඩවුන්
Kena gue bisa mi dong.
බොරු කියනවා
මට කියන්නේ ඉන්නේ වතුර ඩවුන් වෙනවා අමතක කරන්නේ.
Online kena kotoran dan ini manggil kan mana tahu aku tuh.
Ya.
හැබැයි කන්දේ වටෙන් එන්නේ විශ්වාස.
හරි. වතුරේ
ලැජ්ජක් හරිද
Orang yang tak kalian logo mi.
මම බැන්ඩේජ් කරනවා විතර යනවා. තියෙන කට්ටිය අරන් යනවා බොඩි.
Cover එක ගත්ත කවුද?
හරි අම්මෝ අඩෝ බයික් එකක් තියෙන
Jangan lagi. Ada tuh.
අතේ ඉන්න එක්කෙනාට ප්‍රශ්නයක් වුණා මේ උඩ බොඩිස් ටිකත් පහලට ඇද්දනා හරි වගේ
Body argan office මං කියන දැන් අරන් ඉන්න වෙයි. පොඩි නෝයි.
ඔක්කොම බොඩිස් ටික මෙතන සීලබ් එක ගාගෙන ඉන්නේ.
එන සීලබ් එක ගාවට ගෙන්න මේ තව බොඩි දෙකක් තියෙනවා උඩ එන්න වෙන එකක් ගන්න තව ඔෆිස් එකේ මම එකක් කරා.
මේ බයික් එක ගෙවි කොහොම බයික් එක ඔබින බයික් එකක් තිබ්බනේ
අර වතුර කීයක් ගෙනවා ගත්තද?
ඔෆිස් එකේ ගත්තා. ඔෆිස් එකේ පදාලා ගිහින් නේලෝ.
මම අරන් යනවා.
බයික් එක නෑනේ
මොකෙම හෙල්මට් මාස්ක් කලවන්න බැන්ඩේජ් කරන්න
කොහෙකද දාලා
සර්ච් කරන නැති ඔෆිස් එක අරන් මේ සස්පෙක්ට් අරන් කළා දී.
කෙනෙක් කඩුවේ මං හිතන්නේ.
දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නවා මේ අප්පන් ගාව.
මේ එළිය වතුරට යන කැලේ කෙනෙක් මම ඩවුන් කරා යන්නේ. පල්ලෙහා දුන්නු මෙතන. පල්ලෙහා මම පොඩියක් ගත්ත මේ කන්ද ගාව.
අන්තිම කෙනෙක් ඩවුන් වුණේ වතුරේ පොඩ යවත් බලන්න.
බැන්ඩේජින් කියලා නැද්ද බං
අදනයින් කීයක් තිබුණාද?
එයා වන්නක අපි MD එකට බැක් කරනවා ඔයගලන්ද බෑකප් කරනකන් ඉන්න ඕන්න එයා වන්න කොහොමද? දෙන්නා
අරන් යන්න මේ එයාලගේ 6 දෙනයිද හිටියේ?
වතුර එක්කිනා ගත්තා ෂුවර්.
ඔනා කිව්වේ. කිව්වනේ නැහැ හොන්නේ මොකද කිව්වේ? එයා වන්නේ ගෙනියන්න කොහොමද?
නැවත මේ අපේ එක්ක තව ඉන්න කියලා කිව්වේ.
නෑ මේක දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්න මේක එයා වන්නේ.
කවුන්ට් එක හරි.
හොල්ල මනාදිනා
මෙලිනා ක්ලාරා ඉන්නවා. මේ සෝරි
ගැලවෙන්නේ නැතෝලු. අන්න ගැලවෙන්නේ නැලු ඉතින් බෑනේ යා. මේ ඩවුන් ඔෆිසර්ස් වලට බැන්ඩේජ් කරාද?
ඔව් මම කළා.
SPVයාගේ මුඩ දීපනේ මේ ජයිස්ලාට ටක්ක.
තරයන.
ඔය සබ්ජෙක්ට් අරගෙන මේ පාර දිග යන්න එපා. වීකල් ටික ළඟට ගෙන්න ගන්න.
සස්පෙක්ට් වෙහිකල් එක චෙක් කරාද?
මට ඇතර පේනවා කවුරු හරි එක්කෙනෙක් අරගෙන යනවා.
නේ ඒක ඉග්නෝර් කරන්න ඉක්නෝර් කරන්න.
Kuan totu hletima.
වේගම් එක රිපෝට් කරන්න
රිපෝට් කරන්න කැටි වෝල්ට නේද?
ඔව් කැටි වෝල්ට.
ආගෙද නේද? ඒ කීයක් තියෙනවද?
ටීවී තුනක් තියෙනවනේ ටීවී.
ඇතිනේ.
මල ඔක්සි පේන් කිලර්ස් ගන්නව නේද?
එන්නගන්න.
ඒත් ගන්නවා. මම සර්ච් කරේ නේද?
එන්නම් මම ඉන්න. එක යන්නකො මම අරන් එන්නම්. කොප්පකට එන්න මං ගා.
මේක කාගේද බෝ? අම්මෝ ගන් දෙක තික තියෙනවානේ මම ඉතින් මෙයාට. එහෙම බෑනේ.
අපේ ඔක්ස් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා.
මේ විශ්සල් එක මම අදමයි දැක්කේ. ඩ්‍රයිවිං ලයිසන් ඔක්කොම දාගෙන ඉන්නේ මම උගන්නේ සුපිරියර්. ඔක්සිපේට් කිලෝස් ගන්න කිව්වනේ. බක් ගන්නයි නැහැ.
මේකට දානවා ඉතින්.
ඒක නෙට මදි වෙනවද?
මගේ ගාව තියෙනවා නෙක්ට් එකක්. ඔය දාන්න ඕනද?
ඉන්නෙක් ඉන්නව දෙන්නව දාන්නකො බලන්න. තියෙන ටිකට පුරවන්නකො බලන්න.
මේ ශ්‍රීල පයික් එකක්.
සාජන ඉන්නවද?
තව SU යුනිට් එකක් තියනවද උඩ? මෙතන යට දෙකයි.
හරි නේද මෙයාලා අරන් යන්න අපි. back to PD MD.
හරි මන් දාන්න. මේ මොකද මේ? මෙයා මොකද මේ?
ඔව් සර් බ්ලැක් ජැක් වන් ඔතෙන් දෙන්න ඕනේ නැහැ නෝඩ මෙතෙන් දෙන්න ඕනේ.
අපි යන්නේ. අපි යන්න.
ඔයාලා එන්න එයාලා තියලා එන්න. ඔයාලා එන්න.
පාලා එන්න කිව්වේ මොකද්ද? කියන්න හරියන්නේ කියන්න.
හරි කැප්ටන් හරි.
ඔබිස බැකප් පිල්ලනවා.
හරි ගන්න කියන්න මම ඔතෙන් දෙන්න ඕනට කොහොමද?
දෙන්න මෙතෙන් දෙන්න කැප්ටන් පොඩි ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ.
කියන්න ඔය කියන්න මේ මම කැප්ටන් සර් විතරක් මෙතෙන් දෙවන්න ඕන
ඒක මචං ඇම්බුෂ් එකේ අපිට කරන්න දෙයක් තිබ්බේ නෑ. ඒක මම දැක්ක දෙන්නෙක් වගේ ඇතින් මං යාළුවා වෙඩිත් තිබ්බා. වැදුනද දන්නේ නෑ. ඒක මැරුණේ නෑ වැටුනේත් නෑ යාළුවා. මොකද්ද?
නෑ ඔබේ ඉන්නවද කියලා බලන්න.
මම
අපිට මේ යුනිට් එකේ මේ සස්පෙක්ට් එක නෑ අපේ බේස් ඉන්නේ.
මං හිතුවා PD මේ අපේ ඔෆිසර්ස්ලා දෙන්න මේ චොපර් එක යවුවා කියලා.
ඒක අන්තිමට තනියම වැඩ කරලා මේකට දැම්මා.
හරි. අපරාධනේ සාමාන්‍ය එහෙම දාන්නේ නෑ මචං. හරිද? PD එකේ කෙනෙක් කොයි සස්පෙක්ට් කෙනෙක් එකට දාන සිරිතන්නේ නෑ මචං. පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්නකෝ. දැන් මේ ඔයා මේ අක්කා ගියා කිව්වේ මේ මගේ අක්කා නෙමෙයිද?
වාගේ අක්කා කියන්නේ මියාරක් නෙමෙයි.
ඔව්. ඔයා දැන් එයා ගැනද කියන්නේ?
නැහැ අපිට.
එහෙනම්
සරේ දරෝස් මන දුන්නයි කියලා.
දැන් එයා වගේ අක්කද? ඔයාට මේ සහෝදරයෝ කීයක් විතර ඉන්නවා? සහෝදර සහෝදරයෝ දුර නෑ යෝනේ. එයා මං ගැන කිව්වා? හොඳද කිව්වේ නරකද කිව්වේ?
දෙකම.
අම්මට සිරේ දෙකම කිව්වා. මම කවුද මොකද්ද? අම්මට හරි. එහම අවුලක් වුණේ නෑ. බෙල්ට් එක කඩාගෙන මං හිතන්නේ ගියා. ඔව්. නවත්තන්නකෝ එතන. මුකුත් ඔන්නේ නෑ. එහෙම අවුලක් නෑ. මුකුත් ඔන්නේ නෑ. අවුලක්ම නෑ ඉතින්. හරියනේ මුකුත් ඔන්නේ නෑ අයිනගේ. නේ කවුද අක්කයි නම කිව්වේ? කවුරු? ඒටි? එතකොට දැන් මේ කවුද? දැන් ඔයා කවුද? මොන මගුලක්ද මේ වෙන්නේ?
කම්පියුටර් වුණාද?
හරි මේ දෙන්න අපි MD එකට දාලා ඉමු. මොන මගුලක් තියුනේ? දැන් මේ කේටි නෙමෙයි. මත්තේ මොලා කනවනේ බොසයිද?
දැන් හැමෝම සර්ච් කරන්න වෙපන් ගන්න අප් කරලා දාන්න.
කොහොමද එන්න? අපල් වෝල්ට් ඉන්නවද?
අක්කා ගියා කිව්වේ.
වැඩි දාපු කට්ටිය අපෝ වාහනවලට දාගන්න අක්කා.
මේ මෙතන චෙකින් එන්න බැරිද? පුළුවන් නේ.
Sorry.
ඔව් මේ දැන් කියන්න මොකද්ද ඒ කරනවා මට තේරුණා.
මගේ අතේ ආවනේ මේ අර මේ පොන්ඩේ මොකක්ද වගේ රස් එකපාරට අතුරු ගානවා මේ මියුට් සැම්පල් අන්න මේ මට කියන්නේ
ඇයි මොකක් හරි පෞද්ගලික දෙයක් නෑ
ඔබිසස් මේ ඔයාලා ඇඟේ බඩු තියෙනවා නම් මගේ මේ ඇඟේ බඩු වගේක් තියෙනවා මේ එක පේජයක් ඉඩරලා දාලා ඇති ඒ ටික පුළුවන් නම් ගන්නකොට යන්න වෙනවා ඒක එක පේජයක් කරලා පල්ලෙහාම ටික ඉස් පේජයට පස්සේ තියෙන පල්ලෙහාම ටික ඔක්කොම
කැප්ටන් සර් පොඩ්ඩක් එන්නකෝ.
මේ මොන සයන් කපුනේ කො?
කරලා දාන්න කොට දාන්නේ.
මේ අනිත් සස්පෙක්ට් ලගෝ හොඳ කරගත්තද යාලා? ඔක්කොම හරිද? අනිත් ඔක්කොම හරිද? කවුරුත් නැහැ MD එකද? දෙකයි හතරයි
ඔබිස් මේ මගේ ඇඟේ පල්ලෙහා දෙන බඩු ටික ගන්න. පල්ලෙහාම ටික.
අම්මෝ වීඩුත් අරගෙනද ආමස් වාගේද
පල්ලෙහා ටික ඔක්කොම ගන්නද මගේ උඩ ටික මගේ
හරි මේ එච්චර නම් මගෙත් ඉර නෑ ඔව් ආමස් 9ක් දොකෙක් තියෙනවා
මේ ට්‍රන්ක් එකට දාන්න
AR ගන්න එකයි AR එකයි AR මැගසිනුයි SMG එකයි පිස්තල් එකයි ඔක්කොම මැගසින් එකයි යම් ඌ තනිකර ගබඩා.
හරි හරි යුද්ධයකට ඇවිත්
ඌම තමයි බැංකුව කරලා තියෙන්නේ. මගේ ඇඟ නිකන් බලන්න කොහොමද?
ගබඩාවත්තා.
මාර තරම් මම මේ
what the hell බං මොනවද මේ වෙන්නේ කියලා. හරි තමයි KT නේ. KT මරු එන KT හරි හරි කලන්තේ
ටෙස්ට් කරගන්න ඕනේ.
ඔයස් මම ගිහින් එන්න පොඩ්ඩක් යන්න.
හයි
ඔය වෝල්ට් එතන මට ඇදලා
ඔබිද මේ ඔතන මේ කවුද මෙයා මේ ඔතන 40 වෙන සස්පෙක්ට් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නව නේද? ඔව් එයා PD එකේ ඉන්නවලු ඔබිද? PD එක
ඔය වෝල්ට ඔතනින් පොඩ ඇදට
සස්පෙක්ට් ඉන්නවා 40 එක නා PD එක ගාව ගන්න.
ආයා PD නේද කිව්වේ මට හොනේ MD ගාවේ.
හරිද?
මොකද්ද?
ඔයා අක්කා ගියා ගුවන් මං හිතුවේ මේ අපේ අක්කා ගියා කියලා.
බලන්න ඉහලෙන් බලන්න
අයියෝ එකම කොන්න එකම කටහඬනේ හොයන්න බැරුව ගියා මට හෙල්මට් එක දාගෙන.
අක්කගේ කොණ්ඩේ වෙනස්.
එහෙමද?
මම චොපර් එක ගෙනයි.
ඔයාලට මාවන්දන ගන්න බැද්දන්නේ.
එහෙමද කියන්නේ? දැන් අක්කා කොහෙද ගියේ?
දුබයි ගියා.
මාරු හැබ්බා.
එයාට මොකද මේ දවසකට ටික එන්න කියලා
අපි අවුටස් ඕගොල්ලෝ පොඩ යන්න උඩක් ඉන්න විනාඩි 5 දෙනවා.
ඉතින් එයා මට කිව්වේවත් නැහැ. ඒක මාර කතාවක්. අයියෝ.
කාර්බන් මෙතන යන්න කලින් ලැක්චර්
ඔය මේ චොප් එකට මේ ඔයාලා සස්පෙන්ඩ් වෙනවා.
මට ආරංචි වුණේද අයියා දවස් ටිකක් ආවේ නෑනේ.
ඔව්.
අය දවස් ටිකක් තමයි.
ඔයා එතකොට ලිලීද?
මම නිකොලෙක්.
මාරු හැබැයි. ලිලී මොනවද මේ? හරි හරි මම දැන් එතනින් පෙන්නුම් කරන්නේ මම තනි කඩේත් දැන් මද. මේ මොකද මේ? හරි හරි.
කොපිද පොඩ කයින්.
හරි දැන් ඔයා කොහෙන්ද එකපාරට සම්ප්‍රාප්ත උනේ මෙහෙට?
ඒ කියන්නේ
නෑ ඔයා කොහෙන්ද ආවේ?
දුබයි නම් ආවේ.
කවන්න කප්පේ.
නෝර එක.
ඇයි?
නෑ නෑ නිකන්. මට තේරෙන්නේ නෑ මචං.
කොපේ මේ ලූකස් දෙයි ඉන්නවනේ.
හැබැයි අක්කට කියන්න තිබ්බ මට.
ඔෆිසර් නැති හින්දා පොඩක් අක්කට කියන්න.
නෑ යාට ඊමේල් එකක් හරි දාන්න තිබ්බ මට. ඔව්.
මම හිතන්නේ ඔෆිසර් දාන්නත් ඇති අක්කා.
නෑ මට ඊමේල් දාන්න.
ෂුවර් මද?
ඔව්.
එහෙමද මම කෝල් එකක් දීලා හල්වාන්න.
නෑ ඕන්නේ. ගියාට පස්සේ ආයෙ මොකටද කෝල් කර ගහන්නේ? ඊමේල් එකක් දාන්න බැරි තරම්.
අයියෝ පවටින් එමෙතන අක්කා දුකින් ගියා අන්තිමට. දාන්න මේ
අක්කා දුකින් කියන්නේ මාර දෙයක් නේ. නෑ සියල්ලෝම එකයි.
එම්පද විසේකේ.
ඔක්කොම එකයි.
බැංකුවට යන්නේ එතන කේර ටයිම් එක වෙන්නේ. මට කියන්නේ මේ 5000යි 10ද? එන මොකක්ද කියලා හිතේ.
අපේ කීයක් ඩවුන්ද?
හිතේ තිබ්බා මරු හැබැයි.
එයා හැබැයි ඒක
මේ මුළු PD එකම දන්නවා. එයාගේ හිතේ විතර නෙමෙයි මේක තිබ්බේ.
කැඩෙట్లా ඩවුන් වුණානේ.
අක්කා කිව්වා ඉන්න පොඩ්ඩක් බලන්න කියලා කිව්වා මට.
නෑ මාව බලන්න වෙන කවුරුත් ඕනේ. මාව බලන්න.
අම්මා විස තරහ ගන්න එපා හොඳේ.
මාව බලන්න.
අංගේ විදියට බලන්න කියලා ඔෆිස් එක ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් හොයලා මොකද කරන්නේ?
නෑ එහෙමවත් ඕනේ නෑ. මටත් ඉන්න අක්කා කෙනෙක්. අක්කා මාව බලන්න.
අක්කා
මියාරගිය. පදන්න. තේරුමක් නැහැ කෙල්ලලා. කෙල්ලලා කිසිම තේරුමක්. කිසිසේත්ම තේරුමක් නැහැ. කිසිසේත්ම තේරුමක් නැති ජීවීන් කොට්ටාසයක්. මම දැන් මොකද කරන්නේ මම දැන් MK නෑ MK මචං මම මේක කියනවා කාට හරි කාටද කියන්නේ දුකයි මට දුකයි ආන්නේ මම කියනවා කාට හරි
පහලයි දාය නේද එලින ඉන්නවද එමි ඉන්නවද පහලවයි දහයද මෙයාලා
මොනවද දෙල්ලන්නවත්
මේ අර නාකියගේ අර දෙන්න අප ජොයින් ටිකයි බෙහෙත් ඒක සික්සර් එකක් බොල කෝඩ නාකියගේ විසේ ස්කෑන් කරනවද බොල අරුට ස්කෑන් එක මැදිලා නැද්ද වල්ලේ එන්න ස්කෑන් එක කියලා දෙන්න එන්න මේ වාටය කියලා දෙන්න
මගේ සිගරට් මේ උස්සලා
කවුඩටෝ සිගරට් හොරකම් කරන්නේ
කවුඩ සිගරට් ට්‍රේන් කිලෝ හොරා
ඉංගිලේන බාගයක් තත කොයිද සිගරට් නම් මං ගත්තනේ
මේ ජුජුපුරුස් එකක් තියෙනවා උගේ ගල් කැටයක් හිට වෙලා තියෙන්නේ ඒක දිය වෙන්න බෙහෙත් තියෙන්නේ අර දැක්කනේ
තේරුමක් නෑ මේ මට නම් දැන් එපා වෙලා තියෙනවා
අර අරුට පිස්සු වෙලා තියෙන අරුගේ පේන් කිලර් දෙන්න නැත්තම් කමෙන්ට් එක මැරෙයි ඔව් තට්ටේ මාට්ටට පේන් කිලර් ඕනේ මිනිහට නැත්තම් මේ ඔය සීන් එක සෙට් වෙනවා අප්පද බෝල අද ඉවරයි තට්ටේ අයේ තට්ටේ ඉවරයි හරි පිස්සු තද වෙලා
යා වැඩකට දන්න වැඩකද ඉන්නේ ඔබ ඉන්නේ කොහෙද කියා මම සොයනවා ලෝකෙ පුරා උත් නෑ කියන් ඉතින් ඕනේ නේද දවසක වෙනතර ආතරේ අසනෝකේ ආතහිමියාතරේ අයියෝ අයියෝ අයියෝ
ඔය සෙන්ඩ් නැහැ එළියට පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්න.
ඩියුටි දාගන්න.
ඩියුටි දාගෙන මෙච්චර වෙලාවක් යන්නේ.
පෙන්වන්න එකක් ගන්නවද කියන්නේ නොටිෆිකේෂන් ආවේ නැහැ සිරා නොටිපි ආවේ නැද්ද බං හට ඔය පිස්ටල් එක මාරුනේ මම ඒක දැම්මේ නැහැ හරියද මම ඒක හොරෙන් තියාගත්තා දැක්කේ නෑ වගේ ඉන්නවා නැත්නම්
ඔහො එළියට
අද Sentinels guard මම ඒක බලන්න ඕනේ. ඔව් මාත් බලන්න ඕනේ. එකමාරත් තමයි. එළියට කියන්නේ අරහෙටද යනවා? යපෝ මෙතන නෙවෙයි නඩ ගහන. Mr. Luba Luba. Chidi chidi chidi. ඒක ලයිව් දෙමු කොහෙද? ඔව් මම ලයිව් එකේ බලන් ඉන්නේ. එකමාරටද කොහෙදනේ? එහෙන් එකට තියෙන්නේ මෙහෙන් එකමාරව මං හිතන්නේ. 130. අත්තාතල්ලේ මොනවා හරි කන ගමන් බලනවා. මොකද ඒක ස්පෙෂල් බං හරිද? ෂවුට් ප්ලේ කරන පළවෙනි එක. Sentinels ලත් එක්ක. ආයිද. සුපිරියක් වෙන්නත් තවනේ ඒක සුපිරියක් වෙන්න නැත්තම් ඇති වැඩකුත් නැහැ. නෑ නෑ වල දෙන්න.
නෑ ජකට
මං එහෙනම් එන්නම් එකම 1:30ට එතකන් නිදාගෙන එන්න. අනේ මේ එතකන් නිදා ගන්නවා කියන්නේ හැරෙන්නේ නෑ අකෝ තාපේ වාගේ.
අර ජැක්කේ මොනවද වුණා කියමු නෝන බලන්නේ නේ මොකද්ද ජැක්කේ වෙලා තියෙන්නේ කියලා බලු වැඩ ආවා
කැප්ටන් සර් මෙච්චර වෙලා මං කියන හිමුවෙත් නෑ බලෙත් නෑ මම දිගෙන ආවෙත් නෑ ඔව් සාර අපිට කියලා තියෙන්නේ අපිට බෙදන හැන්නේ අපිට බෙදන්න ඕනේ
අනිවාර්යෙන් නංගිට ගහන්න ඕනේ මට කියන්න
හරි නැත්තරේ
නෑ පීස් එක බෙද
අපි දෙන්නක වැද්දට එන්න සාර
වැහන ඉඩම දෙන
එකක් තියනවා නේද
පෝස්ට් එකක් තියනවානේ
එන හතර ක්ලාස් එකකුත් තියෙනවා. හැබැයි ක්ලාස් වගේ තමයි මැච් එක එක දවසයි ක්ලාස් හැමදාම තියෙන්නේ බා. අත් දෙක බැඳගන්න මොකෙන්ද මම දන්නේ නැහැ හරිද? අත් දෙක වදින ඉමෝට් එක නම් මම දන්නේ.
Congratulations.
මොකක්ද
මොකක්ද උනේ?
ඉතින් ඇහැට ඒ කියන්නේ ඔෆිසර් කේඩි ලුතිනන් එක මමයි චීෆ් වෙන්නේ නැති වෙලාවට ඉහලින් කියන්නේ මෙයාගේ අන පරිදි මෙයාගේ ඉන්න විදිහ තමයි ඔයගොල්ලන් දැන් ඉස්සරහට ඉන්න ඕනේ. තව මහත්තයා වඩ තව එකක් තියෙන පොඩ්ඩක් එන්න බලන්න මම හිතන්නේ එන්න මහත්තයා. අර මම හිතන්නේ චීෆ් ගේ කම්පියුටර් එකේ ඇක්සස් එක තියනවා කියලා පොඩ්ඩක් එන්න බලන්න.
Gimana?
නිර්මල් RP ගහන්න යනවා නේද? ඔව් මට කිව්වා. දන්නේ නැහැ හරියට. මට ඔක කියලා දැන් දවස් දෙකක් විතර එනවා. දෙකක් තුනක් එනවා.
මේ අර කවුරුද ඉස්සරහින් කැලේට වෙලගෙන ඉන්න. අර නික් පාර ගොඩක් තියෙන එක.
අයි මේ දැන් මේ මහත්තයා කතා නැත්තේ.
කැලේට වෙලගෙන කියලා ඉතින් කවුරුද නැහැ.
මහත්තයෝ බ්ලැක් ජැක් අර ඉබ්‍රාහිම් බ්ලැක් ජැක් නේද? ඔය දැන් නිකර පොඩි එකක් කියලා කිව්වා. බ්ලැක් ජැක්
ඉවරද? නෝර
බ්ලැක් ජැක්
අනේ මම වාට හිතලා දෙයක්
ඕක කියන එලා නේද අර ෂොට් එක එනවා. ඔව් මේක මං දැම්මා ෂොට් එක. Officer Francis Choco tender. අපි අඳුම් මාරු කරගමු. ඔව් ගොඩක් ෂෝට්ස් වගේක් තියෙනවා මේ ටික හිමීට දාමු. වේලාසන එකපාර හැදුවා. මම කියන්නේ මම ෂෝට් කියලා ලොකෝට එඩිට් කරන්නේ නෑ බං නිකන් කට් කරලා ක්ලිප් එක ගන්නවා විතරයි. එඩිට් කරලා දාන්න බෑවා. ඒක වැඩක් නෑ. හරිද? එඩිට් කරලා දාන්න බෑ කියන්නේ පතට එඩිට් කරලා දැම්මම සමහරලාට views යන්නෙත් නෑවා. 10 minutes අම්මට සිරි 10 minutes යා අපි එහෙනම් මෙහෙම මම නිකන් බයික් එකේ රවුමක් දාන්න ඕනද? බයික් රවුමක් දාන්න ඕන. අපි එහෙම මලට බම්බර කුසේ ඔන්න යන් ට්විච් එක වැත්තේ Twitch. අම්මෝ ෂවුට්ගේ ගර්ල්ෆ්‍රෙන්ඩ් ඇවිල්ලා නේද? ෂවුට්ගේ ගර්ල්ෆ්‍රෙන්ඩ් ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ මැච් එක බලන්න. සුපිරියක් තමයි ඉතින් ඈ. ෂවුට්ගේ කෑල්ල වැහලා.
Chat, he got verified yesterday. We were doing we were in like this room where they were doing like a meeting, the team meeting. And he got verified like at that moment, and it was very poggers. I believe in Sen. Ugh. I'm excited. Shroud search history. We've been over this chat. I will leak it, don't worry.
මගේ Twitch notification සිරා.
I don't know why this is like lagging, but it's okay. Is Shroud streaming LCQ? Well, I'm streaming for him.
Sinatra ඉදන්නේ live නැත්තේනේ. Sinatra shout බලන්න එපා Valorant official එක බලමුවනේ. එහෙමද කියන්නේ?
And we will
මේක දාන සමහර මියුසික් පට්ටා. අඩෝ සුපිරි මැච් එකක් නෑ මේක. shout ගානවා කියන්නේ මචං ගැම්මක් අල්ලමු. අඩෝ මට එන හැපි වා. මම shout එන කැමති එකයි නේ. shout චොකෝටකෝට. මට full HD දෙන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි කියලා මං හිතනවා. හරිද බලමු. full HD දුන්නට බල full HD බලන්න නැහැ නේද බලන කවුරු? පටන් official එක එතකන් big brain සෝවා
I'll try to tag someone.
මෙන්න බලමු. මෙයාද big brain සෝවා මේ. මාමා. මම බලන්නේ පොයිටි සිරා. අයින් එන්න. මෙයාත් මෙයාත් මේ මැච් එක කරලා සනි කියනවා බලන්න මැච් එක. සනි කියනවා මෙයාත් බලන්න. අග්ගල් මෙයා මැච් එක ඉවර කරනවා දැන්.
This is so scary.
on time මැච් එක දාලා තින්නේ. හරිද? හරියට මේ වෙද්දි වගේ ඉවර වෙන්නේ. කොහොමද නෑ මේ වෙද්දිම ඉවර වෙන්නේ නෑ බං. හරිද? රවුන්ඩ් එකක් විතර යනවා.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! Did you see the jukes there?
Yeah. Jukes?
Oh my
what the
god,
fuck is jukes?
bro.
That was spicy.
Oh. I was just trying my best to like stay alive.
So again මම play කරලාම නැති ඒජන්ට් කෙනෙක්ව. play කරලාම නැති තරම්.
a little bit.
මම play කරන්නෙම නැහැ so.
They're not that broke because they have jet ults. He can drop one.
Shit is too good.
Get out of my way.
Be careful. I always saw Neon here.
Under mid. Under two.
Time to jump.
Can we go together so we don't give them guns?
They're not pushed up.
අද මාත් කොම් ටිකක් ගියා අපෝ සෙට්ම නැහැ ඒ කොම් ටික.
Wait, he flanked A. He flanked A.
හරියට.
Bro, I don't know, man. Like,
ඒ
we
knife
have to
එකත්
play
පට්ටා.
faster because like they are just W king everywhere, and then we always like, get one behind us.
Yeah, we just have to.
නමෝ සෝමෙන් පට්ට. අද මැච් දෙකම මගේ වික්කේ සෝවලා දෙන්න ඉබ්බා. අඩු ත්‍රෝ කරා මට තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ හරිද ගෝල් වලින් උඩට දැම්මම සමහර විට අම්මෝ.
How does he have an op?
මේ සමහර විට හරියයි බා. ඒ කියන්නේ එතකොට හොඳට ගහන උන්නේ ගොඩක් වෙලා වලින් මං එහෙම හිතනවා හරිද? I think so much.
No, he's gonna peek from back, right?
Yeah.
හරි මෙයා මේ රවුන්ඩ්
How did Jack get an op?
One bottom one.
Losing.
Match point.
Oh, they got R up.
Oh.
Unlucky, really. Unlucky, really.
Get a BR here.
Okay. Chat, the match doesn't start in 3 minutes. The
3
pre-match
minutes.
starts in 3 minutes.
හරි හරි ඔයාලට පරදින්න වෙනවා බොස් ආහෙනම් අඩ ස්පේස් එක පුණා ගියා
Raise up top, raise up top.
I'm blind.
අඩෝ what the fuck
I don't know, bro.
oh my god
Oh, one side.
yeah losing ba oh mg
Fucking hell, bro.
හරි හරි ඌ හිතලා මම වැරදුනේ මැච් එක බලන්න
Oh, they're literally stacking every site we're pushing.
අද මාත් ඩිමා එක්ක ගැහුවා දෙකක් ගැහුවා දෙකම කෑවා ගෝල් වලට ආවා කියලා බෑ ඩයමන්ඩ් වලත් කිල් එකක් තරම් ඉන්න පිස්සෝ ඉන්නවා එපා සිරා
Alright, watch party mode.
මං ඉතින් ගෝල් වලට ගියාම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අර
Yeah, I know. Raise
කොම්ස්
literally
දීලා
boom
එහෙම
bang
ගහන එවුන්
every
සෙට්
single
නැති
round. Fun times.
yeah
Watch party time.
watch party time දෙමා එනදා තරම් ගහන්න නැද්ද බං මං දෙමාගේ ලයිව් එකක් බැලුවා දෙමා වෙනදා තරම් ගහන්න නැද්ද මම ඉස්සර ගිහුවා එමා ඊට වඩා හොඳ නෑ අනේ ලොබි මෙහෙත් ෆුල් සයිල් සිරාවට අඩු නෑ අර අපි නෑ එනං ඉතින් ඉමෝටල් ලේවන්නේ ලයිව් බලද්දි හැම උන් ගැම්මට කොම්ස් දීලා ත්‍රෝ කරනවා අඩුයිනේ බං let's go ඩෙමා ඩයමන්ඩ් ඔව් ඩෙමා ඩයමන්ඩ් හරි ප්ලැට් එක තමයි මම දැක්කා මේ ඒනට වෙනද තරම් ප්ලේ කරන අඩුද මන්ද ප්ලේයින් වෙනසක් නැහැ විසිරා එහෙනම් මම බලපු ඒවල මොකක් හරි අවුලක් වෙනවා සමහර අය ෆස්ට් මැච් එක වගේ හරියට ප්ලේ වෙන්නේ නැහැ Today is the day. මෙයාලා එතකොට බූට් කැම්ප් එකේ නන්නේ ප්ලේ කරන්නේ. හැබැයි KDN එකට අඩුවේ. සිරා. ඩිමා මේ කියන්නේ මේන් ප්ලේ කරන්නේ කවද? ඩෙමත් ප්ලේ කරනවා Valorant ආපු කාලේ ඉඳන් නේද? අඩෝ ඉන්ට්‍රෝ එක බලපන්.
And I like this who's watching it. Wallbang! And with that is going to win the round for EG. Zeppa uses it to his advantage and he gets 4 kills.
One player remaining and it's Bang coming in from mid.
No way! Makes it a 1v1!
මං ඒ අර ඒ ස්කින් බන්ඩල් එකට එන කැමතියි.
E2 10s reposition.
අදවත් ටෙන්ස්ට ලෝපින් එකක් තිබ්බොත් හොඳයි කලින් කෑ පින් වෙන්නේ. මේ එයාලා බූට් කැම්ප් එකේ ඉඳන් ප්ලේ කරන මම හිතන්නේ පින් එක හොඳයි බං. හැබැයි එදා මම දැක්ක පැකට් ලොස්ට් එකක් ගැන එයාලා කියෝ ඉන්නවා. පැකට් ලොස්ට් එක තිබ්බ 5ක් දෝයි. හරි ඉතින් මැච් එක දැම්ම පටන් ගන්න නැහැ නේද බං. මෙයාලා කියෝල ඔක්කොම කරලා නේ පටන් ගන්න. මට චූ කරලා එන්න පුළුවන් එහෙනම් මං චූ කරලා එන්න. අඩෝ මුන්ගේ මියුසික් පට්ටා වෙනදා කට්ටියම නේද ඉන්නේ කොහොමද Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the VCT NALCQ. So many letters, one vowel, but we've made it here. We're going to find out who will be our final North American representative at Champs, and hopefully this time it'll go a little bit better for us. Because if we're flashing back a little bit here, Mimi, Masters 2 just ended, and it didn't feel like NA reached the levels that we had expected them to.
Yeah, it was a tough event for North America. We still placed third, so it's still a pretty solid performance, but that first seed curse continued. A rough start for Exit. They get their first international event, finally make it, and then pretty much fall flat. For Optic, they started slow again. It felt like it was just a repeat of the stories of Masters 1.
Yeah, you know, couldn't quite all the way get there at the end. Fell to Paper X, the eventual runners-up of the tournament. But honestly, like, when you look at it all said and done, like, Optic still showed an ability to compete towards the top here. Obviously had first place in their mind. They didn't have that great run at the end. Didn't have all the clutch moments of early.
නිදිමත අයියෝ ඒත් බලන්නත් ඕනේ.
I think that NA showed they're still.
ඒ යන්න එපා මොනවා හරි. ආපා කනගාව මරනවා. මාත් ලයිව් එකේ ටයිටල් එක චේන්ජ් කරනවා voice.
I mean, the competition was so close in stage 2. So many teams just a hair's breadth away from finding that opportunity. Exit obviously the second seed to be able to use so, but both of those teams are already qualified to champions. We do get a third team, and it is so close within this LCQ of who could even find an opportunity into that event.
I'd also like to have a conversation with the person responsible for the brackets. How do we keep matching against?
How do we keep matching?
Unfair. It's not right.
Yeah, Gardner definitely going to want a second shot on the international stage. Exit too. Everyone wants another chance there.
But as we look at the game since then, we've had some changes come through. We've seen some updates that have kind of not evolved the meta, but slight changes, one of them bigger than the other. It's the Phoenix change. I know you're not a huge fan of Phoenix, but the patch does make him a little more viable in specific circumstances.
He absolutely got buffed. Like, there's no doubt he got buffed. The big one obviously going to be the curveball. Comes out way quicker, so coming around the wall, much easier that you actually catch someone with that flash, even though the duration still isn't insane. Also with that ultimate, when you get sent back previously, you would lose the power if someone kills you and you died. Now you maintain
My screen
that. 150. So he is better. I also did just cast him the other day over in the EMEA VLRs. Still not the greatest. I think you're still not
අපි දවසක් ගතනට යමු.
like Jet and Raze. You don't have that get into a side ability that
ලංකාවේ ඉඳලා යන්න බැරේම එහෙනම් මැරලා ඉපදෙන්න එක.
And KO is even better with the buffs. His Molly now goes through walls. The fragment no longer has that line of sight requirement. On top of that, when he gets res, when he's down in that null command, he now is able to get res without it making the whole long audio queue. It's not like the spike where it's just that initial sound, the initial tap. So a little easier to get your KO back online. Yoru also getting some quality of life changes. He can pull out his weapon a bit quicker after using that ult. So it's some interesting changes, but I think the Phoenix won the most.
And I think we'll see a little bit more of Yoru, but maybe not quite this weekend. I think once Pearl comes into the fold, we might, but we're going to still be playing split this week
LCQ.
and next as well, so we will not be seeing Pearl
Yeah.
in the LCQ. We can take a look at the bracket, though, to see who's going to be matching up against who and how things will be shaking down across the
I need to change thumbnail.
We've got Garden Sentinels. Shopify Rebellion is the team formerly known as Luminosity. They're playing against Cloud9. You've got 100 Thieves and Energy in the mix, and then FaZe Clan at EG. Who, it's weird because FaZe ends up as the 2 seed, but the way that EG played in that second stage, you almost feel like their seed should be higher. It's just because they didn't find as much success the first time around.
Yeah, you know, they didn't have that much success in playoffs either. They were able to get 3 big wins. They didn't get quite as deep as a FaZe Clan. So I think overall, like, because seeding factors in the entirety of the year, you have a team like Guard coming in as the #1 seed, but without that high placement in stage 2. So the seeds are slightly misleading. For me, FaZe come in as the
thumbnail එක වෙනස් කරේ නෑ. දැන් වෙනස් වෙලා ඇතිය. උස්සපේව තමයි ඉතින් මම දාන්නේ හරිද? හැමදාම එහෙම තමයි මචං.
Was a fluke. You also have NRG, who made just an absolutely wild run throughout stage 2, finding, I believe, 3rd place in the end at that event. Now they're back in the LCQ, or excuse me, 4th place, not 3rd, losing out to FaZe. But still, a lot of teams with a lot to prove.
Oh, what the fuck?
Last chance for
Change it on it.
I mean, that's why we call it.
What
It's an accurate name because it is the last chance. And if you guys agree or disagree with our opinion, you can express that on social media using the hashtag ValorantLCQ. That's ValorantLCQ. You can tell us if we're dumb, tell us if we're smart, or just
You don't
tell us
know.
that Ender
You
is
can't
tall.
tell us we're dumb.
You
No,
can tell us that
I've
Ender.
vetoed that.
You can tell Baki's dumb.
You can tell me I'm dumb. You can say Ender is tall, because that is a
Are you
fact
kidding
that
me,
cannot
bro?
be negated except by someone taller than Ender.
Title
But we're gonna
එක
go ahead
වෙනස්
and
වෙලා
put this to a quick
තියෙන්නේ.
break. It's time for the Valorant NALCQ to kick off right now.
නා ඇයි thumbnail වෙනස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ නේද? අඩෝ thumbnail එක වෙනස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ boys. වේ අපිට හොඳම ටික මිස් වෙනවද මන්නේ? ටිකකින් හරියයිනේ. I am getting angry now. No.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time to jump into our first match for the NALCQ. It's going to be Sentinels making their debut with a new roster, and the Guard, who had a slightly disappointing Stage 2 following what was a great, successful Stage 1. But looking at Sentinels, the rise in 2021 came with a very harsh fall in 2022.
I mean, they were the best team in the world for a moment there, right at the start of the game, right when we started.
It was the best team in the world.
Then we came into this year and they just fell flat. This squad was finding low placements. They come into Stage 1, pretty much bottom out. They just barely make the playoffs in that one. Stage 2, go out 0-5.
They win a single map. That's all. At the very beginning of Stage 2, and Shroud dropped, or not Shroud, Tens dropped a 40 bomb. Shroud's another guy.
බලන්නකො ට්‍රේලර් එකේ පළවෙනි ටික පෙන්නුවේ නෑනේ. අඩෝ පළවෙනි ටික අපි ඕක බලන්න පුළුවන් ඉතින් පළවෙනි ටික. ඕක ඉතින් මහා දෙයක් නෙමෙයි.
Position to actually play for the team. So with a rebuild here, Sentinels fans have to
Show double tens.
That's an important.
අරේගේ නම්ම කියවන්න නෑ. Celsius
roster, but now they're coming in with an even different roster. They make the changes, and while there's one player in particular I know the audience wants to hear us talk about, let's focus on Zelsis first.
boot camp එකේ නම් නෙමෙයිද play කරා. ලෝඩ් මම හිතුවා boot camp එකේ නම් play කරා.
I think he brings a lot to this team.
Yeah, very successful with V1 now.
අඩෝ ආතල්ලා. ආතල් කියන්නේ මෝ සුපිරි ආතල්
We
දෙන්න.
know he's the real Zelsis now.
Yeah, for real. And this guy is
සෙල්ලට ගෙව්වා. හරියට දැන් මේක චේන්ජ් වෙන්න ඕනේ. මං චේන්ජ් වුණ නැත්තම් වැඩක් නෑ. දැන් මෙහෙම හරිද? ෆස්ට් මැච් එක සමහරට සුපිරියටම ගහන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්තම් එහෙම නැති වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ෂවුට් වෙනසක් කරන්න ඕනේ බා.
Yeah, Sentinels is a team that we've always looked at and been wondering like.
ඒ කියන්නේ Sentinels ලා කරන්න පුළුවන් උපරිම කරලා තියෙන්නේ නෑ බූට් කැම්ප් එකක් දාලා මෙයාලගේ කනෙක්ෂන් හදන්න ඒ ඔක්කොම කරලා දීලා තියෙන ඒ කියන්නේ. එයාලගේ අන්තර් සම්බන්ධතා හදන්න.
Overall strategy of Sentinels and what they look like with two new players on the team, but you know Zelsis is going to bring micro to this roster, and the team is going to capitalize on that.
Come on, boys.
You've also got the elephant in the room at the end there. We're talking about.
අඩෝ කොහොමද මෙයාගේ කාස්ට් කෙනෙක් හම්බ කරනවා බං ඔය ප්ලේස් වලට?
Counter-Strike now switching over to Valorant, coming out of retirement.
සෙල්සි ෂර්ට් නැතුව ගහන. ඔව් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ෂර්ට් නැතුව ගහන. ෂර්ට් එක ඇඳලා ටික වෙලාවකින් ගලවනවා මං හිතේ. හැබැයි ආතල ඩයිලෙක් ඒ ගහනවා ලයිව් වල.
The one game trying to qualify for an open qualifier, but he has been absolutely spamming ranked over on stream, and I think he's also been playing controllers for a long time on stream.
ෂවුට් නිකන් ප්ලේ කරන්න යන්න නිකන් එහෙම ලොකු මේකක් ලොගලුවට ගන්න නෑ නෝමල් ප්ලේ එක. අනේ මට තේරෙන්නේ මම හින කැමතියි ඒ ප්ලේ එක. ඒ කියන්නේ යාළුවට ඕන ගේම් එකක් අල්ලගන්න එච්චර කල් යන්නේ නෑ බා. අර අපේ ප්ලේයින් නැති හින්දා අපිට සාමාන්‍ය අලුත් ගේම් එකක් සෙට් වුණොත් අල්ලගන්න ගොඩක් කල් යනවානේ මට සාමාන්‍ය. ෂවුට්ලා
I think this team will
Yeah,
improve.
Legend
And
nah.
Shroud is
Name
that
තියෙනවා.
one little
Shout
unknown
ලොකු
quality
pressure
that
එකක්
maybe could
ඇති දැන්. ඉවෙන්ට් එකේ views ලගේ බලාපොරොත්තු
individual, but the last time he played was
200k.
2017.
Oh,
That was
yeah,
a
yeah.
completely different game in a completely different setting. Since then, he's just been a streamer, has pugged it out in a few events. Now he's on a competitive team, but you can tell he's serious. I don't think a guy like this is going to commit to an
ඒවට මං එන කැමති සිනාට්‍රා ඉන් ටීම් play කරනවා නම්.
competitive guy. This team has faith that something can get done, and maybe there's a little bit
මං එන
of
කැමති
a
ඒකට.
little bit of fun involved, but still, this is a serious Sentinels roster that is actually trying to make a great run here at the LCQ.
Some might call it clout, others might call it reputation. That reputation definitely precedes him, as even some of the players have an opinion on what it's going to be like to play with and against Shroud. Let's take a look.
I want to see how Sentinels plays. I'm actually excited to see how they play because, you know, growing up watching Counter-Strike, I used to always watch Shroud, and it's really, really sick to see him come into Valorant, and even more sick that I get to play against him because we're playing Sentinels first round. So playing against someone like that is honestly just like super surreal to me because like I literally grew up watching this guy play and compete at the highest level, and now I get to test my own skills against him. So honestly, super excited for that.
I mean, that makes me feel old. I mean, even players on the team.
අර යාළුවෝ boot camp එකේ නම් තමයි play.
You know, like Tens is an example. He grew up watching me too. So there's even it's on both sides. It's going to be on the enemy team and it's going to be on our team. And yeah, I guess
සිනාට්‍රා එක ගහන්න පුළුවන් ඒත්‍යා ටීම් එක එක්ක ගහද්දී ගොඩක් ක්වේට් එක යා බෙන්ච් කරේ. නෑනේ යාව බෙන්ච් කරේ වෙන සීන් එකකට නෙමෙයි. මේක දන්නේ නැද්ද?
I had a teammate that I looked up to and I watched years and years of his gameplay.
එයාව බෙන්ච් කළා නෙමෙයිනේ එයාට බෙන්ච් වෙන්න වුණානේ. එයාගේ අඩුව පුරවන්න ටෙන්ස් ආවේ.
That's someone I watched when I was like 10 or 11 years old.
එයාගේ ප්ලේස් එකට තමයි ටෙන්ස් ගත්තේ බා.
16 years old, just
Sentinels ලා.
dominating. He was dominating the scene and I looked up to him.
සිනාට්‍රාගේ ප්ලේස් එක හැදුවේ මේ ටෙන්ස් වුණා.
That's just how it goes in our gaming space, you know. You're always going to be looking up to somebody and then eventually they're going to be looking up to you, you know.
I love that you can draw the comparisons there in Shroud's own career to what it's going to be like for some of these youngsters. But if we shift our focus over to the Guards, speaking of those youngsters, this is a team who in stage 1 looked really, really good. And then Masters happens, not successful, very similar to Xset, and stage 2 is just major disappointment.
Yeah, I mean,
ඒ what the fuck bro තාම නැද්ද බා අප්ඩේට් වෙලානේ තියෙන්නේ
from scratch, but it wasn't like this was a previous free agent roster that got signed. Guard built this team for
Guard built nah.
Masters kind of fell flat there, losing in the first round, and then stage 2 it just felt like this squad disappeared. It felt like their confidence was washed away and they lost, similar to Sentinels, straight out of the groups.
It was really curious,
right?
Because they
පටන් ගන්න යන වෙලාව බලමු.
patch change that came right towards the end of stage 1, and Guard seemed to have completely mastered how to play out those comps.
නැහැ බං මේක වැටෙන්නේ නැහැ බං lol.
On the Sova as well, and then as
මම
things started
Discord එකට share කරන්න
transitioning
නේද?
to the Raise Fade as being the flavor of the month here.
My bad.
Hey, that's where things started to go wrong.
ඔයා කියන්නේ ටෙන්ස් ද සිනාට්‍රාද? සිනාට්‍රාව? Definitely සිනාට්‍රාව.
A little bit better, but overall, Guard
Definitely
so
සිනාට්‍රා.
good. This team was addicted to figuring out the details in their Valorant games, right? Really solid defensive positions, playing back, sort of welcoming teams into them. And as teams figured that out over the course of the year and improved around them, Guard stayed fairly stagnant. And I'm expecting, and I'm hoping that we see big change with them coming in.
Yeah, and their drop off was
ඒ PRX ලා නේද අලුතෙන් ආපු ටීම් එක. එයාලා ගැහුවා නේද කාඩ්ලට මං හිතා.
understood the meta. They were playing from behind.
ළඟදී තිබ්බ මැච් එක. හොඳටම ගැහුවා නේ.
Went back to their old stuff and then we're just like playing.
කාඩ්ලටද ගැහුවා මට මතක නැහැ.
Everyone else that put them at
නෑ කාඩ්ලා නෙමෙයි මෙයාලට ගැහුවේ නේ මේ කවුද බූස්ට් ඉන්න ටීම් එක. මට අම්මත කිරින්.
Stuck by their players. They have faith that while they had a problematic season in stage 2, they can come back stronger in the LCQ.
But has things been going better for them because they've been playing in some of the tier 2 events as well, and it hasn't looked like it's really drastically improved. It feels like it's still them stuck in this rut following that loss at Masters.
I mean, they played one event in a Nerd Street Open, and it didn't go very well for them. I think they lost out in 4th place in that one, losing to Dark Ratio, who's a good squad, but you don't expect that from someone who's on the top of NA.
Yeah, you know, they have been trying out new...
One definitely sends ඒ කිව්වොත් එයා වැන්ඩල් ගහනවා සිනාට්‍රා පැන්තම් විතරනේ අනේ සිනාට්‍රා පැන්තම් විතරයි නෙමෙයි බා ඌ ගහන්නේ පැන්තම් ඌ ඇන්ඩල් එකනුත් ගහනවා පිමති පිලහුලගත් ඌ බයි කරන්නේ ඌ ගහන්න මොනවා සිනට්‍ර ගහන්නේ රිස් ගහනවා පැන්තම් ගහනවා මේ ඔඩින් ගහනවා ඔය ටික තමයි ගොඩක් ගහන්නේ.
And really only seem to find success when those players are on.
Yeah, and I mean, you talked about it. The guard has been experimenting with making that change, playing new roles for Saya. He experimented with the chamber unsuccessfully.
අඩෝ මෙයාලගෙත් එච්චර KD නෑ නේ බා.
Back, trying that in the tier 2 tournament they played, trying out the neon, a lot of these different roles. The change needs to happen, and I think it is centered around both of these duelist players because, like you said, Chrissy, they are the most stuck in players. No one else at the tier 1 level had that one trick jet that stuck by the wall. Everyone else was moving to the chamber, moving to the neon, moving to the fade rays, and these teams were both stuck in the past.
Yeah, it was a little bit disappointing that we kept asking ourselves, is this going to be the map where we finally see the chamber play come out for tens, or is this going to be the map where we finally see any other duelist, a neon potentially? And it never really happened for the side of Sentinels. And then on the other side, we did see some fluctuation from Saya, but not nearly as much as maybe you would want to see based on what we saw from the other players. You could see just from some of the highlights from stage 2, there's really, honestly, sadly, not that many. For tens, you obviously have that crazy 40 bomb game, but it was such a disappointing stage for these teams that the highlights are shorter than what we normally expect for both of them.
Right, now the good news is we know these players have been practicing, trying to expand those agent pools. You mentioned Saya player has been playing the Neon. Now this one is a bit of a coin toss for me because frankly the Neon hasn't looked good for them when they're playing in those officials in that tier 2 scene. And at the same time, we have seen Chamber come in. Tens has been trying to pick up the Chamber for the team 2, so that now becomes another option for this roster.
And I think they gain a lot of flexibility. We talked about Celsius coming into the fold. He's a really flexible player. He can play the race. He can flex onto that dive to be a little bit more meta. He can also play the initiators, like we were talking about. So I'm really hoping that frees this squad up to have more flexibility, to have more freedom, and to try Tens out on different roles. Because Chamber, the nerfs haven't come through yet. He's still an incredible agent.
Well, some might disagree and say he's not as good. I know that we've had conversations in the past that you have opinions on.
I mean, Chamber's just broken. You can peek 18 times, teleport 20. I mean, I don't know. That's crazy.
But
enjoy it while you can.
I don't know. That's crazy.
Some of these teams get a little bit more flexible with their agent pools. I do look at Sentinels, though, and I at least have to applaud them for finally making a big change. Coming into this next stage saying, like, okay, clearly things aren't working. They make the roster change. The Guard, they come in with the same setup, and I'm worried. I'm worried it's going to feel stale again because it was stale last stage. They tried to innovate, but even the innovations they tried to make were so small compared to teams like Ghost, like EG.
I mean, they tried it out. They tried it. It did not work for them. We saw even at the end of that stage, they were going back towards those changes. And for Sentinels as well, we've always asked for a culture shift. 2 new players, maybe that's enough.
Well, we do have the maps now coming in for the series. It'll be Sentinels and the Guard again duking it off in a best of 3. We'll see how the picks and bans come through. Any thoughts, Christy, as we get ready to...
I mean, honestly, it's hard to say because it has been a while. Like, these teams have had time to try and practice and figure out some new things coming in. Sentinels banding Bindway is actually a map that the Guard haven't loved to play.
Okay, KD and banning
I'm trying to find like the recent history playing against they're getting destroyed on Haven, trying to make this neon work Saya player. It just has not.
And for old Sentinels, it was their best map. So
Sentinels la priest වල ගන්නවා. බයින්ඩ් අයින් වෙලා නැහැ නේ මේ වගේ තාම. කස්ටම් තියෙනවානේ. කස්ටම් තියෙනවා මේ වලත් යූස් කරනවා.
I think this works well for them. They have some fantastic individuals. Let them fry out on Priest.
I mean, and comically, we talked about how, you know, these players have been trying to work in new agents that aren't the Jet. Jet is still, it's going to be Jet versus Jet more than likely here on Breeze coming in. May even end up seeing that on Ascent too. I think the Guard have liked to continue playing some of the Jet plus Sova compositions on this map. So even though we called out, you know, potential changes coming in for these teams, this very likely is going to be just rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
So Mimi, this
finally icebox.
Whether or not Guard was going to play more
please
with that
as in icebox.
They were banning
okay.
But we were saying I don't know if you really want to do that because Sentinels has been so good on Haven and the Guard has been kind of bad. So I like that. I think the Ascent pick is kind of interesting. I would have actually expected to see them go to Icebox. We've seen in more recent series that's a map they seem to favor, but we still get it in the end as it ends up being the 3rd map.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent has been a really solid one. I think they can expect Sen to get rid of the
fucked up. Oh, හැබැයි මම පැක්චල් දෙන ආසයි.
the guard,
yeah.
and Sentinels never looked comfortable there.
Oh,
Again, with
Pacture,
the roster, it's a
yeah.
tough one to fight back from that deficit on. So it makes
Icebox
sense to
top
be
notch. මං කැමති නැහැ Icebox වා. ඉතින් මං ගහපු එකක්වත් හරියට දිනලා නැහැ මං Icebox.
solid for the guard with both Ascent and Icebox coming into their pool.
Yeah, I have to agree there. And for me, the biggest test to Sentinels and the change here specifically with Zelsis is going to be that Ascent map. Ascent is a map that was hugely problematic for Sentinels in the past because of initiator utility. The KO had not given them a lot of impact with their flashes, constantly flashing into mid, not playing off of it. So this is a map more so than Breeze where I have to see Zelsis' impact be tangible here.
We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break, but when we come back, we'll be jumping into the agent select for our very first map. It's going to be Breeze. It's a map we haven't really seen a whole lot of from the guard, so a lot of question marks. When we return, map 1 will begin. Stay tuned.
කැම් එක හැරවිලා යාලා ගැද්ද බම්ලේ Icebox වල මං ගොඩක් 50ක් ගහලා තියෙනවා. ඒකේ kills ගන්න සුපිරි මාසව ගහන්නත් පරිසිලා. ඕකේ තප්පර 50න් පටන් ගන්න. කැම් එක යටට දාන්න මැච් එක පේන්නේ නැහැ එලකිරි. Yeah. Ready though? Yeah, it's good. Let's go.
Ever since, stage 2, we've just been kind of putting our head down and grinding. We kind of found that sweet spot for us that works really well, like staying in the meta, but also making sure everyone's really comfortable and it makes sense for our team. So I think you're going to see a more drilled guard.
Valen gets 4! I'm kind of anticipating actually a really close game. Our first game, both teams kind of like took a dip towards the end of the year, and so this is like obviously a very important match, first game of LCQ.
Celsius
wants all!
The first game will probably have the most viewership in any Valorant match ever played.
He just keeps clicking it away, and somehow it just works!
I was going to bring this up to the team that whenever it's match day, I would advise nobody go to the Valorant streams, nobody check the viewership, nobody check any of that, because it can add extra pressure that's just unnecessary. You just need to focus on the game.
Everyone's always asking me like, oh, do you have pressure? Do you feel nervous? Like Sentinels fan base? I always give the same answer. I'm just here to play. Like I'm not like thinking too much into it.
And I feel I'm confident. I've been playing really good in practice, and we've been playing really good as a team. And I feel like we're more than ready.
Oh my gosh, what the heck was that?
For me, success would be obviously to play well, right? But success for the whole team would be winning the whole thing. I don't think anyone's here to get second or like we're here to win and we want to get first. As a team, we want to win LCQ.
And we are back, just about ready to jump into the first match between Sentinels and the guard, the revamped Sentinels, as they brought in Zelsis and Shroud, and a guard who is looking to find a win after a very disappointing Stage 2 and Stage 1 Masters. It all starts here for the NA LCQ, and we're jumping into the agent select here in just a minute, but we said it before the break. Map pool does kind of lean a little bit for the guard. It was really important that map pool go their direction, because this is actually, in my opinion, a pretty even series.
Yeah, I think it is quite even, considering how rough Guard was slumping in Stage 2, and considering that Sentinels are coming in as a complete unknown quantity. They get to start on Breeze. We don't really know their map pool because it is that brand new squad with new players, but Breeze is a comfortable map if you have that puggier style, if you're a new team, and if you just have great individuals, which they have Tens, they have Shroud, they have all these fantastic players that can pop off on this map.
Absolutely. Look, at the end of the day, it's hard to stand here and be like, yeah, we know exactly what's going to happen coming into this match.
But
Because I'm just excited to see this matchup, right? Like, this is so much fun. We get to see Shroud on a pro stage for the first time in 4 or 5 years. It's going to be absolutely awesome, and it starts off with our best team in 2021 going up against the Stage 1 champions in the Guard. And of course, only one team can walk away from this and go to champs.
And I'm also really curious because we start things out on Breeze. We're saying this is not a map that typically the Guard has played. This was their perma before.
Breeze the mulim. Oh, name Breeze.
Not good.
Breeze.
Fox doesn't like it, guys. That's what that means.
Not good. I'm hopeful.
It's
going to start here in the agent select. As we take a look at the pool, it's going to build for both teams. We were talking about it in the pre-match. We really want to see some adaptation come in from the Guard because they felt super stale in the last stage. As they had a hard time with new comps, and then they went back to their old comps and still struggled.
You want adaptation? Then why did we head to Breeze? Because this map has been quite stale. However, Sentinels is pulling something a little bit different out. As standard is that Guard comp. Pretty much everyone runs that, but for Sentinels, they've made one change. Instead of that KO where sometimes the Sky is the secondary initiator, they flex onto the Fade.
Yeah, and we've started seeing this trend on more maps, more and more. Like, I've seen it on Ascent, I've seen a team running on Haven with like the triple initiator, and importantly, like the double scout agents, right?
Okay,
over a map. Yes, you no longer have the ability of like a jet to dive into a site, but realistically, that's kind of hard to do on
Breeze.
anyways. Primarily, corners. Well, you can do the same thing with a Sova drone or a fade. Information of those close angles, but mid-round call.
Shout hare shout gana vibe. Magen khana de. Ado mehema tha mun kiyono har dena vela.
Especially the jet and chamber on the other side, those two agents creeping up mid on you, they can cut down on rotation so easily. So that's what the information is going to give for Sentinels.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was going to bring up. Traditionally, most teams just send their jet mid pretty much every round on either side. For Sentinels, they're going to switch on over to that chamber. This is Tenz's chamber debut. We were expecting him to try out the agent here in the LCQ, and he's going over towards it. It's a logical choice to put your star op or your star duelist on that role. And if there's a map to do it, if there's a map to run the duelist list, I think it makes a lot of sense on Breeze. So I'm excited to see what they have prepped.
Really curious to see what's going to go down here on our first map of this best of 3. We've got our casters standing by. It's Rivington and Van Silly. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Mark, and everybody at the desk. Riv, this is one of those games where I'm super excited about because you talked about palpitations. I have sweaty palms. I think I'm more excited to watch this game than I was watching the Masters 2 in Copenhagen between these two teams.
Is it a simulation? Are we in a movie? The script is perfect. I cannot wait for this game to play out. There's so much skill going into this game right now. Sentinels is bringing to the table. The Guard has revitalized, and we'll get to see now, as the desk was saying, the Guard back on Breeze. Sentinels now with a new composition. Tens on that chamber, and Shroud in on the controller position for Sentinels here. We'll get our first round of Breeze.
We're still dipping our toes to see what the Guard has to offer in this series because we have talked about, can Saya play something different? But he started things off as a jet, going for a double push with Jonah P inside the A halls. But for Sentinels, it's a different look. A triple initiator, starting with the Owl Drone, tagging net, potentially forcing the fallback. There you go, back at the bridge, opening up the A site.
And we wonder, this map pool could actually allow just Jet, right? If Sentinels wanted to play Jet through this map pool that we see here as they encroach onto A, slowly scaling in, they could, but still, the chamber's there. What will...
One planking, machan. Two planking.
They're already coming around the corner. There's the first contact, and there you go. Who better than Shroud for the first blood? Straight it out, though, and it's looking to be a back and forth. The backwood sense in control. One more to go to 180 on the latest edition as well. Celsius giving the first round for Sentinels on the pistol.
Come on.
Requires a lot of the members of Sentinels to be together, to work as a team. You don't have somebody that's dashing forward, that's gaining the space. When those flashes go out, you saw all of Sentinels, a very nice scaling onto the side off Shroud's wall. He picks up the first blood. You can write it better here, and they do take first round. It is
Not only twin එක දැන්ම ෂෝ සිරා බ්‍රීස් වල ability තමා ගොඩක්ම ඕනේ. ඔයත් දන්නවනේ setup වුණොත් බ්‍රීස් වල red the left now.
But he's actually using it more towards the A hulls. Meanwhile, where we do have pressure from the defenders is a 3 stack from the guard up here towards the tunnel, and it did match a little bit of control from utility from initiators, while we have also a push coming out from Net, who does get spotted, does get picked for a bit, down to 40 HP, and now falling back.
Little 3-man test, making sure they can at least trade if they do go for one. Dapper, you see Dapper on the peak there, but he also has a bit of an anchor coming from 10s. And Sentinels have always kind of played that unconventional. It was Sick on Sage or Dapper on something else on their controllers to get their engages, to be their duelists. Sentinels have always had a different style. In the triple initiators, well, leads to a style where you can play straight to protocol. You don't have these set strats. Now it seems to lean towards B. The guard has this quite red though, Vansili.
That triple initiator allows him to play a little bit more slowly, but look at that, around the corner, the wall comes up, but it's going to be another double flank coming soon from the guard, as Sentinels are executing inside the B side. They're going just across the wall. They're about to cross. Dialin is going to be the first one. A Dingon to the second, so no plank coming down yet. Nice poison orb from Shroud just to try to cover for a bit. 20 seconds left. Plenty of time to still go for a plant, but we still have the Marshal in play. 10s though, coming in as a chamber, getting a shot on to Net.
Last man is standing with Marshall. Okay.
Player spotted towards the mid, and it's gonna be an easy 3 versus 1. It's gonna be impossible to win this 3 versus 1 with only a Marshall.
If he can hit a few through the smoke, that would have been fantastic for him, but it looks like he will get contact.
Oh my God.
And even a far rotation off here by Shroud to make sure that they could just hang back for the full defuse if it was necessary. Great damage by guard. Second round is Sentinels, though, with another plant, so extra economy there so they can get themselves into this bonus round. It might be a little bit of a back and forth by maybe 10s of the Spectre. He might just go full headhunter here, and it looks like he will do that. The guard have tried to push onto B. They played Saya player towards a Marshall for that round, so hoping he can get the Blade Storm soon. It doesn't look like an operator will be in the future with the economy just yet. And we'll see what they do now as they spit Saya player over towards A. Trent calls now. They spread out this defense. So we'll keep an eye on Net towards mid and how much coverage he can control towards A for Sentinels. They can, again, do anything, right? It's off of protocol. Not really strategies for them, as they can flow anywhere with this composition and the play style we've usually seen from them.
And that's why we're talking about is trying to stay in the default style that you have from Sentinels with the triple initiator. Playing it more slowly and using your utility of the initiators to figure out if the guard are going to be pushing somewhere early like they did in the last 2 rounds. This means that we might potentially see a lot of rotations but this time it's going to be quick. We're moving inside the A side, and it's going to be an open door, but Trent holding it up towards that bridge. 2 on the ground and Dapper. 10's the last player standing stuck at the mid double door. Now on a 3 versus 1. Make that a 2 versus 1, but he just gets flanked by Net, and that's the first point on the
flank.
Yeah, nicely retaliated by the guard, not thrown off by the fact that they're coming out. Even blind with that fade utility, are still able to retaliate and get the right calls down. They had a good read on it too. 2 were leaning towards A. They had the hulls and mid lean coming in from Net, so nicely positioned over towards A to make sure that bonus round went in their favor. Now, first full gun, 10s may look to get an orb here in halls. Get that tour de force online. Let's see how they play this. Spike is down, so this definitely means they want to read out the guard. They want to make sure when they use this initiator utility, it is used to the maximum.
That guard neither.
Contact. Jonah P does manage to get the kill onto 10s, so that cancels out the tool of false, but at least it gets traded up as Shroud. But Saya player also pushed forward. That's good for Shroud to fall back.
Site එකෙන් එළියට push කරනවා ගාඩ්ලා
try to re-clear that shop if they want to, and that's where we're leaning for Sentinels. This push from Trent just by Sussy. He looks on the top of the net, catches perfect timing, but the jiggle peek from Celsius, the awareness of that player to actually give the advantage for Sentinels.
Receiving reading. Sentinels have seen 2 pushes, right, already. That B push on second round, as well as elbow that came in late to the second round, and now this. They're expecting guard to be a little bit aggressive. already fed in a few
Just
kills here.
one?
Not able to trade one Vans, and looks like they're going to scale back for the plant with Viper.
round
Allowing Dapper to get a flank down. Shazam watching that flank, easy kill on that flanker. So Valen now, as he gets spotted earlier on by that Haunt, they know that he's playing towards the back of the site, speaking of Sentinels, so they play a little bit more passively inside that pit.
Yeah.
Dapper watching the back end. Could be an easy round coming in. Oh, okay, never mind. Make it into a little more for Valen. Looks for the second one, but as he tries to clear towards the left side, Shazam came out of nowhere and got that frag, and it's going to be now 3 rounds for the Sentinels.
The really
It's
interesting
3
thing there
rounds.
in the
Let's
round,
go,
I'm
boys.
sure people looking at the mini map.
මට නිදිමතයි අයියෝ
All of the
අඩෝ
action was
මූණ
fine,
හොදගෙන
right?
අරෙම්බම් මේක බලන්න
Sentinels didn't have to encroach into sight. They got fights at the end of hallway towards their side. Like, look at where all the kills are. There's another kill towards their side. Kill already happened. Another kill back. So Sentinels completely absorbing the push from Guard here. Guard, though, active, looking, reading, right? They're learning in these rounds just as much as Sentinels is. So we may see Guard slow down a bit once they've got a feel. Seeing Sentinels in this death ball, the rounds they have pushed. So both sides getting information as we start this game out. It really hasn't told us much yet.
Correct.
Now 3-1.
Still prodding here for Sentinels, looking to see if we still once again have an aggressive push. Indeed we are, but it's on an extremity on the A side as you see Net lurking up towards the cave.
Okay.
Playing very passively back towards
Shoot, come on.
For the jiggles, and the initiators are looking for control on mid.
Extremities from the Guard here as much as they can.
Oh,
Net firing a
50
few
tag
off.
ba?
Looks like the iron
49
sight was
ba?
not calibrated as he wished. He gets out of that one a little worse for wear. And again, Sentinels waiting. Look how far, like in spawn. That's the call. That's the call in game, right? They're where they buy guns. They're still where they buy. Yeah. Slowly moving again in this death ball, though, keeping themselves safe, being able to anchor each other. Sentinels move towards the B side. Really somewhat there with that push from the Guard, but the shots for Sentinels.
Yeah, and it's going to be counter back. When you have such good utility for Sentinels to flush everybody out, nothing to actually counteract as well, because we did have the null command now from Zelsis.
Yeah.
And this is one of the good things we're seeing from Sentinels so far, Riv, where we're actually saving this toxic screen from Shroud just for the hits. So use your initiators to scout out the map, find out where the stack could possibly be, trying to catch some players off guard. They're trying to play aggressive. Then when it comes down to a hit, well, you still have your wall and you have plenty of utility.
Exactly.
So there's just so much down on the pocket right now for Sentinels that
GG.
the Guard still needs to start learning and adapting in their
උන් හැමදැනට වෙනනේ ඕනේ උන් ඉගෙන අන්තිම තප්පර 30 40 වෙනකන් ඉඳලා යන්නේ
Chamber push on one side of the map tells you a lot, actually. You know, there might be another push, but chances are you have a read that there's a heavy towards the left side. Chamber can obviously teleport out from that push, so you never really go too hard.
Oh, yeah.
And Sentinels,
Again,
as you said, playing the wall when they do or don't need it. That was the that was the save-ish for the Guard, right? So of course Sentinels are going to take the long-range firefight. The aim has been on. You see everybody getting a piece of the pie right now. Ultimates have already been used to secure a few rounds for Sentinels. We saw a very early Viper's pit from Shroud that allowed them to secure a few.
බලන්නේ
Sorted round. Tour de
ටෙන්ස්
force here
මේ
for Guard.
ජෙට් නැතුව වෙන කෙනෙක් ප්ලේ කරන මැච් එකක් කියන්නේ යාගේ ලයිව් වල මැච් දැකලා තියෙනවා ඕනතර මම කියන්නේ ඔෆිෂියල් මැච් එක
Despite them losing these rounds, being 4-1 for the Sentinels,
Okay.
everything comes back into fruition where they have a very
Okay.
global, especially after that tag and now the kill on
කොහෙවත් ඉත බේක් කරන්නේ ආ
and that's no flashes to go in on the execute for Sentinels.
This is when you kind of like say, thank God we have triple initiator, but it's never good to lose somebody, right? Great job by the Guard. Beautiful find by Trent. This is what they need. You need to shut down Sentinels who are waiting for you across the map. We're like, all right, wait for this.
Okay.
Takes them down. Because Guard isn't playing into the hand of Sentinels anymore. They're staying on their own side, hard angles. You double up, like you said. You let the aggression be used. Here comes Sentinels. Looks like he
And a Nightfall does hit Net. You hear
Bro.
the Hunter's Fury
Bro.
on the attack as well. The Hunt also pings and forced the fall back. Couple of pings coming out at least from the Hunter's Fury of Shazam. But still a 5 versus 4, so going for a plant. Nice little shock dart onto Tense to do a little bit of chip damage, but still in the end, it's a plant. Close plant situation now for the Guard for the retake. Starting things off quite well with a build false kill from Net. Battle onto mid, and Shazam is lurking back. But the retake back towards the site. Shroud is holding towards the angle at the ladder. That's the first kill at Berlin.
Oh my
But it continues to
God.
get traded out, and it continues to be a perfect retake for the guard to make it 2-4 in favor of Sentinel still.
Oh, the little clip shot Sentinels are hitting here just look like they are winning the round, but the backside there, Jonah P moving in, the squad coming together.
Ado shout wahidan etana ganna tibba ban kill
Backside of the site when the focus was towards mid, was towards that B archway. So really nicely done there. Guard did suffer quite a bit there.
Time out.
Might be tough for them to get back into a buy. They're
Time out. Ammo site and go ne pattane.
Can keep this
Arush karaganna deyanne.
Because it's tough, right? They're winning the rounds, like I said, but Econ's down. And it takes the spike being planted and then a defuse. So Sentinels is still getting their money. They're still finding a way in.
The
guard is
ability, yeah.
all right, we've played strong. We've held back. They're still making it in. I don't think they care about that anymore. The winning of the round is really where it ends here. Sometimes you can go at, let's stop them fully from getting in the site. But I think this is going to be a plant and almost retake game for Guard coming out because of the way Sentinels is drawing these rounds out and really finding Guard's positioning before attacking.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting moment where the Guard is actually calling the timeout when they actually had a beautiful retake going in for the team. And good methods actually to hold that Breeze map because of the solo on the mid side, getting the Hunter's Fury and double up on both ends. Now that you actually lose the duel de force,
let's
go for a double up again because you haven't shown that hand yet, and they are going for it with Net going for the operator this round.
And that again kind of
Charlie Mike.
I wouldn't say reaffirms a retake. You want to get a first pick because if all 5 make it in and you're double op retaking, then it gets dicey. Right? You're looking to use the op as a shotgun, and it doesn't really work like that for some. Viper's Pit's going to stall out an A hit here to start things off, but again, Sentinels sticking together. They don't really have a lurk with this composition.
Yeah, the positioning is so good if you're looking at this radar from the Guard. The Oppers are walking towards the B main, towards mid. You have the Silva playing towards the back A halls.
Double op kahana neda. Sirada ganna.
Initiators in the front A site. Now the
Yo man, nadu.
But it's still Saya player that lands the first kill on the Dapper. Valen answers back onto the A main too, holding the top. The recon guard comes out, and that's a spike down as well. But we are trading back. It's Shroud Intense back with a 1-1 of their own. An advantage coming in for the Guard as the recon dart comes out trying to flush out Shroud, bringing out Poison Orb, and is getting sprayed at the same time. Tens goes for a plant.
Wants to reposition. Oh, he gets the frag! Oh my gosh, almost evens it up. It's
come on.
It feels like home, and there's one shot onto net. Van Silly, it looks so much better at a 2v1.
Well, now it's Tens, or Trent, should I say, on the clutch. A 2 versus 1 does have the Aljona to work with. Who better than but the re-lurk is coming back. Now we have to tap onto that spike, potentially have a double swing. The first peek out the headshot onto Shroud, but he's still looking back towards the doors. We still have an opportunity here for Tens to move back up. Comes in for the op kill for the mid door. And that is a 2-1 by Mike Tyson.
The haymaker thrown by the Mike Tyson
TwitChoco announcer කෙනෙක් ඉන්න prime channel එක සද්ද වෙනස්ද නෑ නේ.
What a reposition as well, because Shroud was in halls, so that's the first reposition. Tens was in cave, the cave, so that's the next reposition. You don't think they're going to go that far around, but they played the timing just right. Great communication there. Tens with an operator, still Tens with an operator. He's got it in hand now. It becomes dangerous. Let's see if Sentinels can still keep putting these frags on the board. A push from Jonah P here. And Guard get a little
එකමෙක් කරලා තියෙනවා ආරද? එකමෙක් මැච් එකක් මම announce කරලා තියෙනවා.
Plays before from other players where the underhand
ખાස් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඊ shout කොහෙද ඉන්නේ
bá? But again, looking at Sentinels, it's been very slow in the beginning of these rounds. Just playing where you're mentioning before, Riv, where they're buying their guns. But look at
MG
and the off angle being held here by Shroud.
shout අරගෙනම අනේ පෙන්නුවේ නෑනේ ඒක.
There's a spicy shot. Let's see just how necessary that wall is for Sentinels to get into these rounds. A lot relies on the shoulders of Tens now, right? An opening pick for them is the way to even this up. So far, he looks for a mid push. And again, we saw this sometimes from Sentinels before, where they draw out the rounds Usually they'd aggress a little bit more. Sick would be in somebody's face a little bit faster here, but it does seem like they're relying on the guard telling them a little bit of information.
Come on.
This death ball moves once again towards A. They don't have enough members to
30
split.
seconds left.
We'll see once
30 seconds, huh?
get Shazam up here, how they can drone themselves in.
Okay.
It's actually great delay. Dapper puts it out. Now
Come
that
on,
one also
nice.
sticks out too, but unfortunately the headhunter does not connect from net. So that's an early 4 versus 4, and because of all this
Holy
stability,
shit.
you could still try to make it through by all these flashes. Op shot miss could have been a crucial one, but this allows now Sentinels to get a plant down. The Owl drone trying to re-clear that does tag onto a member of Sentinels, forcing him just to hold back towards bricks. As Zel's back towards that right side pyramid. We still have great positioning to crossfire for Sentinels, and we're also flooding back. Nice flash from Jonah B, but it's still Shazam that gets these kills. And looking at it so far, with those 2 kills coming out from Shazam, you already see Saya player falling back to save that operator, so that is going to be a round coming in.
save karna ada ya saving lol ye ten sammo gaya dina game matta ten's thinking outside
kind of just run in there. And then we saw a few other flashes.
Again, aru nikangat hithuwe na double dose evela ei kiyala.
Back towards the right side to make sure that they kind of deterred
9-3 වෙයිද මේක?
the defense of the guard. But they walked into that site,
9-3 වෙයිනේ.
pushing the round timer down, putting odds in their favor. The guard wouldn't want to take a fight, be someone to go down and completely throw the map unbalanced. So every member gets on without having Shroud's wall. Like Sentinels are just kind of playing those odds in their favor just enough, even when they're down and around there. And we see Shroud going down, the guard up in a 5v4 round, and they can't convert it again. They've had so much trouble doing that.
And the trouble that they had was also during the whole stage of stage 2, which we actually see the guard kind of like drop off in those advantages that you had on this early virus. So yeah, it continues to be a lingering factor right now for the guard, at least in this very map. But for Sentinels on the other end, though, looking very good on the executions with this triple initiator. Get these plants, starting things off with a Viper's Pit on the left side. Another conversion that starts off early for Trent as he gets the first blood for the team. It gets immediately traded out. And
on
now
flanking,
he's trying to go for this flank.
Trap එක නැද්ද බා?
Traded out, but at least they've evened up the tally for Sentinels is what I'm trying to get to. And with that, though, with this
trap එක තියෙනවා මං හිතන්නේ මේ මෙතන tunnel එක ඉන්නේ.
9 rounds in and they pull the trigger. Holy moly, what a fast round from Sentinels. The guard with a great reaction so far on a fast push, but they read Trent. They kick him down, Vansili. Dapper now looking his neck.
ළඟට ගිහලා කනට ගහන්න දැන්.
Frag after he gets the Vandal.
Celsius with the underhand throw outside of the pit to connect onto Jonah P, and unfortunately Net is going to be by himself. Celsius spawns for the third one of this round, making it 7-2, and that's to add another one of these Sentinels post-plant conversions, almost making us think that we're watching under these play from stage 2.
Yeah, it's a good thing you mentioned them. I was just about to bring a point up. I think it was
බලවනේ මේ round එකෙන් තමයි කියන්නේ නේ 9-3 ද මොකද
you
ඉන්නේ.
almost play against every play style at the same time. The ability to change it up, be fluid and versatile. And there we just saw them completely flip the switch.
Let's see මචං, let's see.
Guard, very Navi style of play where they were planting with 1 second every time. So now the guard has to wonder, do we continue to push, or are we going to see this death ball right away? It looks like they'll keep this one set back and actually hover towards B this time. They're trying to read what Sentinels would do side to side, and it seems like they're starting to favor A more, especially when 10s will have the 2 or 4s, which they just see the knee of 10s to start this round off.
Yeah. Jump peek, jiggle peek, just try to spot something, bait out a shot, so we don't really know that Net is really
Tens
with the operator. Tens with the beautiful and Headhunter. We're starting things off with an execution. It's going to be fairly quick towards the A-holes. Josika would take control of the door. Battle towards the front to swing out from Net, and he connects onto that kill. Another first blood coming in for the guard, but the tag from the Allen drone, the Hunter Fury to come out, Zelsis trades it back. A 4 versus 4 as Sentinels have taken over the A site, but we're fighting back from under the bridge. Now it's 3 versus 2. Shroud and Shazam plant on the right side of the pyramid, and the wall comes up to allow Shazam to take position inside sight.
Guards just setting up garrisons here at the end. You saw, like you said, under bridge, there were 3 members ready to take fights. Beautiful coverage and anchoring of each other here, making it tough for Sentinels. Now Shroud and Shazam standing. Will they be able to do it? A Saya player connects with Shazam.
Come on. Come on! Oh my god.
Nice flash, actually. Not fully blinded by that one, but it's enough to make it a little bit busy for him to watch on his POV. So a nice little 3
Never
versus
go
1,
China,
a conversion that finally
Wang
comes
lagi,
into
oh.
from a 5 versus 4 for the guard as we make it 7-3. But overall, when you're looking at this game
8
here,
point
for the
one then.
Sentinels, if you're a fan
Well.
of Sentinels, you're actually really happy that they've gotten 7 rounds on their attack
Absolutely.
so far, right? Because they average like what 4 on
Thanks,
their attack
Pikela.
rounds
It's not in
during the
there.
stage 2 group stages in the playoffs too. So it's nice to see that it continues forward, and
Ah.
we see some positives out of all of these roster
Timing,
changes
huh?
and moves that we see on their
That's
attack.
timing.
Absolutely, and it praise both teams. Guard on Breeze showing a bit of an adaptation, comeback, reading how Sentinels were playing when they're basically getting hit with everything. So it's good to see the Guard as well being able to show us a little bit of gusto. 2 more rounds and they'd make
Come
this
on.
a pretty even matchup.
Come
They start off
on, let's
Breeze.
go. Come on.
They know each other. They flip this one out.
Ain't anything.
Dapper starts it off. There's again your initiator getting that first frag away. Sentinels has played the game before. It's things you don't expect. Just these dry peaks
No way,
come
bro.
out here. Dapper had used a bit of utility there, but it was to clear space and make sure he could take it alone.
We tried something new for the guard in terms of the push from the chamber, which is now on that B site, punished by Dapper. We potentially could have seen the first battle on mid where Saya player, we still haven't figured out on Sentinels. He's been offing it. Nice little ADS though from Trent. That's on top of B wall. Headshot onto 10s, a 4 versus 4. A knife to clear out the site for a bit. Jonah P holding the corner towards that ladder and gets that frag on it to Dapper.
No,
The Poison Orb to come up on defense to run that clock down as Jonah P gets pinged for a bit with the recon. And it's a stalemate right after that.
3-4.
Yeah, good call on the Jonah P there. That 0 point kind of just slapped Sentinels in the face.
No, fuck
Still saw one
this.
try to come through, but it did not work. They thought they might be able to outfire Jonah P. Trent, pretty good success with the Hunter's Fury throughout the match. And now they've figured out this kind of this strategy by Sentinels, where they go hard, or they'll push, or they'll show one thing and just look for utility. Guard doesn't buy it anymore.
10 seconds.
Really good read to have
Oh,
this on B
yeah.
and Valen drop Shroud in mid.
Yeah, they were trying to go for that lurk.
Oh, wait,
onto
tama
the
ini.
tunnels, but Valen was on top of that, especially after the underhand throw came out from
പോയിട്ടൊന്നും വേദം വന്നോ ആരത്
for the guard that we had to commit into the B site. So very well done on that hold for
Alright,
the defender half of the guard. That's
പൈസ വന്നു വന്നോ
it was a very solid hold and not allowing Sentinels to plant finally.
So the operator does
Thanks, man,
seem
Mantiara,
to
oh,
be a weapon of choice that's grabbing some rounds here. Definitely allowing Guard to shut down this Sentinel strategy at least, because a lot of what's happening from Sentinels is they're wide swinging, but they're
Aduh, bahagi na di game miss
clearing the sites we saw in the first few rounds, not using Shroud's wall as you were talking
Aduh,
about.
ee kill එක නම් superior akka.
They're now being met with the Guard coming online a little bit. Great plays here and the awareness. Oh. Really nice spray, because that's down and angled through that ramp too. So Sentinels will call a timeout here. What to do on the final round? Will we get another flip the switch? They go super hard. It is going to be an all rifle round. Maybe they go for a mid hit right here as they're looking towards that A side, but it does look like they'll all funnel into the shop area.
Yeah, I mean the pickup from Shroud just casted a huge shadow over, for example, Zelsis being picked up.
Meron nig gahay mang
Daniels
hitan
to
nero.
help out Raucus, and on top of that, one of our stats guy
I
being
think so much.
Weltis that
8
got
po
first
win
blood
kaya ni.
and
Oh,
joining
8 po
Sentinels in
win
the
no
stats
ni.
guy for Sentinels. So there you see that there's a lot more going into this revamp of the Sentinels just outside of like a huge pickup into Shroud. So this timeout being very important here, but a lot of support to help
Double low.
Zelsis on top of that, his experience in version 1 before used to be an IGL at some point. So that's his other second voice to help out Shazam into the development coming outside of this timeout. And it starts very slow once again though, Riv. We're still trying to prod out the beginning of the round for the Sentinels, and the guard understands that, so they're just staying back with the operators that they have. Double up once again, by the way.
It is very much so. Just to touch on Zelsis once more. Actually, they're going to be hitting A here, so we'll hold that thought.
Yeah.
Shut down. Yeah, that grabbed a huge handful of members. Still seems like they want to encroach, though. They kind of play against
bro.
No, they're trying to come in. Saya player reads it. There's the first one and almost 2.
And Trent's back there too to fight back against Zelsis. Another headshot.
He's freaking low. Come on.
In front of the A site.
Oh my god.
Jonah P under attack at the staircase as Trent is down to 18 HP.
Yo, hurry.
Jonah P to get that kill, leaving Shroud by his lonesome, and that's Trent with a 3K into the round to end the half, 7-5. It started off well for the Sentinels, but now we actually have our game in our hands. It's time to go for a break. because we want to come back for more action after this.
Ooh. 2-minute break, guys. Aduh, kayaknya bang ini lesat. Bola. Oh, fuck me. ඊළඟ පිස්ටල් රවුන්ඩ් එක වින් කරන ටීම් එක තමයි වින් කරන්නේ බලපන් අපි දැන් බලමුද හරි ගිහින්ද කියලා Nah, hariannya bang harus. Fuck me, bro. අපරාධ වික්කව වේග වික්ක බං හරිද කට්ටිය නිකන් මැරෙනවා නිකන් පිස්සුවයි 10 සෙන්ස් එකක් ගැහුවා නම් ඉන්න යා ෂෝ හැබැයි යෝගි ස්කෑන් පට්ට අඩෝ come on let's go boys let's go.
Welcome back here, Valorant
Are
fans.
we
started things off in this series with a couple of questions, and yes, it looks good on the agent changes that we currently have from Sentinels. Yes, we're playing comfort pit for the guard, but at least we came out swinging, and we have a close game to kick off the second half.
I'm so glad guard was able to come back.
You
with
got
5 there.
Viper,
Sentinels were looking
Fade.
strong. Guard battled through the economy.
Yeah, pushing,
battled through their own
Whoa!
demons, and we have a game on our hands. That's all we wanted to start off this series.
What
to start
the
off the LCQ,
hell?
especially with Sentinels and the guard. And yeah, a very big shot onto Dapper to start. One initiator down. And this is big. One of the win conditions we came into this tournament with was that
No one
guard
inside, no,
worked
either,
their
yeah.
5v4s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
but no
the
one
second
inside.
best team right now in LCQ at being able to achieve this, but the conversion rate is not as good.
Well, at least we have a nice flash, shock dart combo. So you see that that's coming out here for Sentinels as well, using a little bit of that utility to try to retake towards the A site. Now with a 0 point. Recon in the back, we know one is playing towards bricks. Another flash available for Celsius, goes for that other hand. Comes back through. Fully blinded is going to be Trent, and thankfully he was fully blinded. But
Come on, come on.
Still on his own. Connects onto another kill onto
Yo,
Nev,
man.
as he's reloading, and that's a perfect pistol round coming in here for the guard.
Big two. Pistol rounds, one apiece right now between these two teams, as Sentinels did pick up their first one, so the guard answer back. They'll get a bonus. They should be able to tie it up here. Let's see if Sentinels get anything funky for a defensive strategy, as it looks like mid will be how guard kind of spreads this one out just a little bit. Spikes down to start this round off, so they're actually maybe considering Sentinels will get a push onto this round here. Extremities are covered. You can see on the left side, Nets
push කරපු හින්දා තෝන්ද කෑවා.
push. Mid's covered, and so are Halls.
ඩබර් ගියානේ බං නිකන් පිස්සෙක් වගේ.
What I'm really liking so far as we have this eco from Sentinels is just to actually shine a little bit of light onto like these players that we think and we talk about having less experience from the guard. We already saw in that preview of this matchup where Valent's talking about, I'm playing against one of my almost idols here in the attack FPS scene, being Shroud. Net is also very young coming into the scene. And we also criticized Net on his chamber plays, mainly saying, yeah, he's better on Killjoy, player comfort picks. I like that he's still pushing forward by himself on the defense, not letting the name and the numbers of viewers affect his playstyle to be like, I'm going to confidently push down.
Famous 10 cross එකක තිබ්බට හරිද ඌ මේ දැන් නම් ප්ලේ කරන්න වෙන්නේ ඒකින්නේ.
Yeah, you got to know you're better than everybody else in the server. It's just a feeling you have to exude. So a little bit of a fake arrow towards A. They don't get a ping, but they know somebody's close enough to shoot it. So that would kind of tell, especially where the shot was from, kind of tells the deepness of Sentinels defense at this time. The round getting thrown out. Once again, we're going to have a B hit, and it's 1 for 1.
That's a quick kill, but that's a stack coming in for Sentinels on the A side, so I don't think that Tens expected the flood coming in from the guard into this B side. Good for that kill, and now it's trying to figure out if they could catch the guard off positions. And that's 2 players moving out towards the snake, towards that tunnel, and there's one watching the late flank being tried.
Did we just... I feel like the first round and the second round have been the same. Like, the guard mirrored what Sentinels did. They crouched and scaled onto A. Now we have a late round run into B without any coverage because the wall is A. And it's just a firefight because you know you have the weapon upper hand. Yeah.
No.
Little, we can do anything you can do situation here to start off our first few rounds. And that's going to be some nice damage. Not losing too much with just a headhunter there. And Fallon picks up a few with Trent as well.
ND.
Into the round, not gonna work out.
7-7.
Just like that, we're tied on a 7-7 scoreline.
Okay,
we kind of
boys.
a little bit into the guard, right? They had 3 Bulldogs going
You
to
guys
the
need
previous
this
round.
round.
They kept those Bulldogs alive into this round here, so it could still be a heavy fire round with. It looked like Side Player was gonna go for another Bulldog, trying to keep the econ at some point even. But he decides to go for
round ගහගන්න ඕනේ අනිවාර්යෙන්. මේකත් එක්කොත් නම් match එක පොඩ්ඩක් අවුල්නේ.
And see if this is going to work out in their favor.
So instant walls being put up right away. So this allows you to feel out the map. You've already put something on the plate of Sentinels on defense, so guard can decide to play around that. It does seem like Trent feels comfortable in halls. It's the second time we've seen him extremity there as they start to work mid. So now guard, this did not happen for Sentinels. I don't think we ever saw Sentinels work mid once. So guard here trying to play
Yeah, if anything, it was only a late lurk, but here comes that split in.
Come on.
On defense, but it's still going to be Shroud trying to hold his ground now. Gets
Nice.
out, but he does get the whole thing onto Jonah. Being a headshot onto Saya player before he gets traded out. A 2 versus 2. Zeus is battling at 35 HP.
No, it's 2v2. Come on.
Spike is now moving in, looking for a plant, and it will be successful now, courtesy of Valen. While Net is rotating all the way back towards
come
the
on.
Spike planet for both of these players as we're about to come down. Oh no!
Yo, come what?
No,
Nice.
I didn't like that. I did not like that at all. Out caught in position, out of position.
අර අනික දාන්න යනවා line up බං හරිද?
Valen should have called it out potentially here. The wall was coming down and Net got caught with his pants down. Thankfully, Valen could play the pulse lineup. ADS onto Tens. A 2 versus 1, but it's still going to be Zelsis that answers back. That 13 HP remaining will get the defuse, and that's Sentinels, but an expensive round for them to win.
Nice.
Oh, I think just at the last moment, I thought they were
Kanage,
well.
this is it.
Maybe
No.
That caught out, but then stayed out.
තාටිකෙන් කන හැබයි ඈ.
He's like, all right, you missed, I missed. Let's keep fighting. Sometimes you make that decision, and it did not pay off.
Yeah.
Honestly, that looked like the guards round with Sentinels having to come in, a wall up as well that they passed through.
අර ඒ කිල් දෙක සුපිරියා.
And the firefight just continued. So the mid play overall stopped there. And then we see now, the reason I mentioned that is the difference in how we're seeing these teams already play the map. We see that guard wants to work mid a bit. It may still happen, and we'll see if Sentinels reacts to that mid pressure. Already looking for 2 towards elbow for Sentinels.
You know, the econ's low for Sentinel, so we tried to go for something explosive on the mid. And we do have the defenders retreating back for a bit.
Hold the side.
Here with the Spectres that we currently have, a Bulldog, a Guardian. Mind you, again, this is a round that Sentinels won previously, and their economy is fully broken versus what the Guardians won this round.
Hence Guardian long range down that B hall. He's ready for someone to peek. Quick haunt over the top. So they've cleared everything left extremity. They can play defense
rotating,
on A now. Sentinels
they are rotating. They are rotating.
Hey.
Yeah,
see how they play off it.
B. This is where Tens is moving forward. They heard it, but he's still ADS is down. Body shots onto net. Dapper looking for info with the Prowler towards mid, and they still hear the footsteps. Tens trying to retreat if he can, and could still blow up the Headhunter.
Oh
if anything,
my
the first
gosh.
swing out, but it's still going to be Trent that wins that first duel against the defender on the B side. Slightly open for now. Recon Dart to try to answer back. Also the null command coming out here on the defense from Zelsis, but Trent still drops Shazam.
Nice.
Now in the back of the site, Zelsis with the
Come
battle.
on, my man.
Throw, looking to peek back towards the ladder, and he does spot a few. Now he does
Nice.
have support from Charlotte coming out.
3-2.
McDonald's while Dapper
Let's
pushing out
go.
tunnels,
Last
and
pick.
they are closing in on the guard, leaving Saya player that Guardian by
He's
himself
already dead,
on
ba.
the attack. And it's just gonna
Aduh, Rio God. Ooh.
Nice flick there onto Dapper. Let to go for a pre-fire shot into the corner, but a nice high-low for a Sentinel.
Rio Guardian එක ලස්සනයි නේද? වෙලාවට tens half කරયો.
Sentinels making a decisive decision
තිබ්බේ නෑ.
to
නෑ half කරලා තිබ්බේ නෑ නේ. ඒ round එක half කරලා තිබ්බේ නෑ.
like a
half
scattered
කරලා
by
තිබ්බේ
by
නෑ.
both teams, which means it's a round where if you go to the throw,
ඒ round
of
එක
your
half කරලා
opponent and
තිබ්බේ
you're
නෑ.
able to take them out like Sentinels did, it becomes so hard.
අඩු මේ
timing-wise.
Celsius ගහනවා නේ
One
බං. අඩු
push
සුපිරි.
down towards B, and you called it the fake
කෑ ගහනවා වගේම ගහනවා.
rotation of Sentinels. Guard was not expecting that to happen this early in the game from Sentinel's defensive
Come
side.
on.
As we saw, they're
Come
down to Marshals
on.
and Sheriffs now, and Sentinels pull away by 2.
Are they picking, pushing? What the hell?
Go for something quick here to start things off on the
එන අමාරු ෑ උන්ට බලපන් ගෝ push කරනවා.
We also have the dual defense looking
Come on.
back towards the A main.
Just two.
Tap
We need two.
the battle here, and it's a connection onto Trent. But that leaves Zelsis on
ඒ
the
මේ
line.
tunnel බලලා නැහැ ගියාම කවුරු?
Advantage. We like that.
Are they seeing? Yeah, I'm saving it. Oh my gosh.
A cap. Should I say that caught Zelsis off guard? So that's a great way to get the kill, activate the Blade Storm, and make it
Oh,
a
I
4
will
versus
get
4 while we still
They are
have the
rotating.
screen up
They
and
are rotating,
available
bro.
for the attack of the guard.
That's
Bro,
2
bro,
activated
bro,
in this
they are
round.
rotating,
Talk
bro.
about the orb touch with the shop. That was Nets, tour de force up. Now they have 2
Dapper විතරයි ඉන්නේ.
ultimates.
Come on, Dapper.
That Blade Storm and tour.
Dapper.
Definitely could look to play this a lot slower. A little more pressure on net here. You can see Saya ready to answer on the anchor of these plays. And it's just the
Dapper
one
සල්ලි
across
නැද්ද
the
කොහෙද
map
හැමතිස්සෙම?
for Sentinels defense here. They're playing for the retake. They know they're against big alts. There's no reason to try to play the 1v1 right now.
Yeah. The trend being down, it's only going to be
Yeah, Dapper දැන් කෑ ගහනවා.
Yeah,
pushing. Come on, let's go.
It allows Dapper to swing out. And unfortunately doesn't work out in their favor with that flash.
Nice.
It's going to be the guard, making it a 4 versus
Choke
3.
dart
Still
එකක් වැදුනද?
looking to get a plant down for the economy into the next round. Net, though, answers back onto Shazam. It's a 3 versus 3 somehow, as Dapper is still stuck in the back of the site, looking to get pushed
Let's
in.
go,
looking at the
Night
wall bang
Birds.
shots,
Come
and
on,
Dapper is
come
looking for
on.
that swing. It's a
Crouch bang,
battle
crouch,
against
crouch,
Valen,
crouch.
who's just around the corner, and as he goes for that swing, it's 2 players looking at that area. Forcing out the lead for retake
Oh,
from
that's
the
right.
Nightfall, as Net
Nice.
still stays alive for a bit, but
Yeah, දැක්කද උගර
Dapper answers back, and he was the solo anchor into the site and also stays alive this whole time. That was pretty good.
Oh my, yeah, exactly. Like I said, they
Celsius
wanted to play the retake,
number,
and
yeah,
that
sila.
takes so much discipline. Like Dapper played that
Let's
ridiculously
go.
well. It's so easy to say, "Oh, I'm getting peaked, I'm getting pressure," but he found a way to stay safe, knowing when to play the kill. And like you said, long enough to secure a Nightfall in the situation, which is ridiculous. He was the only one that could really allow those ultimates to be broken through the site if he got those 2 frags. Like, literally, Moon's aligning their guard, trying their best, but could not make the round happen with Tour de Force and Blade Storm. And that's a round now pulling away again
Nice round,
for
man.
Sentinels, and they don't have to worry about those ultimates for quite a while.
They're coming mid,
If I
bro.
get to start things off
They're
today
coming
for
mid.
Sentinels, that means they
Come
can
on.
focus a little bit
Shout.
on B here. You can see the initiators of Fate.
Come on. Oh.
Ready to come back if necessary, but right out the gate.
The 3 players pushing up towards the mid doors for the guard. Easy trade against Shroud, and the player advantage.
Tens
also
पे अपने
on
को ही
the
रहेगा?
attack. Plant coming down
Holy
with the pulse
shit.
plant at the default spot once again, where they could play the pulse plant lineups. You currently see Trent moving all the way back. Valen still has his 2 snake bites, and as he actually brings back up that fuel, allows the wall to come back up, and now they retreat back into the A cave in. This is such a strong
ආඩ
position.
උන් දැම්මම back
Sub
වෙනවා.
towards mid. You have
No,
an
ඒවා.
alarm looking back towards that flank. This is just going to be looking to be one off simple utility from the guard. Let's see if we can actually get the retake from Sentinels.
I wonder what his countdown is. We might be able to actually get this to a fast
May
beat. They're
round,
going to
may
have
round.
to force defuse it. Here comes the ultimates. They're trying to flick across. Velen takes down Zelsis. Great
Shade,
organization
shade, shade,
in the
bro,
ultimates here.
shade,
Sentinels
shade,
know
shade.
they can't go for it or forced to back off. So still, even
Low
after
crouch.
losing pivotal ultimates on the side of guard,
අඩෝ ඒ රවුන්ඩ් එක නෝ ඒ කියන්නේ හරිද එකෙක් මිඩ් බැලුවා
themselves around. That was
චැම්බර් මිඩ් බැලුවා ෆ්ලෑන්ක් එකක් එනවාද කියලා අරෝ ගියා ලයින් අප් වලට
Pretty good here on the win that are taking up here towards the A site for the to play the pulse plant, because a lot of these times Valen gets a plant and still stays alive too on the pulse plant. There's been some situations, of course.
ඒ සවුට් දන්නේ නැද්ද මං ලයින් අප්
Back on the pulse plant.
ඌ ලයින් අප් ගැහුවේ නැහැ
Try to clutch it, but overall,
ඌ දන්නේ නැද්ද
the
දන්නේ
initial strategy of the guard trying to get into A for
දන්නේ
the
නැහැ
plant seems to be seamless because you still have like what 3 more
straight round boys let's go
back towards A possibly.
Ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. So they've set up
They
this
know,
wall
they
to
know,
really
they know.
You see it being the gas ore being popped back and forth as null command comes out.
Ha ha ha
Quick
ha.
site take here.
That
I
was
feel
bang.
like they should scale on the site. Like round 1 here, but with ultimates makes it a little easier unless Dapper does that.
We did have a tag coming out onto Shroud in the back of yellow. Aldrone coming out from Shazam. Shock Dart's trying to come through. And that's going to be a little bit of a combo. Oh, that could have killed Jonah. He's at 2 HP.
Nice.
And finally, kill confirmed by
Come on.
Shazam. But
Come
Alert
on.
coming back towards
Come on.
Trent. And he can come up huge right now. It's a 5 versus 2. We are
Oh
watching
my
that
God.
flank, but it's Net and Trent. 2 youngsters right now.
Nice,
on the
last
roster.
man.
Making it work, at least
Double
for now.
dose.
Trent
Come on,
is
Chasa,
awesome,
let's
and it does
go.
not connect there,
Nice
unfortunately,
one.
on that duel.
Nice one.
But we actually did have a crossfire set up no matter what. He was fighting against Shazam. You had Zelsis on the other end.
සෙන් ගෙහුව විදිය ලයින් අප් ගහන්න තරම් දුර යන්න බෑ යානේ
Triple initiator retakes are gross. Like they are going so quick.
they are winning bang හරිද they are already winning
We
bang
saw that it was Zelsis and Dapper playing over towards B, and they've switched it up. We can actually see Shroud headed that way now with the way they play it. But just imagine if they go A, you have, even if you lose one of your initiators, you have 2 to still retake. Like your retake is immensely powerful. And then if they go B, we already saw it, Dapper backs up. So does Zelsis. They can delay, but they still have initiator retake potential. Retake, I don't know if we said that enough. It felt like a broken record when we first saw Sentinels playing, right?
Yeah.
They would move across the defensive side of the map and retake everything, even if you had 5 in the site. And with the triple initiator, it seems to fit way more into their wheelhouse because they can wait a bit longer. They can get into position and they can make sure that even if you have ultimates, it doesn't really matter. Guard are going to call a timeout and figure out how to thwart this, how to say, okay, maybe if we all turn our monitors off while we're getting flashed, it won't count, right? But
මේවා සරන්න දාන්නේ නැද්ද නිකන් විසදා සරන්න දාන්නේ
the sonar
අඩ
bullets. We saw
සරන්න
double
දැම්මොත්
kills through the walls at B. We've seen
ගහලා පන්න
double kills
e-sport
as
clan
well. So it's almost impossible to get away. And on that last round, the spike went down during the plant, which gave Sentinels even more time to swarm the site, and we saw Guard kind of scrambling. So they seem to be just a step ahead here on the rounds. And Guard, when they do win, are taking a lot of damage in those fights. Round 20 here, Vans.
Really important here. We actually had a buy coming out from Valen onto Trent, or sorry, for Saya player. So you now know and see that the economy is very low for the guard. A crucial round for them to win, and also
ගොඩක් වෙලාට mid to
they
ඒවා
need Valen to get the plant so we can pull out the poison.
They know.
Viper's pit. That said, they were able to do that on the splits towards the A side. This round, looking to focus a lot of players on mid control, even abandoning cave.
Guard have had good success through
Nah,
this doorway. So you
not
can
this
see him
time,
touching
ne?
it again, saying, all right, let's get the rotation
Bro,
now."
bro,
No
Dapper.
bite, though.
They're coming.
Sentinels staying
They're
very
coming, bro.
controlled on their angles. Just a little bit of a lean now from the defensive spawn area.
Dapper's gonna have to come up huge at the pillar of the B side. The
Smoke!
smoke dissipates. Could have lined up too, but that's an easy trade back. Viper Spit is available, but it's
Three,
stopped by
three,
Shazam,
three,
just
three,
by the
three.
Marcus in the back of the B side.
Come on.
Spike is also
Are
down,
flank
but
in
Shazam
anything?
is
Nice.
by himself actually.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
1 kill, traded out by Saya player on a 2 versus 2. Now there's no information
No,
from the
they are
who the
coming
last 2 players are, except maybe with that 0 point that just
30
came out.
seconds left.
The rotation's coming back towards mid.
A nice little two-pronged attack here coming in from the side of the guard. We saw kind of what the cloud burst over a gas wall provides you. It kind of bit him in the butt for a second. As that wall's over towards
Wall
A,
එක
just
down
2v2
වුණොත්
is
දෙන්නම්
tight.
මැරෙනවා බං හරිද
Sentinels look to put themselves
හරි
on the point.
මම කිව්වේ
Not gonna happen.
Holy shit.
One of those moments where, you know, there was that miscomm that came out from one end before with Valent's wall coming down. This time is actually Sentinels. The wall comes down. Zelsis had his back turned towards the back.
Sentinel on chat
Kills for
spam.
Jonah P with an aggressive push-up. I like that. And the guard stays alive so far in this game.
I'll look this way. You look this way? With this way?
Yeah.
No, hey, bro.
Just too many angles. Too many angles.
There's too many. Get the protractor. Dapper, Zelsis, Shazam, all ready to fire out ultimates here to make sure this round doesn't go in favor of the guard. Let's see how many.
Yeah. Make sure this round. Make sure. Come on.
Again, these rounds where the spike is down, okay, it gets picked up. Usually we see the guard play very slow if that spike is down, but they grab it right away to hold elbow. A little bit of a crossfire here to help each other out. The double push in halls, I like this.
Yeah.
Sentinels are trying to put things in place. They haven't gotten any pushes though, so the guard have not been read in this strategy. They could still.
Yeah, he never solo etana balanne ba B එක.
That's exactly it. You want to use that toxic screen maybe as a conditioning, as a fake, because you have a Viper's Pit that's available.
Always.
So you could still use a lot of utility from your two initiators from the recon dart, probably the reset
No
from
way.
Trent. This kill also is going to give the tell that the hits towards that B site, but it allows you to get in with utility and get the plant down. But Dapper is was looking to get rid of
Yo, Adi,
but
saving?
decides to save it into the later rounds because they are also on a lower buy. So
Bro.
this also allows the guard to get an easier sight inside B, with the exception now of a flank coming in from Zelsis with that Vandal from Mundo.
We're gonna hold it. I like it. Being efficient with the ultimates on this round. 10's coming in with the Headhunter to try and get a little bit more. So guard actually have found quite a bit of success here going towards middle. As you said before, the wall towards A. We're gonna hold on that.
Yeah, let's hold for a bit. We got the highlight reels coming out from 10s. Zelsis actually makes a little bit more this round, but he's actually potentially going for this off the kill, trying to make it expensive for a bit.
It's not done.
I mean, he will be able to buy into the next round. Trent
ඇයි
takes it
මෙයාලා
down. Yeah, that
hard
was
push
actually a
එක
really good
try කරන්නේ නැත්තේ. Hard push කරන්නේ
play
නැහැ
after
නේ.
all here for Sentinels with the Headhunter shots coming out from 10.
Just like I said before, when guard
hard push
do
එක කරොත්
win,
කනවා
man, they do
නේද?
a lot of damage in the fights.
අර කලිනොත්
That
hard push එක
makes it
කරලා
so
ඩැබුව
tough
ගැහුවේ
to
මයිදන්
string
ට්‍රයි
these rounds
කිරුස්තක.
together. You're under so much pressure. You don't have as much confidence to push. The dangerous plays you make have much more of a negative.
It's ready. Yeah. They got all hard. යාලා මේ round එක ගන්න හදන්නේ කොහොම හරි.
Kind of game for guard right now. So the ultimates are about to just clash here as we get
Ready.
What a game to start off NALCQ between guard and Sentinels.
Oh yeah.
Oh baby, it's still going too. First map Breeze. We never thought this would be in the mix here, but guard wants to avoid Haven. The other maps, just get them out. Towards Halls is going to be the play here.
The tides have turned in terms of the economy for Sentinels. A crucial
Come
round
on,
for them to
Shazam.
win. If they win this round but lose
Come
a lot
on.
of players,
Come
they're still
on.
gonna
Oh my
be
gosh,
at that
no.
point. But that's a great way to start things off.
Dude,
Shazam, headshot on Tenet. We're trying to answer back from the halls. The underhand throw. Shazam tries to fight back, but
එයා door එක open කරොත් එයා දන්නවා ඉන්න දැන්. මං කිව්වේ door එක open කරා විතරයි ඌ කෑවා.
That's already going to be the ult down.
Nice.
It's going to be a camera for the players on the guard trying to get this plant into A. Still, the Viper's Pit available.
Just two boys.
Null command
Just two.
coming out on the defense, so that's going to delay things just for a bit. And there you go. The pit finally comes out. Trent still has the Allen drone. Hunter's Fury to come out as well on the retake from Shazam. And it's Zelsa, Shazam, and Tens looking for the retake, but they have to retake with an off on top of that. So this is good positioning, at least for Valiant inside the pit.
Come on.
Now as the wall comes down, shot coming in.
Yo, bro.
On the close range trying to get that shot.
Nice.
Lurking around the Viper's Pit, leaving Trent on his own.
Nice.
The swing out, and unfortunately, as Zelsa comes down towards that
Hello.
ramp, Trent was looking at the wrong angle.
ඉෂාස් ඕවෑ කරවෝ. අනේ ඒක ඉච්චර හිතන්න බැරිද බවට?
But Rev, we talked about how expensive this round could have
ඒ
been.
වෙලාවට හිතෙන්නේ නැද්ද ඇදිනේ?
Still, there's an opportunity for the guard with the economy and that plant that they just
කියන
got.
අපිට හිතෙන දේ ඌට හිතෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ වෙලාවට
Bit of money, like you said, coming back into their favor. Again, we see the Sentinels using this triple initiator comp. You basically negate the space where Sentinel or guard could be standing in that Viper's Pit, right? Whether you have Shazams, whether you have a Seize, a Han, a Prowler, a Flash going in to know you have the upper hand. If it was
Come
close
on,
enough
boys.
they almost knew where they were going to find their fight. Even though they took a few casualties of their own on the side of Sentinels. Game point here as we come into round 23 for Sentinels. It looks like they'll hold off a regular 3-2 defense, actually, on that side. And a bit of an extremity play coming in from guard.
In the beginning of this round, you had so much juggle going on with what kind of buy we're going to have for Sentinels. And now you look at the overlay, they don't have that much utility to work with if you're looking at what's still available. Yeah,
true.
It's going to be very tough right now. We're seeing the guard trying to split back into this A site.
No.
What a push coming in. Zelsis could have their backs real quick, but guard make quick work of everything that's in A. Is Zelsis too late, or is he just in time?
Blade Storm now down,
3v4.
planted.
It's 3v4. Tens, do something, bro.
High ground. But here's that flash to the door. That spots Tens, but Jonah P still manages to escape. But this still gives him good positioning on the pulse plant now for the guard. And even Sentinels, look at that.
Save.
On a 5 or 4 versus 3 rather, he might play it a little bit more passively and try to save unless they get this kill.
Wait
and
a
they
minute.
do. So that opens up the mid doors.
Come on.
There's that Nightfall that's going to ping 2 players out of the 3 remaining
No
inside
time
the site as
maybe,
well.
how does
So
it-
you will commit for this. The recon dart to come out, the toxic screen as well. Molly in the front from the fragment of Zelsis.
Yo.
Straight to the wall, put the timing on that one. Trent allowing to get 2 kills out of that, and that is going to be the guard holding the plant after all. And we're 1 round away of seeing
This is on
overtime to
fire.
kick off the LCQ.
Again, mid becomes this
Check
opening
gallery.
space where guard can encroach into Sentinel's defense, be a thorn in their side. The initiators want to stop you at like
Ada
a
unda
forward choke point
sallit
and then
neva.
play their angles, right? When we see Zelsis now trying to play 2 sides of the pyramid because there's cave and doors, that doesn't start to work as well because of how far back we actually have the rest of Sentinels playing, right? Shroud's not going to be able to do too much. He can put up a smoke, right? But that's not going to stop guard from flooding in.
Yeah.
They're
Holy
already
fuck,
in,
bro.
and Zelsis needs a little more help there. So guard have found a really great way to be in the middle of the initiator comp to start instead of allowing Sentinels a time to position.
Are they saving this round?
There's not much Shroud could do when Net goes in and enters
Bro.
that way with a Vandal
Buy
running up mid.
something.
When you already had the crosshair
Buy
placement by one of the
something.
greats being Shroud in attack FPS in the attack FPS world when it comes down to crosshair placement. And it was actually quite interesting looking at that previous round because yes, we were able to save an operator for Sentinels in that on the last round for Tens, and they didn't decide to go for a double op setup. They actually went for Tens. Let's just keep that operator, go for a full buy, and this results now playing a dual defense and a much lower buy in round 24, last round of regulation, where the guard has everything in their favor to force the overtime.
Ada iba overtime දාගත්තනේ
Spent 3
අයියෝ
spicy with that
බලපන්.
ultimate, at least a few tags and maybe even some frags for
මල
him.
මගුලයි. අර අරු
He didn't
ගන්න
put the
අප්පයි
wall
කරලත් නෑ වා.
That's right. They did not put the wall up at A this round. So we'll have to see what happens where guard goes, where they decide to use it. If they still fake it late, the push Tens wants first blood.
Bro.
Oh my god, Saya player with the pick. That is a huge first blood for the guard, and that opens up the B side as well. We have another player looking around, but you just heard that shot, and that was Dapper looking for that flank here on elbow. As the toxic screen's about to come down, he's looking for
He's going to watch window, yeah.
man coming out here.
That's good.
This would be incredibly impressive.
Come on, come on, come on. Watch out, watch
You actually
out.
have a huge flank. Oh, the wall comes up on the timing on defense. And Dapper's position's now given away with 2 players playing under the window. And we're looking closer and closer for the overtime. Shroud with the Marshall. Zelsis is down. And Shazam with the bulldog. But the res comes out, forcing out the Hunter's Fury to tag onto one. The double kill with the Hunter's Fury, leaving only 1 player alive. That's Zelsis with that Spectre. Spot into the front of the B site. And we will be going into overtime. A Saya player gets that last kill.
Oh, Sentinels meet the guard as they
Aduh,
stand.
Aibam.
Oh my gosh.
Fuck me, bro.
Overtime for this game, all ready to start in our best of 3. We still have we still have Icebox to go, but that doesn't matter right now.
අර බලවන් නිකන් මරුණේ වන් ලැබන.
The economy
ලැබ එතන
being
හරියට
low
බැලුවනම්
here
උට
for
කිල් එකම
Sentinels
ගන්න තිබ්බෙදනේ.
completely separated what we've been seeing them do every round, right? The reason I said that would be almost impossible is because everyone then had to make 1v1 plays instead of the
Sentinels
utility
like
being
camera high
14,
කරලා දැන්
Dapper
නෙමෙයි
wasn't
පෙන්වන්නේ.
with Zelsis, it was with Shroud. Shazam was by himself, so the communication may have still been there from long range utility, but it wasn't over the shoulder,
bro,
it wasn't
aduh,
anchor
Aiba.
fights. That was just Sentinels getting caught
Ateri
out
ba match
because they
එක
were
බා.
forced into a low buy. That's the kind of game guard
Hey,
provided
yo.
themselves getting into that last round. They've worked hard for it. Sentinels 2 at 12. And now, like you said, first round of OT here. Doesn't look like too much of a commitment on either side as Sentinels keep
Do something tense. Don't peek, bro. Oh my
sorry,
gosh.
guard on defense as we swap.
Yeah.
He's fucking OP.
Sentinels going back to this
Freaking
kind of attack,
OP.
but now we do have a lurker.
Uh-huh.
From the team.
Nice.
Great observation on that one. Dapper's already looking back on the left side of the pillar to try to catch the rotation as the rest are trying to actually flush net out of position. And look at that. He gets pinged by a drone. He's not switching his position. He's just staying in anchored up on the left side pyramid. The owl drone to support him on the top of bridge from Trent. And now this is a stalemate. You're going to have to wait for the next recycle of utility to allow Sentinels to go for a hit. And Saya player's about to walk down. This could be a big pull right now from Dapper.
There's the timing there.
Potentially. Oh, now he clears it. He's watching it, but Dapper still wins it. Haunt to look up. A push down from Valen.
Nah.
And he wins it on that 4 versus 4. He gets pinged out, but it's still the rest of Sentinels. That explosive hit now as you have coming up towards A.
I wonder how much guard actually think this is a fake. Sentinels didn't do any of that in the first half when they were playing on their attack. And they are going to do a little bit of that, just scale into A when the wall's up. Take the fights, be behind each other, give somebody a family photo if they decide to peek. And they are there to back each other up.
Holy shit. Spots all 4 players. That is going to be the spike down going at least for the Sentinels as they lose Zelsis in the process. But the retake's coming out from the guard. Everybody can look towards the front of the site here for Sentinels. And all of this time, we had the toxic screen still available for Valen.
No,
so now we go
what
with that retake.
the
And we all fall for the Sentinels. And somehow, the guard take the lead on the first map on their permaban being Breeze.
Incredible teamwork there. You see how tight-knit both teams are moving right now.
අන්තිමට ගණන් හෙන මෝඩෙක් වගේ වන් ගැහුවෙමු.
And play. If there's a wide swing, there's more to follow. Everybody's tethered to each other right now.
Bro.
This game is requiring a lot of communication from both teams there. We saw the walls actually go perpendicular there to divide what could be coming from the double door side. For guard, all of them could focus right through the pyramids.
අර තුනක් විතර දැකලත් පීක් වුණා කියපන් ගෝල් එක ඇස්සෙන්.
For that first one, let's see what guard has now for attack. Sentinels onto the defense, setting up their own 2-1-2.
Fuck me.
Looks like they will diversify how kind of those were set up. We saw a lot of the times Zelsis with Dapper. Now the initiators have been split.
Prowler and a 0 point on elbow. We're putting a lot of information or trying to gather information on the mid front B from Sentinels and stacking players more towards the A site. But the guard are pulling a trick out of Sentinel's hat. Staying towards spawn, playing it passively, waiting for the next utility to come out to try to find information, maybe try to sell the false information that Sentinels could be getting from their utility and look for the late hit.
10 skill පහල අපර yeah.
Birds just chirping. Who's going to break the silence? A quick prowler out. So they at least know where Dapper might be lurking and playing. And that's kind of Dapper's style. So they know Dapper may actually just be on...
They are faking A, yeah, they are faking A,
Figure out what's going on.
Wall up, Owl drone. This is a fake right now on the A side to hit towards B. But we hear the footsteps. Tension's on the top. They don't clear it on the top here for the guard, but no hits, no kills.
He's 1 HP, bro.
Net at 1 HP. Finally gets dropped. Now it's a 4 versus 4. Knife
Come on.
Him out, and we have an out recon guard actually.
Whoa!
Player. But Valen is walking towards the front of the B site. It's a 4 versus 3. Tens is trying to go for the hero play to at least narrow down the numbers on the retake. But we still have Zelsis. The flash in the back of the site. Saya players also holding that angle.
Nice.
The peek out. Zelsis wins that fight. And now here comes Trent on the lurk, back towards tunnel. The 0 point coming out on defense as we have suppression coming in.
What's that? Oh my god!
The first headshot to Shroud, the recon dart to come out too, and Valen is still holding towards that window. So we have to go for the quick kill, and it works out for Shazam.
Come on, come on, come on.
Shazam saves it in now for the Sentinels as we will go into double overtime on Breeze.
Oh my word. Okay, Tyson, that got a little scary there for Sentinels fans. You saw Tyson dive into a crowd of attackers, but that initiator composition just coming through in Shazam. Hello? His aim has been crispy this game. And he actually had a read on where every flank was coming from, like he was in the guard's head on that attack. That's what you need to keep the rounds going here. Sentinels do just that, and we're going to get an operator here as the buy comes out from net so they can get that gun onto these hard angles to hold here. That will be focused over towards cave. It looks like
Nice. ඒක සුපිරි round එකක්.
we did not see a lot of this again in their first half. They're starting to distribute the way they play this strategy to get guard messed up, because all Sentinels really did was either hit fast, never play mid, or go right down to 10 seconds.
Now, Saya players trying to do the same thing as Tens did on the B site. The Allen drone for the ping, but this is going to be one of those same things once again. But
Oh
Celsius
my
gets the
gosh.
open. We actually do clear that.
Bro.
But Balance in the back of the
Nice.
site connects onto one, but cannot get the readjustment onto Shroud. We have a plant coming down.
Bro,
That's going to be a big audio. We're staying on the top of mid.
No way.
Because Net is looking forward from the top of Nest.
It's 3.
But another late coming out from elbow.
Wait.
Tens is going to hear the rotation from
Nice.
the B. Connects onto that kill, and we know the second one's moving to his tunnel. Shroud is playing the pulse plant.
Line up.
That's one of the things we like to see, yeah. I mean, Shroud, we talked about it before. One of those players that's coming in.
Oh, it's
And we do
half,
have the
bro.
shots
Wait,
landing on a 1 versus 1, and it is halfway. We're forcing out the ping. The wall bang coming out from Shroud does get the kill, and who better than Shroud to win that round?
අඩෝ මං හිතේ විකුණයි කියලා අර half වල්ල තිබ්බේවා. Tens හිතන්නේ චැම්බර් ගහුවම මැරෙන්නේ නැහැ කියලා
Like
ඒකයි
everybody's sitting there sweating like, fire it, Molly! Oh my god, fire it! He's like, Psh, what do you mean? Not even.
අඩෝ half වල්ලනක හිටියා ගියාම මොළිය දාන්න. ඌ shout හිතන්නත් යාරද fake කරනවා කියන්නේ.
That's cool here, Riv. We talked about Shroud being one of the latest additions, of course, with Zelsis into this roster, and we wanted to know if he actually knew the lineups, if he was ready to play Viper, because even as a joke said, or even as in his interview, he said, "Oh, there's potential where I won't play a Viper and maybe let Dapper play it," but he's growing into this role quite well.
Ice cold lineups. Makes you think you got it.
No shield
Nice
doping,
clutch,
bro.
nice play. Sentinels pull the lead back in their favor here on their pick of Breeze. Elbow play going to come in now from the side of the guard. The spike is still down towards A cave.
Yeah.
Zed shop. So if they actually decide to go towards A, they can still do that. Wall hasn't been used. As per usual, they would fire it towards A pyramids. So they still have a chance to go either way.
At least the spike is on the back of Valen, right? So if Trent dies, then yeah, okay, we have a player pushed up towards A, but this is all bad timing because we think we have position and info. Tens does get the first kill, at least onto tunnel. But this could still be a rotate back towards the A site. Yes, you'll let them in. Maybe that's going to be the play here for Sentinels. Just want Celsius to play the pulse plan and just catch the players off guard, especially after that owl drone. That's easy.
What the hell?
Down, dive towards the front door. Actually missed it. He threw the knife onto the body of Trent. I love it.
Nobody else was to his left. So he hadn't cleared it, so he's like, oh my god, Shroud! He comes out with a 3K! The flawless to end the round. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my word, I like literally can't take the amount of gigabytes going through my computer right now.
Same here.
What
a
round. Yeah, that was the last 3. So he gets the first kill of the match and the last 3 of the match.
1?
Nicely done. Sentinels finding a win on their own pick, but it's a game. It's a series.
Nice.
That was one of them. No, I'm just kidding.
Nice.
Nice,
GG. Nice.
Seem to have a good read on each other. And it's basically coming down just like that turn the round, keeping a few more
Icebox
in a round, the economy builds. Each team is giving each other so many problems to have to adapt and think about in the games. I can't wait to get to Ascent, so let's shut up.
I was ready to go for a little bit of a podcast before because I thought the guard was going to be able to make it in and at least go for the plant after but you got to stay on the edge of your seat when you got Shroud playing, and that's exactly what we're going to do. As we take a break, and when we come back, we have Ascent coming up.
මටත් ඔය පොඩුවක් තිබ්බන ඉතින් ලස්සන ඉඳන් ඉන්නවනේ මම යනවා එලගිරි හර්ෂණ thank you brother මේ පැත්තට සෙට් වුණාට good night මම බලනවා මම ෆුල් මැච් එකෙන් බලනවා මත් යනවා හෙට පන්ති එලගිරි good night ඇසෙන් යා ඇසෙන් ජී ගාඩ්ලා නේ සෙල්ක GG thank you හර්ෂණ thank you සෙට් වුණාට එලගිරි මම next match එකත් බලනවා next match එකත් සෙන් ලා ගෙවුවොත් ඉතින් හරි වැඩි ඉවරයි හැබැයි ඊළඟ match එක ඇදුනොත් එහෙම මම ඒත් ඉන්නවා ඉතින් I'm balling full match. Yeah. Thank you very much. Maybe it's a light here.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on Red Bull Campus Clutch.
Break එක කොච්චරලා තියෙනවද දන්නේ නැහැ නේ. බලමු. විනාඩියක් දෙන්නවනේ කොච්චර සිරා. ඊජි ලගේ එකක් තියෙනවානේ. එයා බලන්න බෑ බං. ඒවා උදේ වෙනකන් යනවා. Okay. ලක්ෂ 1.31ක් බලන් ඉන්නවා කියපන්. Holy fuck. මේ ඔක්කොගෙම යන්නේ මේ මැච් එක මං හිතන්නේ. Yeah.
Pretty intense first game.
ඒකේ බලනවා 1.83. 1,83,000 බලනවා මැච් එක. මෙයාගේ ලයිව් එකේ.
That's true, but
ඔරිජිනල් ලයිව් එක බලනවා 1,30,000 ගාන. ෂවුට් ගේ ලයිව් එක බලනවා 78,000 ගාන. යා. ටෙන්ස්කි කෑල්ලගේ ලයිව් එක ඒකේ වෙන මොනවද ප්ලේ කරනවා යකෝ. Holy fuck. අයික දැන්ද කොහෙද ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ? එයා කොහරේ මිනිහා මැච් එක ප්ලේ කරනවා. යා මොනවද කරන්නේ? අපිටත් මැච් එකක් ප්ලේ කරන්න පුළුවන් මං හිතන්නේ. අපිටත් මැච් එකක් ප්ලේ කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ මොකද තව වෙලා ඇදෙනවා. මං හිතනවා අපිට මේ ඩෙත් මැච් එකක් අය ප්ලේ කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. අපි ඩෙත් මැච් එක ප්ලේ කරලෙමු. Yes. කැම් එක මේ පොඩ්ඩක් වෙනස් වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒක පස්සේ හදන්නම්ම. Bro. අපි ඩිස්ප්ලේ කැප්චර් තියාගමු. සැරින් සැරේ බලන්න පුළුවන් මොකද එන්නේ. Yeah. Ha.
Match found.
See this exactly in how they play the B site with their Viper. Notice, interesting enough, there's no Viper wall at start of round. There's really nothing of note here on the site. You just have Net playing with the chamber for that first contact.
Chicken atagama.
Let's ruin their day.
Fight!
Together!
Ammo!
Who trained you? Down and out.
Lol.
Sorry, kid. Out of here.
10 kills remaining.
Oh, hit it.
Taken down. Now we're cooking.
Oh.
Dominating. Five kills remaining. One kill remaining.
We just need one kill. Match එක ඉවරද? නෑ කතාව ඉවරද? මැච් එක පටන් අරගෙන. Oh my gosh. අර on time පටන් අරන් තියෙන්නේ තාම first round යන්නේ. මම එහෙනම් කොල්ල අපි ගියා.
Off the refreshments, the 0 point clear out towards Cat.
Zero dead, කවුරුත් dead නෑ. Nice. On time එකලා දින්නේ.
Utility, as you were saying, going towards door here, this could easily
දැන් කවුද attacking?
Cat push already in
ගාලා නේ attacking.
and that may be the encroachment they need to get this positioning. And what a positioning move they have from
Listen,
Sentinels.
කවුද ගන්න? KJ කෙනෙක් ඉන්නා. Ooh!
Side, but it's Dapper. 2 kills with the ghost on the back of the Jenny, lining up a third one with the wall bang, and that's Tens on the other end just to hold it back off the rotation. Nets on his own, and that's gonna be a prime gaming flawless from Sentinels.
A few of the cleanest ghost shots we're going to be seeing here throughout the tournament. Dapper has always been an amazing sight holder in the 1v1s, the 2v1s. He thrives in these positions. Here, this second, what is that second shot? Slowed down, it still seems fast, my man. Oh, and that one coming back through the Jenny gets a clip.
Right.
The rest of it, I would be like, Tens, you took my fourth. That's basically what happened in my side. But yeah, that is a statement round coming in from Dapper. You can't.
Oh, fuck. Sorry.
To get shut down coming through by Dapper.
And that's the strength as well of playing that triple initiator for Sentinels. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. It's a great it's already spiked down off the grav well. That's going to be tough.
The read on the play, instant push. Shroud is on the Astra too, so that's the quick click practice honed in on that, and they even get their own one-ways from Shroud here to make sure they can gain a little bit of positioning.
Sam's just holding with the yellow drone back from the garden, and that spawns at least Silent Player on that Marshall, so they pretty much have all that
Marshall
on lock. Well, that spike is still down, so
වැඩි පොඩ්ඩක් කවුල්
the
එතකොට.
guard to take this a little.
Up. Nice.
It has been shown here by
Yeah, coming to side, bro. Come on.
Retweaked and revamped as well by Optic into stage 2, and now Sentinels is using it. And one of those moments of where you saw that second kill coming out from Dapper was just a nice little lineup to get the kill off a recon dart that came out from Shazam as well into the A side. So there's just going to be a lot of utility that's going to bring out your opponents. And if everybody's so focused on trying to take you down on aim duels, you're going to be able to ping so many players on his retakes for Sentinels.
I mean, if you think about how Valorant works and the way that it can be slow, if it's a slow game, information is king, right? And if you have more information to gain over and over, we see them recycling the utility. It becomes much harder to do anything in the dark, if you will, to have your opponents thrown off because they're already pushed up. They have
Are you kidding me, bro?
Utility cover in a certain area. Let's see what happens. This still the same setup coming from the guard. I mean, tile coverage from KJ is a kind of a norm. Have a bit of a lurk. This is one of the first times Net will be by himself. We'll see how much they can provide over there with 4 playing towards Cat and Gelato. Sentinels set up a 4-1 here to start with 4 towards B.
Okay, a little bit of a TP on the top of the boxes, looking for some aggressive mid control with 2 riflers on the top. That's tense. Crosshair placement broken, and Valen punishes him for that by being on top of those boxes. One of those little tricks that you actually see here that we actually haven't seen too much from Omen players on this map of Ascent. That was a nice start.
Valen definitely finds a lot of comfort on Omen. Clutch situations, first bloods. He's no stranger to any of those of the sort. A real big reason they were one of the #1 teams there. Fragging IGLs are a rarity. See the push towards B, though. It has been held by Nat. Seems like they want to get in. Nobody's really close to any alts. We're still so early in the game. But again, Guard try to play this time down, and Jonah finds 2. That's big news.
Nice.
Take him.
Tried to get something at least on the A side.
අඩෝ සෙල්සිස්ට වැදිලාම නෑනේ මහිනේ චුට්ටයි නේද ඉහයි ටැග් ගෙනත්
But what that does is that they're on a bonus, so losing a little bit of a Spectre to allow the rest of them to get into the B site. We'll take that in for the Guard.
Absolutely. Easy in, easy plant. Let's see if they can get back out of the site here. It will help. Getting swarmed by all this utility will not be fun from Sentinels, and they'll know exactly how to use it. Doesn't look like they have much more than Net just on the crossfire. See how Sentinels get in.
Excuse me, lost a rifle in the process, not only a Spectre here, because it's a gun round now for the Guard.
Nice.
Zam's looking for that retake for Sentinels. The wall bang.
මෙයාලා outside එක්කන ආඩෝ check උන්නේ ගියා.
The dark, the smoke actually, and that allows him to get.
Bro.
But as he comes out, Dapper was waiting for him. Then Trent stays on the boxes for 2 kills, looks for the 3rd, but we continue with these trades. It's a 1 versus 1. We talk about Velen and Clutch, but it's not going to work out. Dapper gets the kill. And he's going to be able to get this right here to make it 3-0 for Sentinels.
The dink as well. Not even a gun diff, just the placement of the crosshair. What a back and forth. And I said it come into the site, Vansili. Like, that's going to be so hard.
They are saving bang. අරද මේ round එකත් ඉතින් ගහිල්ලක් තමයි තියෙන්නේ.
And we saw
මේ round එකත් තමයි තමයි. අඩෝ ඒ kill එක සුපිරිට.
Trent doing Trent things at B. Almost a deja vu from him in this situation. But it comes up on Dapper's side, and they're able to get the defuse. Great round by Sentinels. They hold the bonus true, and they put Guard back on a low buy.
Now, this is some of the things that we see a lot from defender halves as well, from the comps that you get. Usually the Smoker and the KO playing towards the A side. Xset with BCG and Def do a great job, but they have an Omen instead of an Astra. But we're still using the Astra in full force here with how we're currently placing the stars into A main for Shroud. If it's going to be support with the Gravwell on top of that, but here comes
1 and 2. Oh my gosh.
This is off, of course, a couple of pistols coming in though from the Guard, just trying to at least get a plant down.
Find you.
That was also the Nightfall coming out from Dapper to get all of that information for Sentinel, so this is going to make things a little bit hard for the Guard to get some economy.
Oh my gosh, that kill. Wow.
There's a few more frags coming in for Sentinels. Oh my word. Guard tried to just pull something out of their pocket there, and it absolutely rolled over.
මේ round එකත් ගහගත්තොත් තමයි ඉතින් winnable වගේ ළමයි.
Sure that there isn't really anything to mess with. 7-0-8. He's actually been having a great series so far.
Time out. Done.
Yeah, situations. We already, if we recall the B round in Breeze where he held back, got 2 frags, which allowed the team to get Nightfall. Just he seems to be in that range where he's not ready to make a mistake today, and he's making the right decisions everywhere. It's really helping Sentinels out. Guard for the timeout, Vance. The rounds that slipped away from him are, but what if? Right? What if that didn't dink through the wall on Dapper? It's the bonus doesn't go. Another round doesn't fold over. So it's not like you get to say that and come back. You have to figure out what to do now, because Sentinels isn't going to make it any easier. A few ultimates coming online here for the Guard. Trent probably could get a Nightfall out if they encroach on enough space and get in the face of Sentinels. But early timeouts twice now for Guard here. Yeah. One of them was after their round win, but it seems like they're having trouble getting through Sentinels.
Well, that's it. Getting trouble getting through Sentinels on A main on top of that. So I think
Yeah.
where they had some strengths from the guard was actually forcing Tens away from mid, forcing the TPs out, and getting that fake on mid to force Tens off the rotation off tree. But when they do that and still lose the fights towards A main, the position from Zelsis and from Shroud are very, very hard to deal with. So I feel like maybe a gelato late lurk or something like that could work things out. After actually this timeout, it's a paranoia to push through. And Cyber dashes forward to be able to get that headshot onto Zelsis. So a great way to actually adapt back into this aggressive A side that Shroud and Zelsis have been doing towards that A main. So the great timeout after all. But this is still going to be one of those stalemates where a little bit of utility was used to get control of that, but not much into map control gained,
Right.
if I can put it that way here for the guard.
So we keep an eye now on the conversion. This 5v4, Saya player is able to get, and he stays alive this time. Because a lot of the time we saw that, you know, Saya player breaks that distance and nobody can trade with him on the frag. Maybe this time, Askers, sorry, 4v4 coming up. They will be able to get a little more positioning. At least the knowledge is there, but here comes the initiator utility.
That was huge. Off the C's and the fragment and a push from Trent. Coming in hard for the guard after this timeout, and that's going to be the plant on a 4 versus 1. With the economy looking pretty strong here for Sentinels, you could definitely go in to make it expensive here for the guard, and you could count on Tens to maybe try to get 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So the attempt, justifiable here.
It's nice. They clean this up, helping out the 5v4 version statistic for them. And that was a great pressure, too, especially in a round where Saya does get a frag. He is actually the next one to frag again, right? He was the one to push out as he gets Tens on 1. He called it. Valen will stop that, though, in its tracks. But yeah, Saya still with, what, 30 HP, was the first to peak. They keep in order what they're supposed to do with this composition, and they follow up accordingly. And we saw guard just pile in after Saya did finally go down. So really nicely done in keeping their strategy in line, right? It's very easy to get deterred from it, but they're not letting Sentinels do that thing.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to get to, too, as you see the rotation coming out from the guard is Sentinels playing it on the A site. If you lose control of one side, you can push forward in the rest. So pushing 2 players inside A main, you're leaving up tree, but the position that you gain from A main allows you to play the retake a little bit better. And I like how the guard rotated back to Cat and used utility to actually deny the aggressive pushes from Sentinels after losing A main. So nice little chess match on that previous round. This round here, very, very slow. The Haunt not spotting them out as it was thrown out by Dapper to get control on mid and information. But this still allows Tens to push forward with this operator.
A game of one-ways and stars being played over towards A still. You see the change up of Net's positioning. Mentioning that from B towards mid. Turrets can be able to grab a bit of info. Oh. Operator in the smoke. TP out. First.
Gun!
Ooh, the quick trade, though.
The triple walk into a smoke. I love it. And the spray back through the cloudburst, but the Nightfall coming out on the attack. It does actually see Shazam with this Odin just trying to ADS down for only 1 kill. But these are looking really good, at least on both ends. Immediately, the null command gets dropped, so we have a 2 versus 1. Shroud looking for the fake res, looking back towards our front of the site. Going for the real one to swing out, and that's Trent with the kill. Very well done. Good patience by the guard, and not going immediately for the plant, just trying to make sure that they get the kill. And that's 2 rounds now on the attack for the guard.
Clean play. I think just be collected was one of the, probably not one of the things said, it's speculation, but just collect yourselves a little bit more by the guard. Plays don't have to be made immediately. Make sure your teammates are there to crossfire. Obviously, Trent doing what he has to do in a situation, but it seems like they're just much more confident about their peaks. Being down a player isn't stopping the guard here. It's really good to see that the game hasn't shifted their mentality at all. The Sentinels have been pretty aggressive, have been trying to gain the space. Guards still want it first. And here we see that win finally, right? Yeah. They're like, no, A space is ours. We're taking this. Stop smoking it. They actually put 4 members there immediately, and now they control that orb. They'll back up and start to go back to what they were doing in mid.
Still a stack of numbers, though, for Sentinels towards this A site, because we have this duel to false from Tens that's locking up the B main. Meanwhile, though, as we give that up for Sentinels into the A main site, you still have that crossfire there. So guards are still going to try to play this very cautiously, waiting for potentially the other Haunt to come back up here for Trent, while they do have a knife ready to potentially try to stop this Build a fell south towards B main.
Another smoke mid. Valen has one for sight. Decide to use it. Quick prowler towards tens. He'll get a call out and get a double lean over, actually. Now 3 members of Sentinels at B. Orb grabbing left and right here.
Yeah,
Comes out.
and as the orb gets picked up, that's an immediate null command coming out from Jonah P to take the B side. So Dapper, first headshot there with the Sheriff, but that stops him right there. Valen trades it out. We have a sight open for the guard. The res coming out too. So it's going to be back on a 5 versus 4. But we talked about ultimates, so the op is still available for tens. We still have a Cosmic Divide, but at this point, with all of them funneling out towards the spawn, it's going to have to be off utility and the Stinger hopefully to do much here for Zelsis.
He has to get by the one-way. Lane is the only fight he can take actually coming down. It's unfortunate because it does create the longer range.
0 point from Jonah P, spotted a few, so we know that we're committed to try to stop and contain the guard into the site off this pulse plant. And that's the plan. We never really wanted to go for the defuse in the first place. We just want to make it pricey. It works out for all of these kills. Good for 3 overall. And that's Trent continuing to build up kills after kills that we wanted Trent to do as well. And that we know Trent for. And Trent has had those rounds where he's played a lot of Sova in the past, but I'm liking so far that we're fighting back and getting these numbers on a fade. Nightfall ready into this round, and also 1 round away of tying things up when they have the harder side of Ascent here, Riv.
Right, it's not just the agent. I mean, you get the same stuff out of Fade that you kind of do out of Sova, but still seems comfortable just railing heads and taking rounds for the team. 4-3 here, a little closer to start off than we had on Breeze. Guard seem to be online right now. We'll see what they can produce for round 8. Sentinels getting a bit of a push into B main for the first time here, a little bit deeper rather. They have had peaks.
You know.
But this will be the extremity check that they usually aren't doing. Mid's been left open a lot of the time. 1 round, Guard was able to test that, but they haven't decided it's going to be another cat.
Tree control, Nightfall right away, and a nice little smoke too, just to try to take control of Tree for the Guard. But that is going to slow things down at the same time, because that was also a detriment to not allow the Guard to get through. Potentially maybe go for an underhand throw through that smoke, but there was a lot of utility that was thrown back from Sentinels.
Look at what Sentinels feel comfortable playing. Shroud is not moving. He is ready to play a double spot there, crossfire into sight, but he goes down on a trade. Now they have to consider what they can do. No controller on that side.
That was a nice little double swing out.
Spawn.
Outside of the Cloudburst 2. Zelda's down. Shazam off rotation. And
Three.
Nice from both of these teams. The pushing coming through. It's well read by Sentinels.
Exactly.
But the trade comes out immediately. I just love this until this happens. Ten's pushing towards the B main. Looking for the 3rd kill. And he's going to get the headshot there on the Valley.
Nice.
Lock it down here
what
for the Sentinels.
The fuck, dude?
Oh.
Holy
shit.
shit.
A little bit of a fumble there. Tens.
That's a cast of curse.
Absolutely cleaning up. And
Anna tense macam api dah Anna tense.
I mean, there's an arming time for the bot as well. Tens knowing well. I mean, Tens would fire through a flash there if it was on the screen before he would try to rendezvous away. So the alarm bot's not going to scare him. Yeah, really well played there. Just simple, kind of knew he could shoot. And a bit of a misplay by Guard. That will haunt them coming into that round because they had positioning and they had numbers. A quick 3K by Tens turns the game into Sen's favor here. Still a bit of a buy for Guard, and they have some money in their pocket, so not too bad.
Blade Storm 2 available for Saya player and trying to initiate for him for mid control. As after the timing of the haunt from Dapper, we've already immediately pushed out and looking for this mid to be split. But once again, it's still Tens holding the other end with a Vandal in front of B main.
Enemy tagged.
Drone out. The B main control has been a little bit more apparent here from Sentinels in the last few rounds, but goes Saya player. Great chaos created by the Guard.
Yeah,
come on. Oh my gosh.
The rendezvous points allowing Trent to get a 2nd kill there onto Shazam, and there's the first, I mean, this is the first lockdown I think that I've seen this half coming out here from Trent, and that allows here at least for the Guard to play the pulse plan, and already Sentinel's going to fall back into the A site to save.
Nicely done, and this is actually what the Guard needs. Even though they have money, a lot of Breeze was plagued with them being just shut down on economy. So if they can build this up, keep the players in, that's much, much better. They don't have to be dropping people.
They're saving,
so 5-3 here as we get into round 9. middle of the map, starting to
see
get
that.
pressured a little bit. That was a pretty funky round from the guard. The strategies they're coming out with here, a little bit different. I think it'd be credit to the assistant coach they added, keeper it after Masters, who comes in with kind of unconventional strats, you could say. And that might have been one of the ones that they rolled the dice on. Nicely done. Them pushing through spawn was really able to get the trades. Who does that? They do. Who does that?
And I could maybe see TenZ had that rendezvous point there because they had some sort of positioning that maybe market should have been covered by somebody else here from that switch to allow TenZ to get the top position to look back towards B main. But again, when you're gonna have to play a timing against Saya players' dashes, it's not gonna be as easy to TP and flick right away for the kill. So understandable that that mistake kind of happened, but that's great for the guard to narrow down that lead that Sentinels has built like they did on Breeze. But once again, we have a close game early. Hunter Spirit to come out, and that pings up to one.
That's clean.
Pings up a second one, but no kills. At least good information.
0 kills.
Oh, that's a hell of a lot of damage right there.
Yeah.
Already took basically a player out of the game, but still they stand as it's sorted across the members of the guard. How much does it slow them down, right? They're holding back pretty far. They're playing a generic strat with their KJ, and that's just going to hold the B tiles, but they're initiators on that side this time, so it becomes difficult. It's all up to Jonah P to get them in if they decide to go A. Prowler towards B main, and Sentinels have some great reads here. They've pushed B main the first few rounds. This time it's just a Prowler, and they are stacked towards Spike side right now.
0 point spotted 2 on the attack, at least holding, at least spotted 2 defenders as they threw to 0 point on the attack, courtesy of Jonah P. But it's still going to be the guard looking to push back towards the A main. Potentially be a Nebula or a Gravwell. It's going to be a Nebula instead. Paranoid doesn't hit him, so Shroud has open season into the back of hell, but unfortunately as Saya's dancing inside the Cloudburst, Shroud falls. Now though we answer back, TenZ with the Guardian, the first headshot. Shot darts coming in, spike down now for the guard on the pulse plant. 2 players playing towards hell as Jonah P falls. Dapper goes for 180 and another 180 again on the Trent. Now the Nightfall
It's winnable. Oh my gosh. Fucking lineup.
The Nanoswarm getting thrown, double of them coming down, but it's still a 3 versus 1. Very difficult for Net to come back across as he comes through. That's greeted by TenZ with another Guardian, holding down the A main and also allowing TenZ to get the duel to false in the next.
Deja Vu Dapper, same spot, behind Jenny, a quick 3K, instantly smothering the guard. Like you said, rest of it picked up there by TenZ and the Guardian. It's so funny that he loves to pick that up, and he'll usually get a frag on each round too. It works.
Yeah,
it works.
I mean, you're a chamber. You could headshot with a headhunter, aim for the head with that gun. You can have it a tool to false, 1-shot kill. Why not go for a Guardian on top of that, which is basically a headhunter too if you're hitting landing the heads.
Just clicking once, why not? Why not? Yeah. There it is again.
TenZ is a player that could do that.
6-4. Remember, we got a 7-5 first half on Breeze. These teams still testing each other greatly on Ascent. That Paranoia is exactly what got Garden from that cap side last time through Tree. Here it's used quite early, and they aren't able to get too close of their own on an archway shot into A.
Yeah, but no kill still allows them for the orb, allowing the null command to come out here on the attack. Zel's is dancing around, but it's still going to be the guard opening it up towards the A side. Dapper's going to have to try to go for a hero play, trying to spray through the smoke. We still at least have Sentinels already and propped up here, 2 towards the garden. Prowler clearing out towards Cat, so they could gamble now to just push in from the door, not having to look back towards their backs. They could go for the double swing if they want. He's around the corner. Leg now spotted as he gets the headshot onto Trent. Dapper answers back onto Jonah P, but it's still a player advantage going now.
What's going on? It's 2v3.
And with the with that ult, looking back towards that B main, more lineups being thrown here. Net delaying that clock. Turret now up. Things are looking maybe not for that one though. Shrouded step.
Yo, man.
Player lines up the last 2 kills, and that is the guard making it 1 round away of tying things up on the first half.
6-6 again, eh? Yeah, I think so.
Doing a really great job of being able to pressure into these sites, using that utility to at least get a few frags. Knowing where Shroud has been playing in the site, I think, is helping them at least, or they've stopped smoking as much towards A main. I think we've noticed maybe guard are activating too fast or just between when Shroud's been able to get into those. But they've been able to really encroach past what would be gravity wells, get themselves in. You see the pings again of which way they may want to go or what they might be facing if they do want to get to the site. Early defensive 0 point, smokes, stars on this A spot just to hold down the alt orb.
Okay. He did his job. Net was trying to look for that push, fights back for that one, but that forces a Nightfall on the attack. Nice paranoia from Valen, but it's still a 1-for-1 on both extremities of that map. But now you hear that null command coming out from the defense, and that is going to be Zelsis just trying to slow things down for a bit. And now Dapper's already on the top. Zelsis looking to push forward. The battle coming in towards L.
Oh
You hear the footsteps from Dapper. Dapper gets picked off by Trent. Zelsis looking for the overhand flash with a double swing after, but there goes Trent pushing forward, and that's a great kill coming out and a great hold from the guard. And just like that, we have a repetition of Breeze where we have another game in our hands. Let's take a break and see the continuation after that.
Oh shit, huh?
Over 500,000 viewers are currently watching this game. Hello, Valorant fans, and hopefully you're enjoying this matchup between Sentinels and the Guard, because I, of course, am. We thought, at least at the beginning of both of these maps, that it was just going to be Sentinels running away with their triple initiator comps, but the Guard continue to find a way to fight back after timeouts and great reads coming out from MCE, allowing now the second half just to start on a fresh slate. But it starts aggressive. We have Zelsis getting the first blood on the Saya players. They're trying to go for the shark attack into the B-Link.
Super quick start. Holy moly.
Back
up by the guard. Say, okay, we can regroup. Sentinels enjoying what they got right there. No need to push. And this is what they do all the time. We saw this on Breeze. They keep back. They're slow. And Saya player to have as your first one is so big. They set up a 2. It's got a 3-1 right now. And it looks like they're actually going to choose right. Sentinels are going to wait this out a little bit more. Expect a lot of this round to go away and be this little excursion. Try and pull out a little bit more util. They want to see at least 1 or 2 members of what agents they'll be facing at these sites right now.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what a fake so far. Zeus is almost in the B.
Exactly. 0-point recon dart, but there's still going to be that killjoy utility towards A main. So that's good delay being set up by Net and allowing this
AJ කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා කියන පොඩ්ඩක් defending එක lazy
But it's a double push up on catwalk, so
Let's
Net
see.
has a lot in his hands right now, hiding inside that
Come on,
nebula.
come
And
on.
as it
Oh my
dissipates,
gosh.
Elise gets the first kill until he's traded off by Zelsis for another kill coming in for Sentinels. In the back of Jenny, Trent fights back with that frenzy. Long range somehow onto Tent. And this is looking, again, one of those clean retakes on pistol for the guard, as now they take the lead in this game.
Ah,
Feeling
shit.
good on their pistols. They're able to keep trading this. Dapper last time says it's ours. So from both maps, one pistol each for these teams. They seem to trade pretty evenly when it comes to that. Now we'll get Marshall's on the next round. I'm just going to keep it long range and safe here. Nice cleanup with the frenzy. And they actually had a good lean on this, right? They had a bit of a play towards B. They knew what was happening was basically a fake. They didn't bite on Zelsis showing footsteps or walking towards B, so the guard had really good comms on that to make sure they were clean. 3 towards A to start this one off as they switch where Net's playing here for round 2. He's at B with all of his utility.
It's going to be one of those rounds where it could get very hectic too, because you're looking at a lot of firepower in Sentinel's lineup versus a bunch of Spectres in close-range battles being set up by the guard. You see that they're edging and closing in on the defense just to try to close up on mid. They do spot a little bit of retaliation coming out from the Sentinels out towards Pizza. It's going to stay quiet here, Riv. We're really just trying to punish the guard on mistakes off rotations. Tens is already posted up, ADSing down towards the headhunter to watch towards spawn.
See him. He's hungry. It's not jet play anymore. He's got to wait for people to come to him usually. He gets antsy in these situations, but he usually makes the shot. We'll see. It's 0 point over towards kitchen, or market rather, as they get themselves to safety. A lot in the back of the site here. This is up to Trent. And that's just on the other side. And it looks like Sentinels want it, but it's so slow down this lane side. Side player is going to start off on 10 like that.
Good for the rest of the guard. Crossfire towards that. At that point, you were hoping that Tens could actually get a pick towards this mid. So you could have a really late rotation back towards the A site. After that TP, trying to work up towards tree. And as of course, as you saw it, Riv, when he lost that fight, it was just, okay, let's full commit towards the B side to get a plant down. So great way for the guard to actually go into a bonus round where they still have some really good SMGs and figure out what they could do with this. I mean, Saya player is still deciding if he wants to go with a Marshall or not in this mid hold. Going Vandal. There we go, back to Marshall.
Easy Marshall. He's actually had quite a few shots on Breeze on it, so he's feeling comfortable. Keep the money down, maybe get an operator as soon as possible. We saw double operator being a defense on Breeze. Won't see double, but may see him trying to pull one of these out and play mid in later rounds, as we see with the Marshall here. Rotator lean coming in from Jonah P. It looks like they'll keep him on well watch. He's just jumping in the back of spawn right now. And Sentinels continue now to keep this composition spread. Much different than the triple initiator we saw them play on Breeze. Slowly has now one of the initiators on Lurk. This time it's going to be Shazam and his Saya player, his tempting fate here. Just to give an idea for Trent to get a frag.
That was so close because you saw that dark cover come out too to try to save Trent so he could fall back into the B main. But at least we're still trying to delay with the smokes being thrown out on the defense, so they only lose one player in the process. Updraft coming out from Slayer player, trying to get a Marshall kill, but that doesn't get any kills yet. Both make that all of Sentinels rotating back and looking to rotate towards the A site, where once again, we're seeing why this Killjoy is still very useful for this composition of the guard.
It is big.
It's a full lockdown for Net.
30 seconds
Use that
left.
utility, still some insight. They have to get by being detected. This gives the rotation time. That's the important part. No fight is what Net wants right now. He's waiting for the team. They're waiting for the retake.
And delay as they're moving into the site with 14 seconds left on the clock. The plant only starts now, so this gives the opportunity for that retake to happen. Potentially a double flank, but Valen decides otherwise. Moving with the rest of the team on the top of heaven, and a late lurk from Net back towards to cover mid, and then they're going to try to retake and re-hit together. Nice, a little 0 point coming out, at least from Jonah P. That's going to ping a couple of players down towards Hell. A smoke towards the front. The Paranoia misses though, and that's going to be a great position at least for the Sentinels at Hell to get all of these kills. But Jonah P answers back for 3 kills. The backstab from Celsius after all. Finally, a Sentinel stops that bleeding on that retake from the guard, but that is 3 kills on a bonus round for the guard.
Sentinels doing a good job of staying alive. It did get a little messy towards the end. Guard doing themselves a good job of getting that money they need. There's the operator we were talking about, now in the hands of Saya player. That's what the Marshall buy was for. You see that utility towards the back top side. 0 points had already been used at this point, so there's a bit of an idea of what space was being played, which is why I think it made it so easy for Sentinels to be able to get in and find the shots they needed without second guessing what was going to be aiming at them. Peek here? No. A quick smoke onto Cat. They deny any peeks there. Roll after, and that's going to be Shazam at the top of mid, making sure they have a call on what's happening. KJ Utilities switch back over to B here for the Guard fans. They continue to keep Sentinels guessing, and I think Sentinels is doing a pretty good job at getting close enough, figuring out if they might be dealing with Net's utility, and then figuring out what would be the easiest course of action.
Yeah. Keep those audio cues coming up. If you hear a flash coming out towards the A site and you know that there's a dark cover for a one-way on the A site, then there's strong chances that you flopped the rotations and positioning here of that Killjoy. And now going back into a one-way towards A main, Valent's watching it from heaven. And a knife doesn't get information on Cap, but at least it gives information for the Guard where potentially a lot of crossfires into the A main. That's actually looking at Jonah P and Valen into that A main site.
Bit of a one-way smoke here coming in from Valen. Wait, Shroud's in? That's the rest of the team has to follow.
Saya player lands it onto Zelsis, and Jonah P gets the wall bang onto Shazam, and this is a stronghold for the Guard. And you mentioned it, Shroud made it through, so he's able to answer back onto Saya player, but it's basically a 4 versus 2, as he gets picked out by a Haunt, and that's a beautiful wall bang by Trent. That's some great stuff that we'd like to see. Tens by himself, first headshot, connects onto Net. And we're looking for that double swing. This is a round coming in for the Guard, and somehow he gets a kill.
One kill,
it's still a round for the Guard.
It seemed like miscom there, just on the entry, right? As soon as they went to hit, Sentinels was actually hit with a bit of utility they weren't expecting. So as Shroud was able to make it, everybody else wasn't. It was kind of like a jet going forward.
You guys need to do something, Majana.
After that, your smoker's in sight who really wants to provide cover for the rest of the team and doesn't have angles covered. So Guard taking big advantage of that. Nicely done to keep themselves in position there and not do too much rotating. They again switch the Killjoy play to keep Sentinels guessing. The Sheriff play for Sentinels. This may be fast towards B. It looks like they'll keep it slow and look for some long-range shots. A 3-2 defense play here by the Guard. Looks like Valen just continues to set up one-ways at least towards A. They keep doing that precedent, even if there were a Sentinels player there or not.
And Aries now for Trent, or Sliggy likes to call it a res, I think. I'm not too sure.
The Erez.
Yeah, what's the conversation, Sliggy, around that?
Yeah. Question.
That said, though, this is an eco coming out for Sentinels, just trying to see and try to get information at least for the defense, but I just wanted to get back to that before. That ping that we saw from the Haunt out from Trent to get that wall bang kill onto Shroud before is one of the things that I like to see. Because Trent was also kind of known to do these Aldron wall bangs too, so I like to do this on a different agent as well. Being the Fade, getting as much value onto this agent as he would on a Sova.
Great damage on a Dapper there. See a little crossfire between the operator and that. Real hard to be able to get past that defense. Tour de force now, peeking Cat, looking for a shin, looking for anything.
30 seconds
not gonna get it. Maybe some toes. These one-ways are a great job of slowing down Sentinels, but I'm not sure that's what stops them. Being slow on Breeze was how Sentinels gained a lot of their rounds. Guard doing what they can to create the one-ways, but it seems like Sentinels will wait it out and still get to push through. Shroudy first again.
Underhand throw being thrown out here, but that blinds up both players on the board. We made it through, but there's only 6 seconds. Spike is out down, and that's not going to help too much. Once again, another one of those situations where Tens is going to be by himself with no time. Despite Net not being able to get any of these nanoswarms popped off,
7-10.
it's still good enough here for the Guard to get ready for the push from Sentinels.
Oh yeah, being able to basically have things in order, fail safes. The Guard seems to have been setting up where Net is really, really well with that. How much does KO shut down Killjoy now? It's like, how much does Killjoy really alter the map unless they're popping off? So I don't think we've seen much between that battle, if there was any to be had. Guard happy, pumped, fist bumps around. 10-7 here as they look to bring us to Icebox, our final map on this best of 3 series to start off the NALCQ. And we'll see how this one goes. Sentinels called a timeout. They've been able to break kind of the surface defense of what Guard is setting up. They, again, haven't been working too much mid. Just like Breeze, they're working left, they're working right on the extremities. But, again, this time they have a bit of a flank. They're usually working 2 players off, whether it be Dapper and Zelsis or Dapper 10, something like that. And it seems like they're trying to get more and more info out of Guard, but they're not allowing that game to happen anymore. They were read so quickly, and it seemed like downloaded early on Breeze before they adapted to that Sentinel strategy. Here, they're being very close to the chest with how they're defending, where they're defending, and Sentinels aren't having as easy as a time getting into sites.
Not a storyline, at least now for the Guard, is that they're actually able to get a lot of value out of these 5 versus 4s, getting the first blood and converting them into wins. It was quite low going into stage 2, and now currently looking to be at top of like the 70s, 80%. And it's all off just, again, the utility that they have on the defense for the Guard. If it's not
He's
going to be
dead.
on the Killjoy utility,
He's gonna dead.
still
He's
that
gonna dead.
combo that works out quite well. And finally,
Oh
as we
my
get
God.
a first blood now in favor of Sentinels, that's a player falling on mid for the Guard, and that opens up a lot of that map opportunity to control for Sentinels as they're leading
He's
towards
coming.
the
Oh.
Great little adaptation there by Sentinels. They were able to identify that it was Saya player that was out and in the open alone, but now this B is coming in, so forget about that.
The Nightfall also to ping out Valen inside that site. Cosmic Divide on the attack, but you don't need to be death if you see them right in front of you. That's 3 kills for Valen right now. A 2 versus 2. Valen looking for the 4th. Connects onto that one as well.
Fucking
And
is.
Shroud on a 2 versus 1. Let's see what you got here, Shroudy. Nothing at all. As Net seals the ace, but you want that round.
Senla me വെച്ചേക്ക് പറതിനോ.
And that last kill.
Definitely
really
va.
well played in the beginning.
Definitely കാണോ.
Your Guard wins the round, but
Ado hi Jamia what's up?
player was kind of out and
Sen කියන්නේ shout ගේ set එක නේ දෙයාව Sentinels.
gonna help him, and that was a first kill for
මම
Sentinels.
first match එක win කරා.
Saving grace.
3ෙන් දෙගන්නේ බලන්න.
Valen in sight.
මේ second match එක.
Trap, 4K coming up real quick. Able to completely shut down the 5v4 conversion that Sentinels was looking for, and that's exactly the round that Guard wants to put up. Having this
මේ
type
match
of
එක කනවා
lead on
බං Sentinels.
puts them back down in the econ. Stinger by
Definitely
Stinger by.
කනවා.
Sentinels
Sure.
are going to have a hard time finding frags here, as again the Guard are playing back in the sights. Tough to get to. Saya play all the way down mid with an operator to start.
Hey, extremities don't work. Let's try mid. Nope, Saya's there with a knob. So that's an early 5 versus 4, but a eco for Sentinels trying to get inside the B side for a plant. Trent holding the back of B with an Odin. Saya trying to go for some
Jamia
one
මොකද
takes
වෙන්නේ?
through the smoke. But it's still going to be just a great hold for 2 players in the back on top of that.
Jamia මේ අරයා මේ
Forcing from the lockdown, players to
චීටි එකෙන් ගිහලා දන්නෙත් නැහැ
greeted
කියපන්.
by Shorty. It's greeted by Molly, and now the Guard are 1 kill away of looking
මගේ
to
කෑල්ල
lock
ගිහිල්ලානේ
down
මම දන්නේ නැහැ නේ
Sentinels
මම.
third map, but it's Leon trying to get the miss, but still Trent comes in with the Odin.
මේ match එක දින්න නම් මොකද බං? මොකද්ද tournament එක LC කිව්ව එක බං?
Neither would I. Everybody's stepping up that needs to there. Saya player able to come up with a big frag. We saw some from Jonah P there. Both of them, Saya and Jonah, account for 50% of the first LCQ for the Guard. So you'll always see them popping off, and they keep true to that. Saya with a big opening frag on that last round to help them bring it to match point.
ඒක round එකයි ඕනේ බං.
Valence stepping up too here. A star power showing up on the second map for the Guard.
පිස්සු බං. Tesla ගහන්නේ ගියා. Zero duelist අරගෙන. King
right now. Looks like we're gonna get a quick pause on this.
I'm okay for that pause. We need a breather. We need a breather to also explain.
Technical
how
was
the show and
shocking.
demonstrate. As finally on the scoreboard, Steven Trent's at 25 and 11 on this map so far.
මොනවද මේ qualify නැත්තම් මේ first match එක බං. second එක වික්කද ඔව් බං මේක විකුණලා channel 7යි අරුන් 10 මේ 12 first එක win කරා මේක කොහොමද channel පරදිනවා එතකොට third එකට යනවා
You saw from the players
third එකෙන් තමයි
reaction that they
දිනන එක
just stood
යනවා
up and started screaming, feeling that heat, feeling the vibes, and it's the good old Guard that we had from stage 1 that we didn't see too much during stage 2. I'm loving this resurgence emergence of the guard, especially against the Sentinels matchup where the last time that these
Sentinels versus the guard. VCT NA last chance qualification. Again last chance qualification. LCQ. Day 1.
Exactly.
Day 1 first
It's
match.
kind of that nothing can break this vibe feeling. You see in them every time you get the cams, every time they're making they're down in members. You're like, well, they can still do it. That
මේකට පස්සේ තව මැච් එකක් තියෙනවා වෙන ටීම්
was a
දෙක.
gusto that was
EG
very
ලගේ
much lost
තව
to them, and kind of Sentinels too. Right?
face
In the guard we saw playing continuous compositions. They still had a few that they played since March, which would easily be downloaded by other teams. While those compositions might work,
මේක කෑවොත් වැඩක්ම නෑ හරිද?
make them work if a team knows exactly.
චවුඩ්ඩත් අරගෙන ලැජ්ජ
Guard will
කරනවා.
call timeout after this, using their time efficiently to make sure they can solidify this last round. Probably holding a few ults unless
මේ
they
මැච් එක කොහොමවත් පරදිනවා.
necessarily
Definitely.
secure it, so they can have a fail safe.
පරදුන්නේ නැත්නම් ආශ්චර්යයක්.
Looking to close it out here. That operator again has been such a pivotal point for the guard to convert rounds, whether it be on Breeze in our first map or here on Ascent. That's been something that we see the guard going to very frequently. Right
Rather
back
early.
into it.
Couple of ults, as you mentioned before here, Null Command and Nightfall available for the retakes. If they want to try to figure out how they want to cycle through this utility and the ultimates for the guards. Sentinels taking the first step, pushing aggressively towards tree. That forces from Jonah B, who does get a nice kill onto 10, was fully blinded towards tree. A swing out from Wine that doesn't pass for a kill, so we're trying to fight back. We're clawing back here for Sentinels. They're at a player disadvantage, but all split up across the map. But here comes the Hunter's Fury, allowing this push forward from Dapper, but it's not even needed. Shazam gets a double kill with the Hunter's Fury. A player advantage going back into the Sentinels, but Dapper lurks in to make it a 3 versus 1. Now Saya player with this operator and the blade.
මේ රවුන්ඩ් එක දිනයි Sentinels. මේ වුණාට මම හිතන්නේ මැච් එක දිනයි.
As the plant only comes in now.
This is tough.
I mean, he has that flank being watched. You don't really have to peek that much, and just because of like 5 simple seconds that went down off that spike, you now see Saya player opting to save his weapon.
I was going to be pretty amazed if he actually tried to go for that.
Is
He
he
was walking
saving
forward
one?
with confidence. Only W keys to be pressed, but he did find the S key. Turns himself around, and he heads back towards B.
He's
Safety
saving.
operator, Blade Storm is there as well. So if he gets himself into a tight situation, he can make this work. I don't know. They're not
9 10 11 12 රවුන්ඩ් 4ක් තියෙනවා අල්ලන්න.
pretty clean round. You can see most of the action there
Amaru,
coming through.
Amaru,
It has
Ken,
been how
Amaru,
Sentinels
Amaru.
have wanted to fight these situations. Making
Hondata
sure they either
Amaru.
get the smoke or a full fight with somebody in tree. The one-way smokes have not been something they want to deal with at the A main area unless it's just kind of for the post-plant retake. But again, here you see the push through right up the gut with Hunter's Fury, and it makes it so hard to defend this position. And Shazam knows that, especially this late in the round with how Sentinels, again, try to read the rotations. The timing was there.
Yeah, and even Dapper eating one pulse off his teammate's Hunter's Fury to break the timing off the rotation back from Trent with that Odin. So this is some very nice scaling from Sentinels going into understanding where the positioning was from the guard in that mid-round. This round, though, was... We had that timeout previously from the guard. We couldn't close it out, but thankfully we still have a lot of utility and economy, rather, and a Nightfall still available. Swaya player trying to go through the smoke, dashes away, couldn't get the kill, and pulls out a Blade Storm. But mid-control, under slight control as Trent plays the off angle. First kill on Celsius. Updraft coming out, and 10 swings out with the Vandal running gun to make it a 4-on versus 4.
The smoke there just denying the angle those two wanted to use to actually have a crossfire. 10's approaching it perfectly to get his frag. Now in the 4v4, it looks like they will start to pressure a bit towards that left side, and this is one of the only times we've seen Sentinels try to work towards mid. Taking down Trent's going to be a huge one because he has been so pivotal in being able to shut down the side case. B is going to be the idea as Shroud prepares the stars.
මේක YouTube live නැද්ද? මේක YouTube live YouTube එක යනවා ඇති මම Valorant කියලා ගහපන් එතකොට ඒ live. නැත්තම් Twitch එක යන්නවා. නැත්තම් ඔබ ගියොත් බලන්න එන්නේ. මේක මම කොහොමද තියරනකන් ඉන්නවා. මේනේ shout මම පැත්තේ. ඒ shout.
Be a pretty far rotate from Jonah P.
Chow.
At least for now. Jonah P's movement super slow towards towers. That's the only way I would think that. But no, they're going to be entering the site. Valen at least wants these frags. Jonah's going to have to move a little bit faster if they really want to use all the utility correctly.
You're happy that Tens is still alive.
2v1
Jonah P to break that trademark. So he has to give his position.
මේ රවුන්ඩ් එකත් විනබල්.
Both players from Sentinels holding in the
මේ රවුන්ඩ් එක he's saving.
and also a switch.
මේ රවුන්ඩ් එකත් විනබල්. එතකොට තව රවුන්ඩ් ඕනේ දැන්. තව රවුන්ඩ් 3ක් වින් කරන්න ඕනේ.
As I talk about ultimates that are still available, let's keep an eye out on that Nightfall from Trent.
See if he can use it. Nice job by Sentinels there, encroaching, getting onto the site, but making sure that they're doing it without really having to take fights, right? And if they do, there's multiple members to answer onto that fight. We saw as soon as Sayatip player took a shot, he was shot. That's why he was tagged and couldn't get out of that situation.
Oh, වැඩිය ගහන්නේ නෑ ඕක what ඔය shout ගහන hero මාර අමාරුයි නේද master කරන්න ශ්‍රේයා shout ගානිරම අනික මේක මෙහෙම හරිද මේක අර shout game kills නෑනේ ඒක normal හරිද ඒක normal සාමාන්‍යයෙන් එයා smoke කරන්නේ එයාලා team help වගේ තමයි ඉන්නවා rush කරන්න help කරන්න ඒ වගේ දේවල් තමයි shout කොහොමද play කරන්නේ මේ extra viper තමයි ගොඩක් play කරන්නේ duelist ලා ගහනවා එනවාද
Right now for Zelsis is just unloading right now as they're moving back up towards Tree. Haunt now spotting net towards that mid.
Come
on that garden. And
nice.
Zelsis as he runs away still gets a kill onto Jonah P. This is a great start now for Sentinels to get back into the A site. As they tried to cross over before, they're stopped by this garden. We're able to get into the site this time for Sentinels, and it might be another one of those situations where we might have
double gun not in kill like the pro come on the pro
but look at that, they're just playing back towards spawn.
Vansili.
You have a 5-round cushion, Riv.
I honestly start to get flashbacks of how
are they getting back
were able to basically start to control the game when on their game point for their
they all are saving ba I get back kunava
it looked like why didn't they bring this out before and again
ඔය ඇස්ට්‍රා ගහන්න අමාරුයි නේද බං එන හොල්මන් සීන් එක යා ඇස්ට්‍රා ගහන්න අමාරුයි අමාරුයි කියන්නේ ඒක
and the guard is saving
ඇස්ට්‍රා ගහන්න අමාරුයි මං ගහන්නේ මට ගහන්න බෑ කියන්නේ අර කියන්නේ එක එක්කෙනා පොරදුන විදිය තමයි
can't use a few ultimates use
සමහර අයට ඕල් ලේජන්ඩ් ගහන්න ඕලුවා සමහර අයට ඩුවලිස්ට් විතරයි සමහර අය controls තියෙනවා
guarding themselves and
මං ගහනවා මේ ටෙන්ස් ගහන චැම්බර් ගහනවා KJ ගහනවා
5v4 goes stale on that one but
ගහනවා ඕගේ තමයි මම controller ගහනවා
game point still for the guard they were right there to tip this one over and get us into icebox
මම controller ගහන shout ගහන smoke
This is getting very, very interesting.
Now 2 rounds ඕනේ බා same කරන්න ඕනේ මේ එක round එකක් කරලා round දෙන්න තුන් ඒ round ඒ match එක දියන එතකොට third match එක ගන්න
Sentinels versus 100 Thieves and probably a flashback to Eco when you had Tens get that 3k onto Haven. I know you're watching here, Eco, and sorry to bring that back to you. But now Sentinels are 2 rounds away to force another overtime into this game. Economy's still good for the guard, but it's quick for Sentinels inside the B site. Dapper somehow flicks into the kill onto Trent. Back of the site now is going to be Net.
One inside.
By concussed from that Nova Pulse. Net
one inside. Bro.
Nice flash coming out because Zelsis was full blinded from that. The swing out from Net was still ready off that kill. And that solves that. Cover coming out and Net is just holding down towards the back of the site. I can't believe this is happening. What a hold right now from Net and the rest of the
inside
Let's go.
Third map.
I'm so ready for this third map. I feel like Icebox is the one that kind of could really sort out how these teams have played, what they've been working on. I feel like the last 2 maps of Breeze is straightforward, a little bit more of a shooting range. Ascent will put you close and figure out how well you can work in anchoring each other. But Icebox, about those rotations, really about the site takes and retakes. I cannot wait to see what these 2 teams have for each other as we're going to a third map.
Same thing for Sentinels. I mean, when Ender was talking about it on the analyst desk where there was some struggles, hit or miss for Ascent for that very team, I felt that we had some similar storylines for Sentinels on this map as well. But now this is a brand new page. We want to know what they're going to pull out here on Icebox. And what does the guard have ready for us for Icebox as well? And we'll find that out after the break.
After the break. Now Icebox again, third match. Yeah. This is the first match. And second match mega face like easy like week 1 day 1 yeah අපේ ඩෙප්ත් එකක් ගහලා මුනේ මේ කතා කරලා ඉතින් එන වෙලා යනවා එන වෙලා යන්නේ විනාඩි 5ක් විතර ඩෙත් මැච් එක කිවර වෙන කොච්චර ලා යනවද විනාඩි 5ක් විතර යනවානේ විනාඩි 3ක් 4ක් ඒ ටයිම් එක යනවා කොහොමද Sinatra live ඇවිල්ලා. ඌ මැච් එකද බලන්න. යා.
First since 6 months.
Match found.
Xbox නම් එච්චර සෙට් නෑ මට නම්. මම කැමතිම නෑ Xbox.
We are back from the break as it's going to be a 3 maps.
යාලා කතා කරන විනාඩි 5ක් කියලා කතා කරලා තමයි මැච් එක ගන්න. Macam ya mana satu channel lagi nanti.
Their tech is only as good as their skill, and there we have some beat. Fight! Quick peeks now.
Bro. මේ මොකද්ද බං මේව ගහන්නේ නැද කම්පියුස් කරනවා ඕ
Finished.
තව ටික වෙලාවක් යනවා බං සෙකන්ඩ් මැච් එක වටා විනාඩි 2-3ක් යනවා උන් ටීම් ටෝක් කතා කරනවා මේක ඩෙත් මැච් එකක් මචං හරියටම ඩෙත් මැච් එක ඉවරෙද්දී මැච් එක පටන්
Nature girl
ගන්නවා.
down. Got 3.
I need some ace. Oh bro.
Dominating.
Variable removed. Now 4.
Is it double S? Double S? Double S? Double S?
Nature girl down.
Dominating.
Reyna killed.
Oh my god. Odu kill.
Dominating. Ten kills remaining.
That's done. Nature girl down. Got 3. Now 4.
Dominating.
Enemy down.
Aha.
Five kills remaining.
එම එච්චර ගහලා තරු ගහලා නේ මන්ට. Bro, I think you did. I don't know what the hell.
One kill remaining.
Goodbye. Strong results. Let's run it again.
Manginan dan patang ngarang itu. Padangannya. Padangannya aneh. Yep.
Series, and I love it, Riv. We're seeing the
Yeah,
guard.
on time.
We have Valen that's going to be IGLing, but not even
Okay,
playing
mang, on time,
a
Minogi.
KO. We switched some stuff around. We've been cooking around stuff for the guard, and also for Sentinels, it's been answered. No more Jet in the last 3 maps that they've played, just
There it is.
abandoning that and keeping Tense full time on that chamber.
Right, and we did think this map pool could lead to some Jet if they had to do it. We said, okay, Jet could be available. Didn't happen. Qpert brought in after Masters, assistant coach for the guard. Some of these unconventional strats, and we see the Brimstone now. I've always wondered about seeing more Brim on Icebox. Those 18-second smokes almost put you within a window of being aggressive. Right? You put down smokes, and it's either a hard fake to the other side, or you don't have smokes anymore. Be super interesting to see how they play it. A focus for now here. Guard on attack first. This is the final map, so picked by neither, just thrown in off of what was banned. Let's see who's done their
pistol
homework.
round එක win කරන එකෙන් තමයි ගොඩක් කරලා following round දෙක තුන තීරණය වෙන්නේ. එයාලා ගොඩක් කරලා following round දෙක තුන වෙනකම් win කරනවා.
hit for the guard over the A side. Underhand flash, but we're staying safe behind it, Jenny. That's 2 opening kills coming out, make that even Sentinels across the board. Last one is going to be spotted on top of that too, in front of the orb, and that Saya player. At least it's not going to get the fullest to start things off for Sentinels, but we continue to trade these pistols back and forth. Sentinels in the guard so far and less Saya player.
මොකද එන්නේ පොඩි පොඩි අස්සක් මචං. චාමියා ඉනවා චාමියා ඉන්න. අර කිල් 14ක් ගැහුවා වෙලේ නම් උඹ ආච්චි වැහුණා. මම හිතන්නේ ජීසි එකට යනවා.
And there's that peak. We're about to see the swing. That's
yep.
The frenzy from Zelsis. He made
මොකද එන්නේ පොඩි පොඩි.
Gets the pistol.
Dapper's wall creating such a nasty choke point right there that guard had to get through. As soon as that wall went down, yeah, it broke and it didn't have much time to solidify fully, but it became much less of an angle that Sentinels had to bear down on to take down the guard as they piled through that bottleneck. First round Sentinels, it's kind of, this is how it's gone. Sentinels grab first round, first half, guard have grabbed second round.
Sentinels fans la maka. Abi bangawan idin yana match එක.
They're keeping it consistent for us. Pretty much unbreakable here as they throw a 0 point over to get a quick check.
මම මෙච්චර hard බලන්නේ නැහැ. හරිද වෙනද බලනවා match එකක් විතර බලලා යනවා. මෙච්චර ඉන්නේ නැහැ.
Vipers playing B. Sweet move.
අද ඉන්නේ හේත shout ගහනවනේ බං. පොඩි වෙනසක් තියෙනවා ඒ හින්දා
One way going up.
Dodge the dart.
පොඩි නෙමෙයි ලොකු වෙනසක්.
Fight comes in now as the rest of the guard are trying to get some control towards this B main, but that poison orb is just slowing things down a lot here, courtesy of Shroud. Still has snake bites to work with. And the thing is, right now for the guard is they don't have a Sage. So if you're going to try to go for these tap plants, then snake bites could slow them down, and somehow Tense gets a headhunter headshot.
Come on.
Going through the smoke, second one. The side player answers back on yellow, and it's going to be chamber on chamber, but a drop on the other end, and the 180 for the kill. The ping coming out, Junipi with the right click, and now it's a 3 versus 1. Things look pretty good after all here for the guard on their eco.
Yeah, nicely done. Ten's been able to find a pretty great that box and star that barrel on Snowman. You just take somebody's head off on the crates down towards B-Long. So easy peasy to start that one off. Headhunter coming in big as Vandals are picked up along with some Spectres being saved. And the guard do get in for some damage. And we've seen an A and a B now. Kind of testing out the map, seeing what feels good. Making sure they're not going to slip on any black ice or they get into the site and get a plant down. Only a few frags suffered by the side of Sentinels here, so a lot of armor saved, a lot of money there to be worked with in these next few rounds as the bonus comes through.
Also doing a good job of getting information from both of these KOs so far. Valiant getting a ping earlier on. This round it's going to be Zelsis tagging 2 into the B main. Shazam also getting information with the Elementals. Pinging 1 and spawn in a second in the back of mid. So understanding now that the guard are holding a default to start things off. No rotates coming out yet, but you have to get ready for deniability on this B site where Shroud is going to have to play it solo at least for now.
Yeah, they've kept the same defense on the side of Sentinels so far. Test with weapons now on the last round. Rinse and repeat here for the guard. A nice Viper's Bite to come out, slow things down. It's all about the delays so the rotation can come in. And already 3 members at B for Sentinels here to defend.
And just the little things too. Shroud understanding that the knife is going to get ready, stays outside of the radius towards Orb.
Right.
Puts another snake bite onto the ground, but at least we still get a plant for the guard. Now the attempt at a retake. Off not really a bonus here. We got 4 rifles and 2 Spectres on the defense. 4 seconds, and there's a lot of utility being held, but still a 5 versus 4. Player advantage, slow orb allowing Sentinels to creep forward, but Saya players evening up the tally. In the back of yellow, Haunt coming out, breaking crosshair. Only missed on top of that too, but it's only allow Valid to get only 1. But after that, that's going to end it.
නිම්න හොකේ වරෙන් RP ගහන්න පොඩ්ඩක් හරි ඔබ පේන්නවත් නැහැ. ඌ මං හිතන්නේ ඌ වැටලා. නිම්න කියන එක මොඩ යගේ බලවන් කටර මාස් එකක් දාලා ෆොටෝ දාගෙන.
And I was thinking about him like, okay, no wall, no Sage wall, they still get the plan down.
දාගෙන චොකා.
Like with the no
ඔක කලින් ඉඳන් ඔක දාලා දෙන්න කපල් ෆොටෝ.
KO being able to
attack you,
Viper still having been able to attack you through the wall, right? That's going to be
something.
So they forego that, put down more smokes to create their own
angles. Yeah, Sentinels round 3ක් ගහලා තියෙනවා.
with their initiators in hand, get through.
Yaala awasham round එක ගහව බං හරිද මේ round එකත්
Dapper's wall
පිනවල
has been coming in huge. Like,
ඒක
just the
round
retake
හතරයි
tech he's been using, the places he's putting it.
icebox ලොකු වෙනසක් එයි මොකද shout එහෙම superior ගහනවා icebox
You bring up a great point about the fragment against the wall, so we'll see if the guard has something cooked up once they play a defense against Sentinels, but looking at the round so far, this is supposed to be an equal for the attack half. Now we spot some legs to make it a 4 versus 4. I was going to say we have a great start with Shazam falling early.
Shazam කොහෙන්ද මැරුණේ ලෝල්
Fire player real hurt on this one. Looks like he is kind of taking a back seat to be in a second peak. Is Jonah P here? Sheriff first.
That's crazy. He pulls out a total false at low HP, as you just mentioned. So they're really banking on Saya player getting an opener here, and it's an off angle from Tens at yellow.
This is hold. It's like a mid hold, but look, rendezvous position that Tens has is so interesting. That gas wall goes up instantly.
Look the right,
so now he can just focus, but it's not quick enough. Saya player's quicker.
We wanted to know it was going to flick faster, and it's going to be Saya player indeed, and puts value into that duel to false, and now we have a plan. Two players already inside the space. Look at how far we are for net. I have something cooked up with pulse plan, potentially, or a late lurk. But the null command comes out from Valid on top of that too. There is that molly that lands first.
ඩබර්ගේ බෝල් එක තියෙනවා ඩබ් බෝල් එක ගහලා ඩිප් කරන්න පුළුවන් come on ඩබර් nice
Wall coming up. 4 block fights. Yeah. Still trying to deny as much as we can. Even an orbital. Oh my god. Everything's just cycled so well into the duel falls from Saya player to get a 4K into the round, and that was really nice from the guard. I'm not gonna lie.
ඒ round එක නම් superior round
I
එක
love this from the guard. We've
saving
kind
it,
of
good
seen
thing.
it come online for the last few rounds, the way the smokes are playing out, the way the wall is playing out.
Ability
The
in my
Viper
game.
wall so nicely placed. Is if we get a peek of it again, it goes up into the top area, right? So you're actually blocking off a lot of what people bring Omen to the table for, to get that high smoke, to get the wall down and have coverage. So great Viper wall towards B. They throw it again to keep that consistency there, so Sentinels think B is a possibility. And they've just been able to cycle the rest of the utility to keep Sentinels out of the sight. That was a hell of a post plant. How many mollies and after effects were they throwing out there, right? Almost impossible to get. So we really see what the guard is trying to do with this composition.
This is also a composition in the past from the guard where I actually really like to see Valen going for the poison orb on top of Raptors with when they had an Omen playing in. And speaking of the Viper, it's actually Net playing it all the way towards spawn, catches Tens off guard, and that is going to be, speaking of guard, on that player advantage, who Net continues to ADS down towards mid. Shazam peeking out. No kills coming in.
Bit of a miss molly there. They wanted that on Jenny. They wanted that to clear out where actually Dapper would be. So a bit of hesitation now for the forward push. The guard could have had an effectiveness. And they will meet 3 members of Sentinels once they do finally get a push on here. This wall just dividing and decaying if they try to come through from the defensive side. Nice flash through. A little bit of teamwork. But they don't see anything. I think the guard's positioning here is perfect for what they want to do.
With 2 sets of gunshots. Don't know if there's a third. And that's Shazam that's running across. And yeah, nice little kill there from Jonah B. Gets traded out. But now you got Shroud out in his lonesome. Even spotted by the trademark.
Only shout, bro.
Feel the full force of that slow
Only shout, bro. He's saving.
Great patience by the guard.
Nicely done. A few of the things, like I said, the molly didn't go their way, but still the guard found the patience to get through. And as I said, I think one of the big things there was with that wall up, the guard were anticipating a push through. The longer you wait, maybe Sentinels will make a play since they have a push around the map and they're kind of trying to read it. Right when that flash goes through, they read that Sentinels would back through their wall, and guard did such a nice job at then 0-pointing to find the retreating Sentinels and take the site. So super methodical there by the guard, reading out how Sen wanted to play defense. Like you said, we do have a Vandal save here. The guard go ahead and pick up another round. Operator for Saya player.
The respect that the guard has for Sentinels. 4 players versus 1. Having money in the pockets for a bit and like, yeah, screw it. We're just going to use all of our initiator utilities to clear out towards the back A side and just hold it there because you're playing against Shroud that could do the aim battle duel against you from Garage, and it's not gonna pan out, at least for Shroud, to do some econ damage. And for the guard, at least you get the round as well. 1 round away of tying things up. Putting right now, once again, Sentinels into an eco position where Shroud could play this hero vandal that he saved from that previous round. He's playing it towards mid.
Perfectly waited for. Even without a lot of the information from these teams, everybody playing it close to the chest in the past few weeks and scrims and everything, we still see the little know-it-alls and the things that teams may still be trying to do to each other to get that upper hand. A quick dart destroyed in mid, and now a patient push. Possibly 2 members in a kind of anti-flash crossfire. You see here to Zelsis and Dapper as they just keep check on a position. In the iPad. Moving forward.
Overhand throw though, but it's still being held with the crossfire by Sentinels, but the weapons weren't enough. Little pistols that they had the great positioning, but that little flash peek under the poison orb was just good enough for the guard. Things are looking good. Maybe Shroud going for another save, or this time could actually look for the econ damage if he wants to.
Nigga winnable lah, win කරන්න පුළුවන් ගැහුවොත්. හරිනේ ඉතින්.
Shut down was
mode
kind of an anti-eco. Or not anti-eco, but an eco strat, rather, from the side of Sentinels, setting up to expect guard in mid, to have 3 members there. So really well played around each other. Guard having a set play in mind, being able to execute that. Only net on this one. 3-3. Again.
It's straight.
Fault. Every game has been so close. This has been an incredible series so far. We're going to 3-3 on this one. Top left of your screen will tell you the story of the maps previously. Both teams being able to take their map pick. We'll see what Icebox brings us now as we get into round 7 here. Ultimate's about to come online. We're just a few away from being on deck for the side of the guard. Shazam and Zelsis are ready. Null Command ready to shut down around here. Looks like it's actually going to play in the middle. They run out. They may not be where they're set to be, but Zelsis looks like he will be a full lean towards B or A this game to get that Null Command. Just yet. Sam call a timeout. How to use these ults, what they've been seeing, recap what the guard has been doing. They've noticed the favoritism towards B, most likely. And a lot of the times they've been waiting out Sentinels' strategies. So that could be another one that Sentinels tells themselves, okay, if we execute and make noise, be then even more prepared that it will be a second hit from the guard, thinking we've relaxed. You know, you've let down your guard, if you will. Yep. So a lot of talks going on here, so Sen can get the game back in their favor.
This is a comp that's used quite often that Sentinels is currently using. So thinking of where the position could be, Viper well towards the A side on defense. Okay, get ready for a KO for flashes through there, or how to run the deniability from the Viper throwing her snake bites the poisoner towards B. And the guard has been doing a really good job of just holding slow defaults, big executes, even staying towards spawn side. So a lot of tricks under their sleeve where Sentinels had to figure out what's the next one in the playbook or which one are they going to recycle. There was nothing that was a constant tell from the guard in the first few rounds that they ran through. And we just talked about this, Riv, where we got a third map. We wouldn't want it any other way between Sentinels and the guard. And mind you, we actually still have another series after this.
I am so ready. Saya player with the operator. He wants to bring out the trouble. His first bloods have been amazing. Last map 6-1 here, already has one for himself. In the 8 frags he does have and wants to get some more. Tens actually goes down there to Trent, who's been having a hell of a series for himself too. Shroud gets delivered.
Tens has always been at the right place at the right time, but still gets shut down on the aim duels in the past few rounds at least. And you saw Shroud trying to trade it back, but they both get knocked down. As now everybody's just falling. It's already a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, this
is a save.
An incredibly uncharacteristic round. The push seemed a little disjointed there. The coverage for B long is a little harder to do because you saw Shroud was covering the left side if they came around elbow and then a garage play. So it's hard to cover the 1v1s play out as they do. And actually, you see the guard doing really nice. Kind of playing solo 1v1 plays, bringing out the star power and not needing each other. On Breeze, right? Those Breeze firefights were going in favor of Sentinels. It just took a bit of time. Still, the operator is going to be in play. 300 in credit.
Thank you.
Some rounds together, so it's going to be max buy for Sen, but they will not.
This
next round. Jonah P is going to end that one on Zelsis. 4-3 as the guard pull away by 1.
the guard back in the lead when we always had a great start for Sentinels, but this continues to go back and forth. And you saw it, I mean, even if it's from these two players, you still had great floor position. That's unorthodox floor where Tens was at, because you already saw that it was actually an initiator being Trent playing towards his B main, and he wasn't ready to use any of his prowlers into Garage anyways. So this could have been one of those great moments to catch one off guard. And we talked about it. I mean, Trent's ready to play in the series.
A double 0 point towards B. It just ships in the night as they cross through the air. Push up. Oh, the play. Celsius.
Alan saw him. Maybe not enough. A 1-for-1. Hot coming up. Dapper's just trying to slow things down for a bit, and that's 2 kills from Jonah P just going across the rappel. They're going to hate it right now being there on the receiving end, being Sentinels up there, and they got to find a way to stop the 410 crosses. But again, this is one of those moments where you saved a couple of rifles, you don't have too much to work with. Vulnerabilities from the snake bite from Shroud. And you hear the Viper's pit coming out from Net Elise on the pulse point to try to guarantee the round. So yeah, nice.
Oh, I guess in me, but Uwe kollada sira ema waige gidra me
360 marshals if you oh no, he dropped one. No, he only
eki godak kelawat inna kalene
great round by the guard here to get back in. Guns, a quick find by Trent there. Shazam just pressing the W key here. Kills on the round. Spike's going to be going down towards this one. Good damage though by Shazam, actually. Really credited there to be able to do some work on the econ. But look at that, 9 grand in the hands. A Saya player feeling good. Operator still there. The guard starting to take control here. It has seemed like the Sentinels had more of the groove throughout a lot of this series overall. With as close as the games have been, I feel it's
R6 ගහන්න ඕනේ හරිද මං එහෙනම් කැමති R6
strength they've taken rounds. Guard now.
Giant
coming online, and they are playing strong. Operator
R6
now tends to have that one
Apex
out.
Legend
It doesn't look like we're going to do a lot of them just yet, as one is mid and one is B here. But we'll see how they switch things up.
Good timing on that one too. A Saya player just got pinged out. He's going to fall back for a bit. And again, to talk about these changes, Jonah P going into a Brimstone. Ender talked about how it was really good for the retakes as well when you're playing a Brimstone on the defense. But what I also like is having this Brimstone in the attack allows this post-plan lineup that you lose from shotguns. Using Curly from Trent. Is it allows these to get information on top of the null commands, and that's a split from the guard into the B site. And that also allows Saya player to flush some players out, get a kill at the Shazam. The push from Shroud as he got pinged out from the Nightfall. But again, another one of those rounds where you're getting into the site, you've got numbers advantage, and you're on a 4 versus 2 with the KO knife trying to get some information.
What was the 3?
There's an all command available for the retake with Celsius.
Come on, hari kalin setේ ma තමයි යා.
අඩෝ
මේ සෙල්ලා පරදී වගේ බං අරෝ නම්මයි එහෙලා ගන්න. ඕ ඒක තමයි යා කනවනේ වා.
Find the flank, but are they too far away now? Oh, Valen says no.
Who cares when Valen gets these kills like that?
Incredible by Valen. With the distance the rest of the team was there, that actually could have been real scary for the side of the guard. Valen
out of
his mind to get that turn as well on the flash.
R6 ගහන්න ඕමනක් තියෙනවා මට Apex ගහන්නත් ඕනේ.
Right, a distance transfer
අපි ගහමු. Valorant මම දැන් ගෝල් ගියේ නෑ නේද මම සිල්ලට ඉන්නේ මම මේ ගෝල් දාගන්න ගිහින් ඊට පස්සේ Valorant ටිකක් ගහන එක අඩු වෙනවා.
Hot damn, what a round by Valen. He does it
again.
Coming online. The Vandal as well to boot, like you said.
Yeah.
Pretty sure we just saw that CCs pop off and go backwards on accident. But it's still going to be an A round here for the guard. They're just feeling it. They're vibing. Moving forward after round 3 up on Sentinels now.
Well, Sentinels has something else to say. Early wall towards the B main to get some information while you have... Looks like Shroud on the top of the rafters by the screen sign, so we can actually look up towards Belt. That's Saya player that gets...
Speaking
of Valorant on that 4K in that previous round, that's 2 4Ks in his head. That's been in quick succession, and speaking of him, gets another opener into the site.
This is Kalim play කරා හොඳට මේ match එකේ නෑ නේ කොහොමද? දැන් පළවෙනි match එකේ විතර හොඳටම
Trent picking up a rifle, Tens pushing forward with the headhunter, but cannot connect onto the kill. Things were looking pretty good on the lower part that we had for Sentinels, but we flattened things out up on the momentum that was built
3-3.
on Sentinel's first kill.
Come on.
Here comes a
Come
plan
on.
attempt. 2 short guards coming in, and Shazam gets to connect onto Trent. But somehow, it's a 1 versus 2. Low HP onto Net. Unfortunately, cannot capitalize onto the kill. Shazam almost caught him off guard. Picking up Elisa Phantom on a 2 versus 1. But 1 minute towards the back of the site, and 1 is sandwiching him towards the front. Does have the Phantom for the pre-fired shot. Back onto the top. Drops down to make the least the other tap. And the swing comes in from behind from the backstab. And that is going to be the goal. Was expensive. At least. That was made by Sentinels.
Incredible stuff. You can
Shout plays
see just how play it got
because
there was definitely a call
නෑ
to
මං
Shazam.
මේ සෙනලට සපෝට් හරිද ඒ වුණාට මෙච්චර බලන්නේ නැහැ හරිද ෆස්ට් මැච් එක බලලා ඒක දින්නද නැද්ද බලලා යනවා මම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් එච්චර බලන්නේ හේතුව ෂවුට් දෙන්නේ
to take their first shot. So really nicely played out there by the guard in a situation Shazam was absolutely hunting for. 7-3 here. Possibly our biggest difference between a half, or between these teams in a half. We could be seeing if Sentinels cannot
ප්‍රශ්නේ ටෙන්ස් ගහන්නේ ගියන්කෝ
Wow, that was a quick orbital strike towards the A site.
ටෙන්ස් මොන මගුලක් කරනවද
We're still able to just stay alive right now from Shroud's Viper's pit to go back in there to reset the fuel in there. But for the rest
මේ රවුන්ඩ් එක ඕනේ මචං
everything stays slow. After this timeout, you can see it's just let's try to isolate and get some information. This is off Sage walls from Dapper on the B site. We didn't really have too much of a Sage Viper combo on either sides of the maps, right? Usually when you're seeing a little bit of information, the slow orbs could help to slow things down here on the attack. But Guard, they have full control right now every time that they're running these defaults.
they're going to push.
See the style of play that Enz is having on his chamber. We're not seeing too many forward rendezvous kind of back plays. A lot of sight defensive rendezvous plays. Well, he's still getting kills in sight. It hasn't tried to be too aggressive, and he's keeping himself alive to play more with the team here. Double smoke going down so they can go through mid into spawn. Nicely done is to get themselves caterpillared right into the A site on screens.
But the 0 point spotted all 3 players, so rotates coming out. Tense wins the fight for the lurk on B main, so that's huge. Now we're playing all the way towards the back. The underhand throw on the top of 410, but it doesn't spot opponents in the back. 0 point coming on the other end.
Nice.
It's going to be dangerous for the guard to try to hold this back. This is one of those unorthodox positions just because you're trying to play inside a Viper's pit. And now Sire player gets the no-scope there onto Zelsis, but we're diffusing onto that spike.
that kill
here on that retake. And Sentinels did hold that round beautifully.
Yeah, really nicely done. Being able to shut down. If anything went B, Tens was there for the early call, so you saw the rotation. Getting prepared for some type of strategy. And another strategy where we see Guard trying to open up mid, trying to disperse the middle of the map and be right in the middle of Sentinel's composition right away. It's something they tried to do on Breeze numerous times through double doors. Seems like Sentinel's getting aware of that now. And they had a really nice defensive
Only
setup.
4 kills, 1
Viper's Pit
tense.
is going to give you a pretty king of the hill aspect once they realized they walked into it. But yeah, nicely played. Trying to bring back that 7-5. Operators just on the other side of these walls. Playing a little game of cat and mouse. And the Prowlers are going to figure this one out first. Maybe not. It does not see.
Come on.
This is a great opportunity for and all of this time. But unfortunately, no kills. So now the null command comes out from Valley. Sentinels trying to make it another 7-5. A Nightfall coming on the attack too, and we've cleared out towards
Holy shit, bro.
Easy plant coming in. How's the pulse plant going to work?
Everybody down towards B for now. Only site is going
Tens are the tens දැන් මේ match 3ම play කරේ chamber game.
That actually nixes
මම දන්නේ ඒ කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් jet main
pressure here. Oh, a
missed shot and off. Missed shot. Molly coming out once again. The annoying Molly from that brimstone. Now that's going to run that clock down. We got to try to push quickly. Dapper comes up with the ball.
Half, get up.
Now we're stepping onto that spike. We're picking up. Dapper saving it so far. We're trying to break the wall. He gets a 3rd kill. We get the defuse there for the Sentinels with the Red Bull clutch. And we're ending it 7-5.
Get down, Mr. President. He's verified. You got to save him while he defuses.
Hello, rank stack.
Literally, the kills before were great, right? Dapper using his wall tech constantly to get the diffuses down, and then as it breaks, he positions to bodyguard. A perfect play there, goes down at the same time. But it's enough. It's enough. They get the defuse. They bring it to 7-5.
My God, and it's also enough here from us on the first half. Let's take a quick
Five stack
breather
ගහන්න
and see
කියලා
the
මට
conclusion
තේරුණා.
of the series between the Guard and Sentinels.
Just 2 minutes. Oh my gosh. අර වින් කරන එක නැද්ද මං කියන්නේ? Valorant rank solo ගන්න. ඔව් බං solo queue ගන්න. solo queue ගහද්දි මේ දවස් ටිකේ ලොකු අවුලක් තිබ්බේ නෑ. අද ගැහුවා මේ තුනම මොම්මෝ throw කරනවා වන් කොල්ලෝ. මන් දන්නේ ඇයි කියන්නේ අද දවසේ නම් මං ඒක අද ගහන්නෙම නෑ කියලා හිතාගත්ත රැයට. මම තුනම throw කරා ගියාම මම දෙකක්ම සෝවා throw කරා. දෙක මම දන්නේ නෑ මොකද කියලා සෝවා කොහොම හරි throw කරා. third එකේ අනිත් ඔක්කොම throw ගහන්නේ ඔක්කොම whip කරා. එලා කියලා අතරමාරයි 5 stack ගහන්න නෑ මම 5 stack ගහද්දි ඔඩම් මට මල පයින්නවා නෑ මල පයින්නවා නෙවෙයි ඒ කියන්නේ සමහරලාට මේ අනේ මට කියන්න තේරෙන්නේ ඕන්න සෙට්ලා ගාව නවත් වයිකීසි උත් සෝලෝ සිල්ල සිරා අම්බාන මට කොම් ගහද්දි මල පයින්නවා ඒකයි මම සෝලෝ ගන්න අර ඊට පස්සේ කොල්ල තරහන සිරාවට මේකයි හේතුව ඒ කියන්නේ සමහරලාට අර එකම දේ කරනවනේ අපි මොකක් හරි කරලා ඒක වර්ධිනවා කියලා දැන අපේ ටීම් එක කරලා ඒකම කරනවා නම් 3-4 පාර මල පයින්නවා ඊය මං කම ඒක කරන්න එපා කියලා සමහරලාට අහන්නේ නැහැ උන් ඒකම කරනවා එතකොට යකනගේ අර ඒන්නේ මම සෝලෝ ගන්න නැත්තම් කොල්ල තරහ එනවනේ
some early information up towards mid with a prowler there, trying to go for something aggressive. 0 point going out towards yellow, and that's courtesy of the attack from Zelsis. But Sentinels again, another of those rounds where you're just staying.
මෙහෙම අරද පිස්ටල් රවුන්ඩ් එක සෙන්ලා ගහගත්තොත් හරිද 7 එක අල්ලන්නේ easy.
Playing it patient. Drone actually commits quite a bit. Your opponents hear drone, and they will consider
drone එක යන
is going to be towards B. And you see a bit of that rotation mid towards B is held. Nice job by Shazam. So he's really trying to play with the minds of Guard right now. Guard have left sights, left original positions, still in position to get these sights in their favor, but this is what Sentinels did on Reef. Walk it up until you see contact, and that's the contact they were looking for. Wall goes up to the left side, and Sentinels will try to get this plant down. Maybe.
Bro.
Oh my God, Trent! That's a high-low, almost lands them both, but that's going to be TenZ that lands both of them on the top of 410. Net now being flushed out by the snake bite and also dropped down.
Last man, come on.
That's going to be on a 3 versus 1. And thankfully with the
we
Sage
never.
I was going to say maybe it's a bad Sage wall after all because that's 2 players that made out the ropes to get the kill, but thankfully TenZ is there for the trade.
solo මලවයිනවා solo මලවයින අර ගොඩක් කියලාට සමහරලා එන්නේ මට සෙට් වුණා මේ ටිකේම සෙට් වෙන ගොඩක් කියලාට අවුලක් නැහැ අද තමයි පොඩ්ඩක් කෙලගුණේ solo තමයි ගොඩම මලවයින් අර යාළුවෙක් එක්ක ගහද්දී අවුලක් නැහැ අර කියලා කරේ ගත්තේ ඒ අපේ උන් කියන්නේ ගහන්නේ
one round per a full map now on both Breeze and Ascent, where Sentinels flipped the trigger and they went a hard aggressive strap, right? So we might see that again. And then it's mostly this kind of walk-up contact strategy that they've been playing. Early round absorption of the utility from Guard, and then they get into the face, finding you with 3 people almost immediately. Here, it's a bit of a sit-back line of scrimmage from both teams, where Guard has taken a position in mid.
In that position in mid is spotting TenZ, who's going to be the anchor, trying to find, basically being a killjoy turret. and hoping to get some headshots with that headhunter. And that's 4 players looking to go through. Even maybe a toxic screen on too long. We're just gonna walk.
Kill cut gatte hi one dapad.
Well, it could have been a good timing, but we're rotating back towards orange. Because technically, you could think that there's going to be a straight mark that's going to be watching that flank.
Pick up, quick in, Sage Wall. What else would we expect? And look, that kind of denies the chance if you can get the mollies in to hit that left side, but still instantly cleared.
And also, thankfully, Valen sits around the rest of an eco for the guard.
Ow.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. You get a kill with the molly, but the plant comes in, at least 4 Sentinels in. Welcome to Valorant Shroud. If you're going to be the designated spike planter, you might get into those. Zelsis, though, headshot onto Valen. Player advantage. Actually, it's evened up as we have snake bites, shock darts coming down. And there you go. Sentinels across the board. Saya player by himself in the front of the B site. Swings out. 3 players down spotted. And that's now 7-7.
Teleport's ready.
Zelsis doing a boaster in the smoke cosplay kill.
Abhi server solo amaru. Users. Rata din no langai
Really nicely done on the retake there. Making sure that guard could not encroach enough to get themselves diffused, or the spike diffused, I should say. And Sentinels go on to their bonus here. What will they be able to purchase? They do get a Vandal for Shazam. He's been watching the flank mostly if we continue consider what he's been doing from map to map. So you'll have that. With people that may have taken damage. An A hit looks like it will be what's going to be cleared out. There's the dart for middle maze. And an interesting Viper's wall. It's kind of deep to the right here. Would allow a lot of space being given for guard to come back through screens, but we do also see this Sage Wall continuously being used by Dapper in peculiar positions to cut off a lot of angles. Last one through pistol on screen.
Oh, but the repel, we're not clearing the right. Elisa gets traded out. Shroud coming out with the Spectre. Side player falls in front of sight. This still is an advantage right now for Sentinels to potentially get the plant in, but it still gets slowed down by Net's Poison Orb on the right side. That cancels out, foils out the plan.
Smoke they got
about. Now you just got to wait it out until the next cycle.
Gotta love this. Good luck seeing through this. 18 seconds to click down. About 40 seconds, I think those will be gone based on when they were fired off. A nice 0 point again to kind of reset the knowledge of the round and where it might be. Seeing Shazam was a big one. Like I said, where that Sova is with that initiator find utility is actually quite big. And they have a sonar dart.
Still do the same execution now. Wall up, recon dart, 0 point. There you go. Now we've committed into the hit. Flash coming outside as well. Molly coming out to deny again if you can. And now you're forcing a little bit of a tunnel to try to get into the site to plant.
Come on, time is up, time's up, time's up.
Jonah P pushing forward through the smoke. The third kill then onto Shazam. It goes for the 4K!
No way!
Bro.
Absolutely incredible play from Jonah P.
Then come back
Been a little quiet. We talked about the first bloods between
him and
and this time he steps up
brother, thank you,
in the mind of Sentinels. At the moment they all turn to press W and go forward is the moment he preys on the backs. Oh my God, what a big play. Absolutely needed here. And really a statement play to break what was a tie game so far. That's the kind of round you want to just start to separate with. Sentinels still on a bye here. Light armor, though, for some members that could make those duels go in the favor of the guard. We're going to start off a little bit of B pressure, but the push is there from the guard.
Come on, Tens, come on.
Spotted a couple of players too, so it's going to be down to the basics, the fundamentals with the rifles as the walls come down. And as it comes down, Shazam actually spots Saya player, and the second kill cannot be traded. Jonah P falls as well, and it's finally going to be one of those rounds where the guard gave that to Sentinels. Get into a side on an early 5 versus 3. It's Sentinels' turn to do that.
Plant the spike. Oh, he goes in. Oh, they call it? Just on the edge of that damage. Oh my gosh.
Unlucky.
Shroud getting tagged just a little bit. Spike has been planted, and they have to find it instant eyes. That makes it maybe harder to get the diffuser once they're pinched in there. If we can get the defense from guard to step forward.
Well, especially after that null
okay.
Now we're tapping onto it. We're trying to stay between the walls.
Bro,
and it's now time
no,
for
no,
the
no.
guard to do that. And we're not going to get it. Shazam sees that one at least. And it's a 3 versus 1. Net has the Viper's
What
pit.
the
but he's
hell?
not
Tawa
gonna go
tappareki
through it.
man.
Falling back to save his weapon. Woo, skin in the teeth. But Sentinels will make it.
එලෙන්නම් good night bro එලගිරි මං හත් එක්ක බත මේ පැත්තට සිට උනාට අම්මෝ යකෝ ඒ ගහපු ගැහිල්ල බ්‍රින්ස්ටෝන් ඔව් බා
defuse there. I was so scared that that was going to happen, and it looked like such a clever play from the guard. Trent just squeaking in enough to get the defuse.
Come on,
But
come
Sentinels
on.
wanted it just a bit more as they smother that spike with gunfire. 8-8 here. Even with a statement round, Sentinels are able to pull it back into a tie game. Full utility both sides. I'm trying to see if that's what the priority is, because the buys won't be the same. It does look like they are going to have that utility they require to push themselves forward. Trademark purchased, kind of sold.
Are they going to
decided here on the
sell?
side of,
Oh, what?
guard.
Yeah. They're going
Looks
to
like
sell.
they'll hold on to it to now for saving
මේ
every
round එකත්
single
ගන්න
penny.
පුළුවන් ඉතින්
This
හරියට.
could be an alt or tour de force if they get B control.
Well, now we got the Pac-Man ult.
Oh
from
dear.
Net into this A site, and look at this lurk setup they're trying to do.
Bro.
A little bit of what Tens did, and it works out. But we already have players on the other end of that wall trying to go for the trades. We don't have Shroud up with the wall anymore, so things are going to get a little bit more difficult. Nice underhand flash, but it still gets punished here by Shazam, who wasn't affected by the flash on the left side of green. Owl's on the lookout, and thankfully with Shroud being down, we still have a Sage that's alive. Now Trent is stuck on the top.
With the plank.
Here's the
Nice.
flank. Now, nice jiggle.
Nice.
It's spotted out. Shazam goes for the white swing, and now it's just Trent. Classic in hand. And, okay. Okay.
Nice kill.
Nice little dink if he had a better weapon, but Dapper does the same.
අඩෝ මනහරනේ මේ
Dapper and these sidestep through the wall shots. He did it on the Jenny, on Ascent. Saw some
මට
on
නම
Breeze.
කියව ගන්න වෙනවා මං එකයි මනහර කිව්වා
Word. His ability to get that kind of
අදනන්
dead
හරිනේ
space
අදනන්
in the starting of his strafe to shooting is incredible. Like, oh my word.
Harini,
Multiple times,
Harini.
it's really hard to defend against that or play against that, and that's why we see 17 and 12 Sage. I said it in the previous maps. Sentinels have always played it unconventional. It doesn't have to be just the duelist going in. It was sick, right? It was Dapper,
sick.
the duelist going in. They still do it.
Sick ගෙදර
They find a way to make
Sick
this
නෑ දැන් team
flow, to use utility for each other, and to keep it in game. 9-8 here as they take the lead from the guard. Still super close on our final map.
Aldron does not spot anyone, but at least a 0-point dip.
Careful the mid,
That's three
careful the
players
mid,
stacked
careful
up
the
in back of
mid,
side of the guard, and we're quickly rotating
Okay,
back towards
yeah,
mid.
I see
And
that.
that is Jiggle Peak by Trent.
ha.
Wall, and looking for not even a split. It's going to be a 4-player commit towards Orange. An orbital strike coming down from Jonah P. Remy with the stimmy, taking the position on the other end here, using the sound of the orbital strike to mask his position now on the north angle
come
just
on,
behind
nice.
the boxes. But Tens clears it out, takes him down, and it's now a 4 versus 2 as Trent and Net answers back towards Kitchen. Now Saya player with the duel, the false looks down. He hears that spike going down, and as he leads back out, Saya player gets the kill onto Dapper. Now it's up to Shazam. He does have the Hunter's Fury.
Bro.
He's up against 4 players. And
What
that's
a
a
labor.
0-point. Actually didn't hit him. Swinging back out, getting the first kill, but the swing comes right out from Trent. Easy
ඔව් හරි
trade,
එල්ල කිරීම
and now we're tied up once again, 9-9.
යමත්තා
The choices right now by the guard. I mean, we saw how post-plant the guard was able to play, right? Mollies after mollies, taking things back, being able to push the opposing team off. And then we see Jonah P here microwaving an open space. As soon as they go under tube, he hits Sentinels, right? The quick decisions right now from the guard are impressive in the way that they're playing this game. It's going to be required because Sentinels now at this point are pulling out a lot of things we haven't seen. A little bit more mid-play. It's not just the A to B, the A to B. They're trying to spread the map. They are playing fast. They flipped the switch, and they've had a few more fast rounds where, again, we only saw one between their previous maps. So here, they are testing the guard. The guard's adapting and vice versa. Like, this series has been absolutely incredible to see both teams come back in with their changes, coach changes, roster changes, and be able to present this. And I can't wait to see how much more they do together in this tournament. for themselves. Ultimates already coming in here. Sentinels are calling a timeout at 9.
Oh my gosh.
Guards doing an amazing job actually to even contain Tens, Zelsis, and Shroud. Look at them on the board right now.
Right.
3 players that we talked about, heavy hitters, 4 Sentinels in this roster, but They catch Shroud off position. They're able to win duels against Shroud. Tens gets fourth position, has timing, cannot win the duels. It's just these guys are on point right now from the guard. It's just being quick on the flicks. And like I said, Trent is really ready to play, and they're really getting hyped up after all these 4Ks that Jonah P gets, Trent gets, Valen gets. Saya player even got a 4K with a 13 HP tool de force in this very map. So these guys are just vibing across the whole series map, and it starts here.
Oh my gosh, thank God, man.
50 HP. Sai, you know he'll take another shot. He'll be up for another one. This could be another one of those contact rounds so far. Drone will go out first. A lot of times, anybody can reposition after a drone. We don't see Sentinels quickly moving up with that. Of course he takes the shot. Dapper goes down the wall that's given.
Nice.
Sentinels, so much control inside the site is gone. To see if they can organize and get themselves in here. Tour de Force and Vandals to make it happen.
Look at that. We actually have a lot of ultimates just to get positioning here to at least try to get a plat down, but we have a Nightfall ready as well for Trent for the retake, and it comes out right away as soon as they hear the tap. And here comes the hunt inside as well. Prowlers come out to help out to flush out the Viper's Pit. And now Shroud has to look left and right. And it's Jonah P to drop the Viper's Pit, drop the spike carrier as well, and it's Tens on a 3 versus 1, sneaking through the tunnels of smokes. Left and right, getting ready for the double swing. Tens with the first kill, but Net comes back from the generator for the trade, and that's the guard back in the lead, 10-9.
Jonah P is stepping up so big right now. The rest of the team obviously flowing with him, but the frags he has been able to change, the impact frags he's had to change the round. Drawing the last shot as well from Tens, going down is the assist to your teammate, right? Never forget who passed the ball for the assist. And a lot of those are going to the Brimmy Stimmy right now. As you see, 8 on the board for Jonah P. 10-9. They continue to change leads, Van Silly. Literally our last map. And they cannot hold it for more than one round. Can Sentinels again come back? It's a low buy this time. It's starting to be that taxing. And Shazam down to 1 HP to start. What?
That's insane. 1 HP.
There's a heal. Okay, there's a heal. He's getting the sponge bath. We're good.
And thankfully, Dapper also has a res if anything does go foul at the beginning of this round.
Just go and get taken out. Oh, my word. All right, let's see how they play this, Vance. Sonar Bolt is out. It's a 2-2-1 with a kind of a lean towards 3 for the guard. So they do have a bit of positioning here to retaliate. But I wonder what this duo team on Sentinels is doing over at A and what they can provide.
That's Jonah P that broke the dart to allow Saya players still keep a forward position towards yellow. Now with the 0 point, there's no TP. He TP's just before, actually. The 0 point pings out, so now Saya player gives up his position, and that's Sentinels leading back towards the A site.
Remember, Sonar Bolt was fired quite a while ago, so this timing puts Shazam back in A just about when that's coming back up. And they'll be able to fire in. They showed KO util and Shazam's util. There's the dart, there's the entry.
Wall up 2, Shroud's gonna plant it safe. Fragment onto the ground, and Shroud makes it
out.
Now at least the guard knows that it's not positioned in a post-plant position for Sentinels, so they can just retake from the back of the site.
One flank.
Can Jonah P make it around in time? He's still trying to decide what the flank is. Oh, Shazam does go down. They know that's the flank watch, but
Jonah
P's getting diff right now. On this retake, Saya player drops another one. Dapper, who's been a hero for the team so far, is just trying to hold back towards 410. Molly towards the front, and like I said, it's not time for them, so the wall comes out, the Molly to block out the area too, allowing for this
GG. Sentinels, GG.
For the guard. We're now at 11. 2 more rounds for the guard to move forward to knock down Sentinels to lowers.
They finally separate the rounds just a little bit from going back and forth, punch, and Jonah P again. It looked like a frag on Shazam, but it's a pivotal frag. It's one that Shroud had to worry about whether that flank was still coming in and could not assist the team, right? So guard, take the map, take control of mid, but give it up. The guard coming through, spawn side and retake the round. A low buy again. Guardians coming out. Trying to Guardian this right now. Their first game back with this roster. They look to come out strong. There is so much power on this team. But the guard may have the final read here in the last few rounds, Vansili. It's getting close to game point.
Getting a lot of reads here from the 0 points coming out from Valen, from the Prowlers coming out from Trent 2, and just heroic rifling from every single one of these players across the board. on this very
wild.
map. It's insane how they look so far for the guard, but you're not out of it yet right now for Sentinels. They still have that firepower for this roster. It stays really, really slow. After they got pinged out here, Riv, by the 0 point, you're still just going to try to hold as much as you can. The Owl drone to try to clear out just a bit, maybe try to sell a double fake, a double pump back into B. It seems to be the case.
Such a neat wall, too. We've seen this from Net. Allows him to play mid, right? If he wants to put that wall up, he can go through mid. He can go to tube. He won't be seen from attacker spawn. The case is, though, it is going to be a death. Sentinels here. No command comes out. W keys press. Sentinels looking to close this round gap.
You want this because this allows the wall to come up and potentially get the plant without having a fragment be landed on the ground. But yeah, Trent gets the kill onto Shroud. Another one of those duels that's won here by Trent, who gets a second kill, but at least we get a plant down for Sentinels. The push forward coming out from Tense, spotting 2 players at Orange before he TPs back. A 5 versus 3, Poison, Viper's Pit available for Net on a retake if they want to, but he's still watching that flank while the rest are pushing forward. Orbital Strike coming down here on the defense. It takes down Zelsis. It doesn't work out for the post plant. Tense is on his lonesome. 4 players swinging out. We get the defuse for the guard. And they are at map and series point.
Trent, they're still thinking ahead. This game is not won as close as it is. Nightfall's going to be on deck. Viper's Pit is there if they want to start off.
හරිනේ තමයි ෂවුට් බැක් තරගෙන දැන්කට කරඩංගට ඒ මනුස්සයා නිදහසේ ඉන්න දුන්නේ
They have the sage wall. It's instantly getting broken. It doesn't seem to be providing much more than the few rounds of advantage it did, and now the guard has adapted. So they're continuously routing these strategies and combinations of utility that Sentinels want to use, and they just seem to be coming up short on the side of Sentinels now because the guard is answering so well on defense and retakes. A stack towards A mid here for the guard. They leave just Jonah P at B.
Jonah P's at B with 5 players looking to fight against them. We're not actually going for any shots to retaliate back. We're just trying to play the contact first as we clear it out towards green or Sentinels.
Ultimate's there for Dapper. They can play a little bit aggressive to get one to go down, but it has to be a safe res. The wall, same wall. Is it a different plant though? They push forward.
They're pushing.
And Celsius gets the wall bang onto Jonah P, but it's still Trent that's alive. Another player that's been prominent for the team. Tens finally gets another kill. 4 Sentinels onto Valen. Spike is down.
මෙයාට මේක කරන්න තිබේ කලින් බං
I mean,
දැන් බොරුවට
Side player is way too far back in 8 still. And as you mentioned,
කලින් බං කරන්න තිබේ කලින් අර හෙට යනවා මේ හෙට යනවා කැරකි කැරකි ඉඳලා
maybe a save, but what do you call that they have? Somehow they land that shot, but it's traded out here by Tens.
Come on.
Trent back on the top of Kitchen. Somehow a 2 versus 1. No way. Shazam only with the Guardian. Picks up here the second weapon of the Bulldog on the ground. We have it at halfway. He gets the headshot. It's a 1 versus 1. Recon guard out. We're still clicking on that clock. And now we go for the ADS.
Come on.
The headshot coming in. And should I say the body kills for Shazam? The Red Bull clutch. And we stay alive for Sentinels.
You can't ask for any more than your IGL top fragging, clutching, keeping you in the game. Shazam using it all because he has it. What a great play here. Showing a little bit of a touch towards the left side, which drew his opponent. Was able to get the 1v1 in the planter and find the same for the next one. An incredibly necessary play. It couldn't have happened any other way for Shazam there. And he keeps Sentinels in this series. Let's see what they have here now. Our first map went to overtime, and Sentinels want this. They are so hungry. Saya player looking for some shots. Operators for both sides. 10 goes down. Saya player first blood.
Mistake there on the crossover, but the res comes out right away from the wall. So that's wall down. That's res down early in this round, but at least the duel de false is still up and running for Tens.
How do they push? It seems like Sentinels don't really want to do too much until they receive information from the guard again. A little bit. Who's here? What are we facing? Any bit to favor or put the odds in their favor. We see the rotation now coming over from Dapper. He doesn't find too much of a flank. Remember, we got the res back in this one.
Brima මරා ගන්න නෝර්ද Brima ගන්න ඕතන kill එකක්.
B is a hit
Right
again. And Sentinels are going to try it.
Nice.
Oh man, the salvation coming back from the dead and gets the kill. Opener onto Saya player.
අර මේ round එකත් Sentinels ලා ගන්නවා.
Kill, allowing Sentinels to get the plant down. Trent moving forward, slow orb flash, stuck inside the slow orbs as well. And things are looking good, at least for Sentinels on the post line. Tense, he's activated. Long have we waited. And Trent is making it
He's
difficult for the guard to try to go for the retakes that they're saving here. It all will boil down to the last round of regulation.
Silly.
Oh my god, Riv.
I cannot believe this is what we're getting out of this game. Like,
Yeah.
again, the simulation, I'm so glad
Just
it
one
hasn't been
round.
screened
Just
yet or
one.
anything
Just
that I'm
one.
living in, because
Don't cast
this
versus.
is surreal. Oh my gosh. Sentinels is going to bring it in with a full 5, too. A flawless round to bring it within 1 to tie Icebox versus the guard. Again, both teams bringing not new comps for the guard, but new, very new in Sentinels for Zelsis and Shroud and the rest of the team. With
Just
the
one round, guys.
organization behind
Just
them and
one round.
coaching and the guard adding
Just
Cooper
one,
after
just one.
Masters too. There's so
දැන්
many
ටෙන්ස්ට
things
වැඩ
both teams have
පෙන්වන්න
gone
වෙනවා.
through. Holy
ඕප් එක
crap,
තියන ඉඳලා
this is
හරියන්නේ
the game
නැහැ.
that we get
මොකක් හරි
out of it.
කරන්න
Absolutely
වෙනවා.
amazing play coming
අඩුම
out of
කිල්
both.
දෙකක්වත් දාන්න ඕන ටෙක්ස්.
I mean, look at that. I mean, one of those heroic plays. Jonah P's done it before on that Brimmy through the toxic screen, or trying to do that hero play from side player because you have the team activated.
Do it,
so
do
the
it, do
reaction
it.
that was needed for Tens to get that kill was important, and he got it. And now the total loss comes out for the defense. Saya player has it ready, also has a Phantom. A 0 point actually spotted a few as well. As they fall back now for the guard. Time to play more passively. And we're just looking to execute towards the same side. So the false misses,
Nice.
but we also
Only
have
three
the
bullet.
bulk command for Valent, so that's no utility to come out, at least for now. The Nightfall, the flashes, everything is coming out right now for the guard. So early into this round, we have a great opportunity to reset now for Sentinels.
4-1 still being played on defense by the guard. They were hoping that came into play, and Sentinels will be able to choose the right one. This mid wall, once again, instantly cleared. Fowler's not going to make it through. Yeah, that wall is actually huge. The fact that it's solidified really starts to throw guard off and how they can rotate. Only one's going to be coming through. B's to play again, but the mollies, the plants.
Come
The
on,
push.
come on,
He goes
come
down.
on.
Assist with the headshot to Jonah P, but then runs back into the molly because that stays on for so long. It's a 4 versus 4. Off shot missed by Tens. We're still moving forward inside the site now for Sentinels, and we're staying back at least, trying to run that clock down for the guard. Dapper doesn't have that wall anymore because he used it towards mid. We have to wait for the toxic screen to come back up, but this is an opportunity for the guard to push forward. We have to spray through the wall as well. Oh, the body, the gun stick sells, so Dapper falls. Another shot from Saya player. Only 2 more to go. Tens and Shazam. No Hunter's Fury as Shazam needs to get the kill to activate it on a 4 versus 2. A 0 point comes out, and Tens is posted with this off. Looking back towards Snowman, waiting for Saya player. They both get a kill. It's a 2 versus 2. Now we're pushing forward on a 1 versus 1. It's Trent. It's Tens. Trent is moving forward. The swing. He gets the kill. We're going into overtime.
Let's go.
Incredible play. Down to the last round. You can't ask for anything more. And it's
Let's
B10s as
go.
well. The operator play coming through on the young Trent, taking him down. A clutch master of this series throughout.
Holy shit,
Crap, these
man.
rounds, Van Silly, we're going to overtime. The teams could not be pushing each other any harder to the max here. And it is the operator play. It is still
Jasam
Tens
අර
to
කිල්ලේ
come
ගත්ත ඉන්නවා
up
අයියා.
with the plays to make sure we get there. The
Nice.
chamber, the jet, it doesn't matter.
Overtime,
Operator
boys,
feels like
overtime.
home for this guy.
It's
We're in
overtime.
OT, round 25. Let's do it.
Tens heard me, man. We talked about it. At some point in that second half, Zelsis at the bottom, Shroud at the bottom, Tens at the bottom, and he's like, nope. I'm not ready to go down yet,
Come
man.
on, come
this
on,
is
come
the
on.
last chance qualifier, so it's your last chances to get things done. And Sentinels did a great job to bring this into overtime. Now, you just mentioned it, Riv, we're resetting things. The wall comes up on the B site, and Dapper gets a little bit of info from the Prowler being played by Trent from Garage.
You really I can't believe what Tens and Shazam have done for Sentinels in the past few rounds. I mean, you have to think the guard is a bit shook coming into this first overtime round with what just happened, how close they came each time. And then you just have to take another breath and do it all over again. Sentinels, though, hungry. A huge push up here onto B. Not too much forward pushing by Sentinels. They're still getting the only read. What they see is what they get right now.
Yeah.
No real information gained
He's
on the map by
peeking.
anybody. A 0 point goes out.
Speaking somewhere.
poison orb here coming out from Shroud, so we're timing the push from the guard when the orb comes down. But the storm and Snakebite also comes in from Sentinels, so a great way to delay. And now you know the execution is coming out from the guard on the attack, and it's Valid and Net at least opening up the first two. Shock Dart misses because of the smoke. Those damn Brimby smokes. He lands both of them on the ground, and now we get the plant coming in from Jonah P. And Shazam swings out for the kill. Shock Darts can do it. I'll do it with my gun, man.
Just enough to get the frag there. Set up for a 3v3 to end us up on this round of our first overtime. A slow rotation here. You can see the intention coming in from the side of Sentinels. Tens go as slow as possible before he meets with the team. And they get these shots in.
No peeking, bro.
Nobody wanting to peek. Nobody wanting to be the first one to go down. The shot misses!
Oh my, still there though.
Nice.
Still there, but Shroud stops him close range, so we're pushing forward from a nice haunt. But it's Shroud with the third kill into the round, and a fourth kill into the round. The defuse comes in for Sentinels, and they retake the lead in the series.
Nice. GG.
He may have flew under the radar. This game on Icebox, with the once again popping off exactly when they need it. Match point now for Sentinels as this game has gone
match point, boys. Match point.
Match point. Guard in favor of Sentinels. Once again, game point. This is absolutely incredible, Van. We have been blessed with a Valorant match here between Sen and Guard. Absolutely.
Definitely gonna be blasting some Drake music after this series with the hashtag blessed for sure, man. This is a great way to kick things off for the LCQ. And let me remind you once again, chat, that we have another series coming up after this, and that's FaZe versus EG. But before that, let's see the conclusion of this one. It's continuing to be intense as you talked about the guard potentially being shook here. No forward pushes. Look at how the three players are working towards mid. Jump spot, super passive towards back A, looking to play the retake. The only one that's really aggressive is Saya player in the front of green.
Sentinels towards mid. A contact mid play. Not a piece of utility used. Absolutely brazen. And they find Jonah P utility out in overtime.
No way, but we still have Trent in the back of the site. It's traded out by Tens once again. Spike picked up, traded out by Valen. Spike is down once again with the fragment on the ground. Alert towards mid doesn't work out. It's a player advantage back into the guard as Net is pushing forward. Zelsis thought he had the time. Now it's Shroud on a 3 versus 1 as he leans out. Net brings it into another overtime.
We go from the round before to this. To absolutely just pushed it mid and then taken out. What? It blew my mind. If I was Sentinels, I'd be like, why the hell are there two spawn looking through the Omen TP spot? Through Omen Playground. Why are there two there? Oh my gosh, the guard just mixing it up.
I even thought that was going to be one of those moments where Jonah P has been playing lights out this map and then gets caught off guard by that one by Dapper, and that was going to be the nail in the coffin. But thankfully, the guard were able to trade back and fight back to show this double overtime. We're resetting things. That momentum that was built by Sentinels off that retake is now gone from how that round panned out here for the guard.
2-1-2 across the map. Super default defense by Sentinels here, to make sure they have utility on each side that they can use to delay or get that 1v1 duel. The same thing, really set up by the guard. They have taken this one patiently. I think we may be moving into the not want to lose phase of the game, where we may get a little bit hesitant on the plays. I would be very surprised to see a super fast play coming out here, but that's what we love. We love to be surprised. And just, it's going to be a waiting game right now eventually. We're down to 1 minute. I think everybody is cemented in place right now.
It's
dangerous position at the beginning of this round. If he actually does get flushed out by a Prowler, by a Haunt, by a Recon, or anything, or should I say a 0 point, he's not the one that's going to be able to TP away. So you're going to have to run that snake bite onto the ground to run the delay, because you want to use Tens to look down towards under 2 from his positioning on the top of B. So that's on lock, at least for now. And the guard are looking to work towards A site.
No way.
30 seconds left.
They know. Come on.
Remember, that choke point really did him in last time, so they're going to make sure they clear out most of it.
Bro,
no flash plays come through. Sentinels isn't ready for it. The wall goes down, a bit of a mistiming.
2 openers. Beautiful flash from Valid as well. That's it. Left. That's a 5 versus 2.
Yeah.
But it's shrouded Tens.
So quick.
Shroud and Tens, only Tens with the first headshot. Second one connects onto net, looking back towards the 410. 70 HP left, 10 bullets in the chamber. Speaking of chambers, he also has Headhunter.
Molly set up by Jonah P just on the right there by Electric Box on your right. Good and happy to fire that out and set up for another one. Is he going mid or out? He is. Look at the rotation by Jonah P right now.
Oh, yeah.
He's laced up and sprinting mid after firing the Molly. The ability to continue to delay. You have to be kidding me. They have like a guarantee on this round. A 2-year guarantee right there. 14 to 13. The guard pulling into the favor now in OT. Oh my gosh. Game point. Let's go.
Jonah P paying back from the mistake from that previous round where they almost lost that after
Match point.
And now he buys back with insurance. It's a warranty, as you mentioned before. They had the orbitals trying to play the post plan, and now we finally have an opportunity for the timeouts to come back. And for Sentinels to figure out how they can bring this into a third overtime. But we talked about that confidence, Riv, that was flattened after the guard was able to bring it back to a 13-13. And then you see these type of plays that came out from Net and Valen to open up the A site. You need this timeout right now for Sentinels to not only calm things down, but also figure out how you could close it out, at least into this round, if you want to survive into the upper brackets.
I think one of the things that makes it so chaotic, and I hope I have a second to talk about this, is you have this utility coming in from the guard, and you can basically get all the denied space that you want, right? You're getting information by throwing a haunt somewhere. Nobody's there. 0 point covers a gigantic area. You know no one's there. And if it's one person at yellow, you know the rest are long B. And you can do the same thing at A. The guard is doing so good at identifying that negative space that they're not getting info from is where their opponents are. And they're using it so well. I mean, Sens do the same thing with a bit of their comp with the KO and the Sova, so credit to both teams, but they're using it so well to dissect and take out Sentinels. Saya, Jonah, 25, 24 frags. Everybody's getting deep into this one. Prowler mid to start things off, and it looks like Tens is actually going to be on a solo mission this time.
It's been a while since we've seen some pipes control, and the alarm bot trademark now broken TP out.
Okay.
This could work out for the later rounds, or the later half of this round. Upshot missed by Saya player, still has that TP available. Looking to swing back out, and this Al Drone will probably confirm that it's time to go for the TP back.
You know they always hold for possible shots there. The wall goes down quickly. Dapper trying to set up defense actually against his own wall. The forward positioning is a must right now. They have to be confident enough to use it. There's still a bit of hesitation on getting into the site from the guard. They want to know that Sen is just as committed, and here's the plant going down.
Oh no,
Dink plant, a dink indeed. Now the wall gets broken, but Shroud, he's still over a minute as he swings out. What a bait by Trent. How crazy are you going to do that in overtime? 2 kills then come back from the guard. It's a player advantage now for the defenders for the retake. But like I said, it's still planted for long. We have good positioning right now from Sentinels. No more fragments, no more post-plant positioning. And because of that, players are falling down. And now that allows the Viper Smith to come back. 1 more to go. And Celsius with the kill through the smoke. Looking for the spray. It's back at halfway. Out with the classic. That gets the kill. And that's going to be the guard that finally seals it. 13 to 15 in their favor. And oh my god, Riv, it's time for you to take it because I need a breather.
What an amazing series coming out of both teams. It couldn't be said anymore. The guard pushing Sentinels to the max there. I'd say at the end, though, look at the rounds it took Shazam and Tens to capitalize into an overtime round. You really can't take away anything from either team on this. They played a hell of a series on both sides, but guard adapting, figuring out a little bit more. I think having a bit more versatility in those strats to work mid, figure out how Sentinels was going to then rotate and really work around that kind of play and that style. Also, when you got
Sentinels like
Jonah P and everyone else popping off, so many good rounds coming from the young squad of the guard.
अब बालों काटी है reaction कहाँ देखा? Sinatra.
Sentinels there, and I am so excited.
Recommend. I don't know, personally, it doesn't make sense at all to me that Dabber's not planning. I mean, he literally walled and he was stuck in that corner. Imagine if he had bomb, it would have gotten down like immediately.
Doesn't make sense.
Katie.
And you've used your utility, so it's not like your life is useless. You just try to.
Ah, katiin mo sa Discord din. Timmy.
to the lowers, and that was one thing that we're going to have to take a time to digest.
I want to sleep
it,
a little longer,
take a break,
but
and hopefully the analyst desk has probably like
Fuck
2
me.
minutes to explain.
Grounded a bunch of short people. Shet, Exalt.
මූ බැලුවේ නැද්ද මැච් එක? ඉරිසනෙක් නේ.
Damn, I've just been flashbanged by this advert.
Yeah, for real.
Right, well, I would lie and say I'm gonna.
ෂවුට්ගේ කෑල්ල මොකද කියන්නේ?
So I'm sure that they'll fix whatever they need to.
Yeah,
I
GG.
wish they changed that part up.
අමෝ හරිනේ හරිනේ ඉතින්.
It stood out to me for sure.
කට්ටියටම හරිනේ. අම්මෝ. මේනේ ෂවුට්ගේ කෑල්ල.
Either way, I enjoyed watching it.
So, it was a really good game. It literally checked every box.
Yeah.
It actually checked every fucking
Yeah.
box. If you were to script it, you probably wouldn't have wrote it this well.
No.
No joke.
It's over. Fuck.
මේන ටෙන්ස්ගේ කෑල්ල.
We'll be back. Lowers. What time? When's their next match, chat?
Someone said they don't let Sage plant because if he goes in alone to wall and plant, somehow gets spammed through Viper wall, then they have to pick up bomb and plant without
GG.
Sage wall.
මේනේ ෂවුට්ගේ බොක්ක. යා වෙනවා. හරි. That's it. Yeah, GG. Thank you boys මේ වෙතන සෙට් වුණා හැමෝටම. thank you very much set idea. Thank you very much මේ වෙතට සෙට් වුණාට. අපි අද බැලුවේ Sentinels ලගේ the guard ලගේ match එක. ඒක පොඩ්ඩයි special. මොකද මේ shout ගේ first match එක Sentinels ලගේ. So that's it. Yeah. අපි එහෙනම් හෙට live එකෙන් set වෙමු. Yeah. හෙට කියන්නේ දැන් දවසල බලේ අපි වෙන live එකකින් set වෙමු. එහෙනම් ගිහින් set වෙන හැමෝටම thank you very much. like කරපු share කරපු හැමෝටම thank you very much. එහෙනම් ගිහින් bye bye.